works with. South Jersey rowing.
Yeah, they've got a nice point, nice course. Tapping the boat along nicely. Down low, stroke-wise. And here's our next boat on the screen. Is that a 2? I have old eyes. The rest of me's kind of young.
I have glasses.
Really? Quick, how many toes am I holding up?
That looks like 4.
It is a 4. That's Philadelphia Adaptive. Rowing a slightly higher stroke rate than the previous boat. Timing looks pretty fair. And again, just tapping the boat along.
So again, this is in the event number.
It was flight 3 is what it says on the program. And who's that going way out there? They're not
That's number 1, bow number 1, which is Frank Ganther from the Philadelphia Adaptive Rowing.
Rowing well, but little off course for my taste. But hey, I'm not racing.
And then we have someone coming down that's hugging the buoy line.
Ladies and gentlemen, now the race course. We're in heat number 4, approaching 3 angels. Bow number 10.
Oh, nice. What look at these conditions. This is just amazing. Oh, okay. Now they're turning their boat. Look, you can see it on the screen here really well. Going the other way again. I wonder if they lost their fin, or they might have leaves or something stuck on their fin. And see how the way it's wiggling? I wonder if they have leaves on their fin.
Sometimes when that happens, it's better just to stop, back it up, and...
Yeah, it really is. There's Jack Long going upriver from Fairmount in a single.
And we have some pink people coming down. Bow number 10. And that's from the Adaptive Inclusion 2X.
2x double. Stroke seat.
Beerwood
Stroke seat has one blade.
University of Delaware men's crew.
Nice. Rowing pretty well.
Is this the single? Just a beautiful backdrop.
This may be.
Are these pairs?
This may be bow number 1. Oh, I was right. Bow number 1. That's Frank Ganther out of Philadelphia Adaptive Rowing. Tapping the boat along. Swing. He's got some swing. Go, Frank. Nice course, too.
Yeah.
And we have a double on the screen here. Timing's a little off. We'll get you the bow number shortly, folks. I apologize. My eyes are only so good. So I brought some young eyes. Jen's 27 and a half years old here.
It's bow number 6.
Jen can actually see stuff.
From Philadelphia Adaptive Rowing.
Castillo. Adjusting their course. There you go. There you go. Now we got some timing. Nice.
Nice. Good swing.
Yep. Slight course adjustment from the bow person.
And it looks like we've got 2 boats coming down in yellow.
One way out. Both the same flavor oars.
So Sag Harbor, maybe?
Oh, let's get our timing back here, ladies. There you go. It's not that the timing's off. The bow person is looking around for steering, and it throws it off a little bit. Not much. They just get it back together pretty quick. And who do we have here, Jen?
So we have bow number 11, Catharsis and Saturn from Sag Harbor.
And where is Sag Harbor? New York?
I believe so.
Down on Long Island?
Sounds like it.
And the second boat is
Basso and Johnson. Let me
same
just
club.
Yep.
Same flavor blades.
It's bow number 11.
Ross Anderson going upriver, right past us here,
The Nello boat.
in a Nello racing shell. Fairmount just bought some Nellos.
That's what you were telling me. So while we have a break,
Yes.
we can talk about some of our sponsors. NSM Insurance is a presenting sponsor. A gold banner sponsor is Visit Philly, which promotes the tourism.
You know what? I like Philly. It's a beautiful city. I mean, you know, for a city.
And then in the program, there's a list of places to go see. Like there's Reading Terminal Market, National Constitution Center.
Jen, I've lived here all my life.
Right, but
Never been to the National Constitution.
Really?
My wife, my children, even my grandkids have. I've just never been there.
Actually, the first time I went was when my brother came to visit me.
Really?
After I'd lived here for like 20 years.
Well, where are you at?
Western Pennsylvania.
That explains the accent right there, folks. Pittsburgh.
There goes Ted Trockey
There's
upriver.
Ted Trockey going upriver.
And we have another, looks like Sag Harbor again. This might be bow 2400.
About who?
They look like the same unis and the same blades as
It does, as that Sag, yeah.
it's bow 12.
Well, we can figure it out. Yes, it is Sag Harbor. Basso and Johnson. Nice little swing. And Greg Kaplan going upriver out of
Penn AC.
Penn AC. You folks don't say it, we say it. I'm sorry.
Pardon?
The folks
Oh, yeah.
at home or wherever can see what's on our screen. And ooh, we got the drone taken off here. Look at this. I love this. I like the timing here.
Yeah.
These folks put a lot of time and effort into their training. And they do have a launch following them down, probably not for safety reasons. Somebody downriver probably needs to launch.
It looks like it's a university launch as well.
Yeah.
That's a
But-
hard job coordinating the launches.
Well, I spent a lot of time not doing that, so I just
While we're talking about our
But the whole regatta, I mean, the folks that put this regatta together, Jen Wesson and
Ellen Carver.
I think they do a tremendous job.
Yeah.
The volunteers that they have, you know, they do request volunteers. Jen Musio and I are volunteers. Would be here both days.
And this regatta would not run without the volunteers, so we thank you all.
Yes.
And another shout out to Boathouse Sports for supplying our gear.
And Jen Wesson and Ellen, thank you very much. It is America's favorite regatta, not to be confused with last weekend's preliminary.
All right, so it looks like we're waiting for the 825 men's champ pair to come down.
And we have a nice view of the Angels dock. A lot of singles getting ready to shove off.
It's amazing how much. So also on the on your screens right now, you see the barge. That's the barge that puts in the course, all the buoys that tell the racers the lines and. You can see going upriver. I believe that's Mike Worley, who's the former president of Penn AC. Three-time
Mike Hurley?
Mike Worley.
Worley. I met him once.
He's very tall.
And nice.
Yeah, very nice guy.
So, head of the Schuylkill, the 53rd. 276 clubs. By clubs, we also are referring to high schools and colleges. 2,191 entries this year. And we get to point each and every one of them out.
Trying to see in that shot right now if we have anybody coming through.
And we're going to cut to a commercial. I believe we're back. And waiting for the next event.
Which is event number 5, men's champ pairs without cocks.
This ought to be fun. I love the pair.
So do I.
It's a sweep boat, but it's actually a sculling boat. You try to outpull somebody, you just ruin the whole boat. So you tap the boat along together, you scull the boat, using each person with one oar, sweep oars.
I've only been in the pair a couple of times, but every time I've been in there, it's been a very enjoyable experience.
Yeah, my dad was in the 1948 Olympics, the youngest member of the 48 Olympic team at age 19. Olympic rowing team in the pair with out of Vesper Boat Club. I like the background on us here, Jen, on the screen here.
Yeah, once the mist goes by, you'll see the
bridges
skyline.
And there's Columbia Avenue with you can see the railroad cars on top.
And just look at that beautiful fall foliage.
Whew, I gotta look that word up. I'm looking at leaves.
All right, so
Look how flat that course is. Right up through Peters Island. You can see the Strawberry Mansion Bridge up in the background. So the starting line, folks, is what, 700 meters above Strawberry Mansion?
I believe so. 'Cause
Roughly
you need to have
600?
enough space up to at the top of the river to turn all the
Well,
boats.
the 500 meter mark is like 100 and 150 meters above.
Okay.
So I'm guesstimating, having only rode this river since I was 8 years old, and I'm 68 now. You think I'd know exact numbers.
Well,
And here comes the first pair. Oh, look at the timing here. Look at the drone shot. I love these drone shots.
Five Tribes does a very good job.
Oh,
A phenomenal job.
look at the power, the timing. Look at the motorboat wash they have to go through. And they're just going through it. They're not worried about the these guys know how to move a boat. Wow.
And if you can
Look at the little
Yeah.
backsplash, the drop of the blades into the water here in Philly. That's the other thing. I keep saying head of the Schuylkill.
Schuylkill.
For you folks from Philly, it's the head of the Schuylkill. Let's change our point a little, fellas. Just a little.
I can see them coming around the curve right
And
now.
I'm not picking out favorites because what bow is that? 13? Hurley
Oh,
and
Hurley, yeah.
Ruggiero
Ruggiero.
out of Penn AC. I think they may have practiced this boat.
Yeah, they've actually competed at a higher at a high level with this boat
Look at this.
class.
I mean, there's nobody walking on them that we can see. And
Yeah, 'cause if you
folks, don't think I'm taking sides or favorites. I don't know these guys, so they're not my favorites.
Actually, I
when
do
my-
know them.
when my favorites come on, folks, you'll know.
Yeah, Cooper went to
Wow.
the University of Delaware.
What a program they have, huh? University of Delaware rowing program.
I believe Nick went there as well.
I think so.
His dad is a launch driver. He moved to Miami years ago, and he comes up every year.
That's what we're talking about.
Volunteers.
Volunteers of America. Jefferson Airplane, 1967.
And we're looking at the curve, and I don't see a boat. No, coming through.
Oh,
coming through the curve.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. I don't see anybody walking on bow 13 here.
Rowing very well.
Wow.
They're coached by Bill Manning.
Nice guy. What a super fella. Yeah, his wife Erin will be racing this afternoon for
in the
Fairmount
mixed state?
in the confused mixed eight. These two fellas are a pleasure to watch. Look at this. They just look at the blades, little backsplash. I mean, there's no hesitation getting those blades into the water. Drive, swing, drive, swing. Hands come away. I
As
want to
you-
grow up to row like this.
And as you were talking about with the backsplash, the man who taught me how to row always used to talk about the kerplunk.
Really?
And it looks like we have the next set of boats coming through.
Yeah, these
Coming through.
fellas,
Wow, they really opened up a
once
wide
again, if in fact they started off,
within.
yeah.
Typically in head racing, they start off with side by side.
No.
Even numbers are on one
side and odd on the
And
other,
then, like,
but
it's 10-second
but they
centers.
zipper in.
Yeah.
So there should be, I think it's a 10-second.
It looks like bow 14, who is Carnegie Mellon University Rowing Club.
Yeah, you can.
Sanchez
and these
and
folks,
Lee?
these folks are rowing well, but you can see the difference between the experienced Penn AC crew and this crew. Oh, they're going way wide. They see that buoy. They see this buoy here, and they're going way wide. Oh my gosh, no. I don't understand that.
They're not in our view. Oh, they just came into our view now.
Oh,
And it looks like they're heading towards the Dragon Boat dock.
yes. We can. Oh, that was a sudden turn. Oh, now they're coming straight across. There are buoys out here, folks. The river is being dredged. There are, I think, 5 different dredge barges out here. Now they've just straightened out their course. But around the dredges and in certain areas, the dredge company has buoys.
To prevent people from.
And I'm thinking this crew may have mistaken a dredge buoy for a race course buoy. Now, come on over this way. Come over this way.
Yeah, they're still very wide.
Yeah.
They're correcting.
There you go. This event, I'd like to see everybody win, but everybody can't win.
No.
But the events that Fairmount Rowing Association's in is... Jen's laughing at me, not with me. She just smacked her forehead. That's good. Here we go. There you go.
Oh, they're coming like
Yeah,
perpendicular.
this is a different crew. This is bow.
I'm talking about the.
Yeah, they're having a hard time with their steering. Once again, I wonder if they got leaves or something on their
Or
stern,
something happened with their toe.
or their steering toe, or they're being walked on. And the folks we're looking at here,
Looks like they've got themselves corrected.
these folks look like they have Temple University oars.
Yep. Temple is bow number 16.
And that looks like who they are. All right, these kids here have themselves corrected. Oh, we were right, Temple University.
Ah, the
How's
big
that
T.
How's that for a guess? Rowing strong at Temple. And
Temple's historically has had a good program.
who's this, bow 15, Jen?
That's bow 16 on our, that's Temple.
Yeah, we're looking at Temple. Tapping the boat along nicely, aren't they? Yeah, a little bit of backsplash. Strong. Scull that boat.
Look at those puddles.
Who's this going by us now?
It's bow 15. That's Franklin and Marshall.
Franklin and Marshall's going by us. They're not on your screen, folks. It's getting warm out here.
I know. I believe this is.
And bow.
Yep, this is bow number 18. Coming guys now.
Marietta. Once again, rowing the boat quite well.
And then I believe Potomac also came past us. So that's bow number 18, which is
Marietta.
Marietta. So we have Temple University, bow number 20, Oliver and Rayner.
That's funny. We got the whole place cordoned off, and people are just walking through here like they own the place. Oh, they do. It's a public park, folks. Fairmount Park.
Fairmount.
Largest inner city
And you
park
work for
system.
Fairmount.
Largest inner city park system in the
world.
world. Not to be confused with that little park up in New York, Manhattan.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
All right, so we have another pair coming down.
Ooh, bad stroke there. And that was because the bow man was looking around. Starboard stroke boat.
Can you make out the bow number?
I cannot. I'm wondering if we can get the drone shot a little bit closer.
Looks like it's 21.
Duke?
Yeah, it looks like it's bow number 21 coming.
That would be Duke. Duke Men's Crew.
21 is Franklin and Marshall.
What did I say? Why am I 23? Well, Tom, how do you like it here in America? Pretty nice, isn't it?
For the record, we've only had one cup of coffee.
I haven't had. Here, have some. It is good coffee. Tapping that boat along.
All right, so this looks like another red boat.
This looks like somebody's got a cowboy hat on, and somebody's got a bucket hat on. And it is bow number 24.
Which is Lafayette College crew, Archie and Sigmund Warner.
Ooh.
They say that wearing a bucket hat helps you.
How, I wonder.
All aerodynamics.
And I'm looking at bow 22.
That is Manhattan College. Granito and Beauchamp.
There they go. Tapping the boat along.
So it looks like if everyone launched, we have, here comes the two boats that we have left in this event. Coming around the corner right now, not necessarily on your screen. So
This is bow 25 we're looking at?
bow 25, yeah, that would be, those blades look like St. Joseph. So the women have caught.
The women have come around and are chasing the men. The women are rowing a slightly higher stroke rate than the two boats ahead here, and it looks like a little blade to blade here.
So this is Duke and
Bow 23 and
23.99, which is Haverford College. That's 23.99.
There you go. Yes, it is.
So these are the last two
of the men's.
Just
side by side.
And very soon we're going to have the women's champ pair coming through.
They are approaching.
Yeah, they are.
They are walking on the men here. Don't look, don't look. Just oh, crab. No, they collided.
Ooh.
They collided. First collision of the day. Nobody's stopping though. Here they go. Here come the St. Joe's women.
They're coached by Jerry Quinlan.
Yes, they are.
And they are part of the Upriver group.
Yes, they are.
So this is McDade and Holder.
I'm actually partial to St. Joe's rowing.
Any particular reason?
Well, my older brother went there. My dad was the head coach for 13 years. Made the finals in the Dad Vale in all but 2 years, I think.
Wow.
And won the Dad Vale in 1970. That was a good crew that year, boy. They had a lot of good crews.
A
Look
lot
at
of good
this.
catches.
Yeah. They are rowing really well, these young ladies. I don't know. It looks like the boat's a little big for them, doesn't it? Jeez. Here comes another St. Joe's boat.
Yep.
They only
And
have
it's
3 of them.
And they went off 1, 2, 3. But yeah, the you can tell everybody on the river should have their blades painted so that you can tell what club they represent.
Yeah.
So St. Joe's is very distinctive with the gray and the red stripe.
Here's bow 26 right out in front of us.
That's St. Joseph's, Ashcraft, and Concheck.
And they are being chased by bow 27.
Mention and mention. I wonder if they're related.
The twins. I don't know if they're twins. I made that up. Bow 27 is rowing in a slightly higher stroke rate and looks like they're closing the gap nicely. Boy, they are just really sculling those boats, both crews, really nicely.
Actually, there's an event, a sibling row, and there are actually a set of twins that are rowing in that.
Sometimes I make it up, folks, and sometimes it just lands in my lap. And coming down on us now. I'm going to hand my binoculars over to Jen.
Looks like 28.
We're going to go with Carnegie Mellon. Kruger and Long.
Neong?
That's some different headgear, huh? Oh, Halloween.
Yeah.
But they are, oh, nice.
Because it's so
Nicely
close.
scut. Look at this. Yeah. I really like that.
A lot of the masters and some of the other, they like to dress up, put on costumes. Because this regatta is so close. This looks like Jefferson with the, you can tell with the J on the.
Bow 30. Jefferson, Thomas Jefferson. Reach, grab the water, and go. These young ladies were taught how to row.
Yeah, Jeff Cutler's been a long time coach there, and they just have a new head coach whose name is escaping me. He was at Temple.
Isn't Jeff rowing the single this after
yeah,
this
I saw
morning?
him go upriver.
Yeah. All right, folks, excuse me for a moment. I need to shed some clothes here.
It is getting warm.
Warm.
Yeah, but these guys are rowing very well. And this team has gone through a number of name changes. They were Philly U, and then they recently became Jefferson, I think a couple of years ago. They're located up in the East Falls section.
Yes, they are up on Henry Avenue.
It's a beautiful section up there.
It's gorgeous.
Neighborhood.
Yes. Down the street from the John B. Kelly home.
Ah, yes, on Ridge, Henry Ave.
And that's kind of catty corner from my mother's house where she grew up, Midvale, and
there's a lot of history here in Philadelphia, because the Kelly house that we're talking about, we have these look like WVs, which I would assume is West Virginia.
32.
Yep.
You're right again.
The importance of having your oars painted so it's easy to pick out the teams. They're rowing pretty well.
Yeah.
And you can hear that distinctive at the finish, at least where we're sitting.
Excuse me, folks. Yeah, a little pop, just. I like the way that boat was popping up at the catch.
And we have S's on our blades. Do we have a bow number?
33. Penn State.
Penn State.
We are.
They're hugging the buoy line.
They are, nicely. And there goes the Temple boat back upriver. There they are. And there's Penn State. Yeah, nice direct catches.
Oh, look at that shot.
Whew. This is amazing. What a day.
Yeah, so in view is the University of Pittsburgh. Looks to be.
It looks like we have our first row from the men's Masters singles, 27 to 39. That's bow number 35, Florian Carr, Great River Rowing.
So there's two boats on our screen right now. One is the last of the pairs, and then we have the first of the men's Masters singles from Great River Rowing.
Tapping the boat along. Looks like good shot at catching that last pair.
And so this is event number 7, men's Masters singles, 27 to 39.
Those are the good old days. 27 to 39.
So Masters are.
Wow, he's really strong. Look at this. Bang. Whew.
So here we have a couple of people coming down. We have a cluster coming down, looking at looking upriver.
Here comes bow 36.
Mr. From Fairmount. So that's bow number 36, Matthew Henwood, Fairmount Rowing Association.
Matt Henwood has a brand new boat. Fluid Design, I believe it is.
And then 38 is Tom Schellenberg from Collingwood.
Oh. Now, folks.
It looks like he's already passed a boat, so it looks like he's getting ready to pass the next one.
Go, Matt! Kick it up!
Yeah. Folks, you may have heard me cheering on Matt Henwood. Henwood family, I mentioned St. Joe's and my older brother, but Joe Henwood, Johnny Henwood, Jimmy Henwood. Jimmy was actually in the 70 crew that won the Vales. A lot of Henwoods.
There are a lot of Henwoods. So on our screen, we have bow number 37, Dan Pulaski from New Haven.
He's fast, too.
Followed closely behind by a green boat. Bow 39.
Is Alexander
Del Sordo.
out of Crescent?
He is the owner of, he has an Instagram page, Rower's Choice.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I did not know that.
And he has a shell repair. I think it's Finish Line?
Finish Line Shell Repair?
Yeah, they're based out of Maryland.
Yeah, they're down by Washington, D.C., are they not?
Yes, they are.
And I understand they do phenomenal work.
When Ida hit, they did most of our work because Nez was just swamped.
Shell Repair USA, folks, is
probably one of the best.
It's probably
it
the
is
best in the business. And I say that I've known Tony Nezapur. My first boat race was with Tony when I was 13 or 14 years old.
With that being said, Alex took care of us when we needed him.
No, most of these places,
And he did a very good job.
they all do good work. I am partial to shell repair because I've known Tony for most of my life. And like I say, he just does phenomenal work. I don't know that anybody does bad work.
All right, so that we.
That is the end of the men's Masters singles, 27-39.
So we're waiting for the 27.
Lightweight. We're
The
waiting for a
lightweights.
lightweight. There's only one on my schedule,
Passaic River.
and in northern New Jersey there.
And then we'll get
I-
into the older and older masters. So with masters rowing, you're if you're not in an age group, you're what's called handicapped.
Yes. I think all the Masters
They're-
races are
They're
They're-
they're grouped in their own age
ages,
category.
except for
The continuous, the veterans, I think.
the men's veterans. I think that is actually handicapped.
Yeah. One of the comments on that I read on Regatta Central said, "I have a 122 second handicap. How did that happen?"
I need more than that.
I used to row with the gentleman I used to row with. We raced against the sergeants, and I joked with the person. I'm like, they could flip, or we could flip, get back in the boat, and they would still beat us. They're phenomenal.
Red and Sarah Sargent.
Legends in the Philadelphia community.
Absolutely. I mean, Red's 80 something, I'm sure, years old. And Sarah's somewhat younger. But they've been rowing together for as long as I've known them. 25 years.
Phenomenal.
Yes.
And Barb Hogan, actually, she rows at a Bachelor's Barge Club. She just won, I think, her third Head of the Charles, that other preliminary regatta.
The qualifier for
But
the
I
Head
think
of the Schuylkill.
she started rowing like in her 60s.
Yes. And
So it's
a
never
very nice
too
lady.
late. Yeah, very nice.
Very nice lady.
Her and her husband, Spurge.
Yes.
And it looks like on our screen we have the lightweight coming down, possibly.
It should be the lightweight.
All right, we have two rowers here at the announcer's booth.
So they're not quite in our view from where we're sitting.
What race were you guys in today? Double? The adaptive inclusion double. Also the adaptive inclusion double? How do you think the race went today?
I think the race went
I'm being texted by Michael Fitzgibbons, who was in the St. Joe's 1970 Dad Vale crew.
He's a piece of work. He's.
One of the nicest people, but what a
Yes.
sense of humor.
I joke with him that I was launch driving for. Oh wait, we have a. Did he stop rowing?
It looks like it. Yes. Did he hit? He may have leaves on his fin. But that's the other thing. See, the leaves haven't really started coming down here yet. I was rowing a double a week and a half ago with somebody. We did end up with something on our fin. We did have to stop. It was just a practice, but we did have to stop and
All right, so we can see the rower.
back up.
Oh, look at that shot! Isn't that gorgeous?
So, Michael Fitzgibbons.
I think he and Cody are working the docks.
They
this
are
afternoon.
working the docks this afternoon. I just got a text.
So Bob Cody is responsible for the gorgeous,
This-
gorgeous cover for the program.
Nice. Fitzy's a wild man. You should read this text. Okay, this should be our lightweight.
This is bound number
Wow.
44. This is
Brian Bosch.
he's the lightweight or the singles for 40 to 49.
Out of Occoquan.
And we have a couple of boats coming down.
He's put some distance between him and the field, hasn't he?
Is that Ross Anderson from Fairmount?
It looks to be Ross.
There's
yes.
a big F on the on his back. So.
You know what that means. Fairmount.
So Ross is number 40, bound number 47, and
As
whoever
of-
he's
as
racing
of
against is
now,
going wide.
Yeah. Well, he's racing against Bosch, who looks like he's walking from everybody. And I know Ross Anderson's in, I think he's in 4 different races this weekend. The guy's an animal. Just fit. I raced the double with him at the Navy Day. And
I met him on the L.
we were third.
Wow.
Because he's strong, not because of me. And Ross looks like he's walking away from the guy on the outside.
Can't quite get a bound number on that.
There's Ross there on your screen,
40
looking
Is
around.
that 45?
Go Ross, go Ross.
Go, Ross! Kick it up, Ross! Kick it up!
Yes, folks, if you heard me screaming, I meant that. It's
Right.
Bound number 51 from flight 10, the men's masters lightweight.
Here we go with the lightweight.
45 is Eric Menz out of Conshohocken.
45, Eric Menz.
Tapping the boat along, rowing a little low, stroke-wise, for my taste, but not for his. It's easy for me to be critical here, folks. I'm not racing.
One of the first times I met Shannon Kaplan, who's won the head of the Charles 10 times, she said that she's going out at a 32. And we also we have bound number 51, which is Betsy.
Shannon Kaplan's an animal, in a good way, folks. I mean, she is just so physically fit, it's scary. And I'm sorry, Vinci Ivanov
Yes.
out of Fairmount,
In the yellow boat.
throwing his
Oh, look at.
his Empacher.
So we've got
Wow, look
up
at
on the
this.
top of the screen, we've got Ross, then
Yep.
Venci, and then Eric Menz. And Venci is coming from event, the lightweight 40 to
He's
49.
out of the lightweights. Vinci trains this boat, his single, 6 days a week, 7 days a week.
He trains with the Kaplans, I think, a couple
And
days a week.
trains with Shannon and Greg.
That little group.
And he had a little trouble at Navy Day, course-wise. Why is
What?
Ross, come on. He's got something on his stern. Look, he's going to back it down, get it off.
And it looks like Venci's going to catch Eric.
Come on. Come on, Ross, get back in it. Yeah, Venci's just strong and very fit. He's putting in 15, 18,000 meters a day. And he rows exceptionally well.
.48.
So going past us now is Neil
Fleshman
Fleshman
from
out of
Oyster
Oyster
Bay.
Bay.
Not on the
Look at
screen.
this! Look at this
Oh,
drone
wow.
shot. Venci's got the right arch this week. Go Venci. Venci raced the double last year,
And
or
he's-
last week at the preliminary
With Rufo,
regatta
right?
with Rufo. They placed third at the head of the Charles.
So he beat Kaplan.
I believe he did. Yeah, Vinci just trains and trains and trains. And who are we looking at here? Boy, they are way out there. We need bigger binoculars for this one.
I can't make that out. Is it a 52?
Brigantine? Yes, it is. He's, yes, the men's masters lightweight.
Brigantine Rowing Club, Jerry.
Yep, Patterson.
Patterson.
And looks like Vinci really walked away.
So if you want to
Two different stroke rates, too. You can just see the difference in sculling. I'm sorry, I'm talking over you.
That's fine. Oh, and speaking of, here comes Rooster Kaplan.
Greg Kaplan. He should be 50, about 56.
Yep.
Also a guy that just trains and trains and trains. And Shannon Kaplan, I'm sure she's in the women's event, but
I don't know if she
look at the power he's got. You know, look at his finishes.
When we were at Vesper, he was injured from like one of his triathlon events, and he's a really good coach. Really good coach.
I've never had him. I've never heard him coach. I will take your word for it.
Well, he taught Shannon to row, so.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Shannon was going to learn either way.
So we have bow number.
I got to turn the page here. Bow 59 out of Occoquan.
Let's verify that. So in the MPOCR, it's bow number 59 from Occoquan.
Look at that, Eric. Folks, the hesitation in my voice is because I didn't bring my cheater glasses. I can't see what I'm reading.
Eric Nienaber from Occoquan.
And I didn't want to mess up, mispronounce the last name and upset somebody. So we're going to say, hi, Eric. Rowing well. And on our screen now.
So it looks like we're into event 11.
Well into event 11.
So this is bow number 60.
That's William Browder. Kurt. Out of Penn
He's a
AC.
really nice guy.
Yes. I've met him a couple times, and
he's part of that Kaplan training group as well.
yes.
Like this? Like this? Okay. We're having some technical difficulties.
Sorry, folks.
So who do we have here?
That's going into
62.
the railroad bridge. Look at the point. That's some nice steering there. That's Kaplan. Wasn't that Kaplan?
Kaplan rows the Filippi. I thought he had a white uni on.
Turning around.
Beautiful line.
Yes. One of the competitors up here just went off course completely. Off course.
So we have bow number 64, Potomac Boat Club. They're a storied
Potomac
club.
Down
They've
in
got
Georgetown.
masters and HPs and
A little close to the buoy. He's going to catch one. Did catch one. Go slightly to starboard. There you go. And what's this guy here doing? Jeez. Oh, he's turning around to go to the dock. he was on the course.
Yeah, so we're watching
I
what's
wonder-
happening live.
What's his bow number right here?
So we have bow number 64, which is Potomac again.
Here's bow 58, pulled off the course.
Kevin Mosh from White Marsh.
He's pulled completely off the course.
This is Mike Worley.
Another nice person. Penn AC, I believe.
Former president. He was number 69, bow number 69. So 63, Dan Kelly from White Marsh.
Rowing nicely.
Where's the Angels? Is that up there farther?
In the red, we have bow number 70, Sherman Knight from Potomac Boat Club.
Nicely sculled. Isn't this beautiful? Beautiful shots of the viewers' persons. Vanya, where is he?
Oh, is it Undine or Undine? And here comes our Potomac person.
Petford Loeb from KYW stopped by the booth last week
Oh,
and explained why it's pronounced Undine. Now, when I learned to row there,
it was Undine.
it was Undine. But apparently it is pronounced Undine.
All right, I'm going to step away for 2 seconds.
Okay.
Close behind is bow number 74, Stuart Lockhart from Viking Rowing Foundation.
Bow 71 we're looking at. William Vest out of Alexandria. We were just looking at bow 74, Stuart Lockhart out of Viking. Stuart is one of the nicest, toughest people you'll ever meet in your life. Heck of an oarsman. I believe former Marine Corps, but strong and just trains, and he helps out down there a lot. This is great. We got the whole place cordoned off, and people are still coming through and asking us
It's
for
because
directions.
this isn't cordoned off.
We're sitting here with headphones and microphones and chatting, and we're
Looking at the monitor, and
we're getting tapped on the shoulder. Can you tell me where?
and we have bow number 68, Pelham Community Rowing. That's up in New York.
Bow number 77, Stephen Coleman, Saugatuck Rowing Club. Closely following at bow number 76, Paul Podolsky.
And I'm getting phone calls too. This is great. I had no idea it was this popular.
That's a beautiful shot. Oh, it looks like Bensi looking at the results.
Yeah,
So you can
that's
check
about
the-
right. He just pulled through everybody.
14.
Yeah,
14:37.
Bensi's just fast and fit.
So if you want to check results, I believe it's on here now. So here we have bow number 77. That is Steph Pullman from Saugatuck.
Patrick Ladd from Mid-Hudson Rowing Association. Closely following at bow number 75, Keith Morris, OJR Wildcat Creek Club, the Wildcats.
There are a number of entries in this 50 to 59.
It's
Here we have bow number 73. That's Patrick Ladd from Mid-Hudson.
a lot of these folks have been rowing all their lives, and just staying fit. And I mean, yeah, it's just fun to compete. It really is.
I actually prefer training.
Training does not bother me. Here's James McGowan out of New York Athletic Club.
Nyack.
Don't look around. Just keep going.
Get your point.
That's it. Just drive that boat. Bang. Oh, he's looking over at us. We're waving. Hello.
All right, so we have someone coming down.
Out of Vesper.
Yeah, you can tell that similar to Fairmount. You've got the V on the back. That's Joel. I believe that's Joel. Can't make out the bow number.
It is Joel, not bow 80. Bow 80.
And I see some university blades coming around the corner.
University.
University?
University. University. I make words up. You should know that.
Joel looks like he's doing a good job.
Yes, he's staying pretty well connected. I'd like to see him pull in just a tad higher.
There's a theme with cowboys. Cowboy hats.
Yippee-yi-yo-tie-yay.
This looks like bow number 82. Navasink.
John Crilly. Yep, bow 79 is out there. Bow 79 just got past Howard Ross at a Monmouth Boat Club.
I was wrong. I thought they looked like university blades.
He's rowing a little short. That's the problem. You know, you hit 50 years old and you approach 60 and everything seizes up.
I did say, okay, so here we go with the university on the inside.
Look at this.
That's we were talking about Jeff. He coaches Jefferson University.
So passing us right now is bow 83, not on your screen.
That's Greg Heller.
And bow 88 catching him.
So we have 89, which is Eric Gendon.
Yes, rowing nicely. Went through bow 84.
From Nyack.
And looks like bow 80 on the outside. 90, I'm sorry, it's bow 90. And here's bow 88. 86, I'm sorry. I wish they would just stop so we could see the numbers. Here's bow 85. Yeah, all those numbers, folks, I just mentioned, those bow numbers, that's who we're just looking at on your
All right,
screen.
so 2398 is Peter Close from Rockland Rowing Association.
Ooh, nice. Here's bow 93, moving the boat rather nicely, I might add.
It's Mark Chapman from Ottawa, and we're into the lightweights. We're 3 into the lightweights. So bow number 95 is Kevin Bedell. He's unaffiliated.
I like this shot. You can see the corrections, the steering corrections. So the course is a little longer this year, isn't it?
I think it's the same because it's the ending is right at the right below Girard.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Not where they had the ending for the Navy Day.
No, they decided to keep
it's
it
further north.
It's the same as it was last year. So last year it was shortened.
So from here, it's just about 600 meters,
Yeah.
700 meters.
Start the sprint.
I would not wait until the bridge.
Yeah, last year it was shortened. The course was shortened because the safety wire was down. So just to make sure everyone can turn around, they shortened the course, and they decided to keep it that way this year as well. This looks like bound 90, 98.
Rowing
Annapolis.
really strong.
So this is the event that's between the ages of 60 and 69 with bound number 98.
Yeah. He's rowing really strong. I like this. Don't get me wrong, folks. I didn't dislike anybody, but I like this.
So the races we just saw were competing for the Joseph William Burke Memorial Race, sponsored by W. Reed Kinderman, MD.
Closely followed by bound number 99, Ray Hill from Swan Creek.
So we have bound number 101 on our screens.
Bound number 101,
That is unaffiliated, James Devon.
Rowing nicely, smooth.
James DeVon.
It's being
I love these drone shots. And we're looking, yep, men's masters lightweight singles, 50 to 59.
So it looks like we're going to have a bunch of boats coming down to us.
This is the men's veteran singles. $60 to 69.
Now coming across the angles, we have bound number 102.
Had I chosen to race, this would have been my event.
Susquehanna Rowing Association.
I like to train in a single, but I don't like to race in a single.
I like to train in the single, and I do like to race in the single, but I'm having a hard time with the,
Being able to,
well, the dredge barges and the dark and the,
ooh, we're going all over the place.
yeah.
The one on the outside is really going outside.
Really outside.
So here we have 102. That is Susquehanna Rowing Association, Daniel Day.
And the Malvern Prep Rowing Team in supporting a drive
Don't stop, just go.
this weekend at Regatta. Visit the awards tent between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. to make a donation. Show your support by bringing canned goods.
Ooh,
Any and everything is a blessing and accepted. Thank you.
So
rowing nicely, strong.
that looks like a Malta
It does.
jersey, 104. And it's
That's
Rush
Rush.
Fisher from Malta. Malta.
Rush. Nice guy. Always a gentleman.
I don't think I've ever met him. I know a number of
I was,
people from Malta.
I was actually a member there before I went to Fairmount.
We have bound number 104, Rush Fisher.
You've got the Chalky and Cutler who've just been dominating the doubles.
Yes.
And I think I saw Stellick and Chuck Patterson also on the doubles.
Closely behind, we have bound number 103 from Potomac Boat Club.
They've rowed together before.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Chuck Patterson is the nicest person.
Yes, he is. He's down in South Jersey now?
Yep.
Yeah.
Moved to
Oh, who's this? $105. Went through 103.
so we got, is that 110 coming down?
Joel Levinson went through Potomac. John Froming.
Oh, here comes the Philadelphia legend on the screen right now. Frank Rowe.
Oh, Frank's been around for 1,000 years.
Coming across the angles now, we have bound number
He's Undine,
Undine? Undine?
right?
Undine Guards Club.
I'm looking at bow 110 out, way out there.
Red, we have bound number 106.
That's Frank.
That's
Wow, he's
from O'Coughlin University.
So we have a very
turn the
pretty,
page, Tom. Yeah, it is Frank. He's way out
Did
there.
you not believe me?
I do believe you.
So
One of
this
us can
one
see
is-
what we're doing. The other one's
So here we
believing
have
you.
on our screen we have 107, which is from White Marsh Boat Club. 19
Ariel.
and 106
Blumenweg.
is from Algonquin. When I ran the numbers when registration first closed,
Occoquan. Algonquin.
75 of the entries.
You are from Pittsburgh, aren't you?
75 of the entries came from White Marsh.
Yes.
They have a very competitive masters and a very competitive juniors program.
Yeah, they've got nice water up there and a lot of good coaching.
From White Marsh Boat Club. And the red shell, we have bound number 108, Pittsburgh Rowing Club.
So we have 3 boats coming around the curve.
And we have bound number 113, C. Michael Arnold.
I'm looking at 107 in front of me here, not on your screen. 108. Holy smokes. Here comes 113, just going to plow through everybody. Get back on the course. There you go.
Looks like we have 116, which is Capital, Bob Reichart.
Yeah, this kid, C. Michael Arnold, looks like he's walking through a lot of boats here. Not on your screen, folks. I apologize. About 116. He's moving the boat nicely.
Is that 117 on our screen right now?
Bob Reichert out of Capital, moving the boat really well.
In the green boat, it looks like it's bound number 117,
And
which is Genesee Waterway Center. 114 is Cooper Rowing right across the river,
yes,
the other river, Delaware.
on the Cooper River.
Now coming through the Angels, we have bound number 115, Harold Geiges from New Haven Rowing Club.
Yep. Harold Geiges, New Haven Rowing.
So it's 117. I think that's Matthew Leno.
Genesee Waterways.
116.
Matthew Leno from Genesee Waterways Center.
And rowing the boat nicely.
Closely followed, we have bound number 118, Ken Brown, Capital Rowing Club. In the green, we have bound number 120, Scott Pate. We have a message for
See these leaves on your screen? That's probably why Ross Anderson had to stop. He probably got his...
Yeah, I noticed those earlier.
So, folks, what happens is the leaves will gather on the skeg, the fin of the boat,
Oh, look at that.
and
From Penn AC Rowing.
I mean, it just almost stops the boat. So you're better off just actually stopping the boat and backing it down to get the
So-
leaves off the stern.
So this is what bound number.
That's about 121 going by us. That is not who's on here. You can have these.
Okay.
I'm not doing very well with the binoculars, folks.
So we have bound number 121 on our screens right now. That is John Pinkle from
Penn AC.
AC. All right, so who we have? We have. Is that 122?
Looks like it.
122 is Paul Anderson from Bachelors.
Everyone for keeping the ground, the grass here clean. I cannot see one piece of litter in Iceland. And it does not happen. How many people we have here? We have participating. Thank you.
Yep, that's 123. So that's
Yeah, right on the buoy line. You're okay. You're okay. Just keep going.
Dan DiNicola. It's unaffiliated.
You're allowed to have your blades over top of the buoy line, just not your boat.
Dante DiNicola.
What is it, a 5-second penalty for each buoy you miss?
I think they just probably shoot you. I he's back on the. He's on the wrong side of the buoy line now. He took one buoy off. I ought to keep my mouth shut because the referees may not have caught that. There's Ted Trockey.
Yeah, coming past us. Not on screen, but
Not on the screen. And Ted is an aerobic machine. Nothing stops Ted.
I could have sworn I
is.
saw Ted and Jeff go upriver.
We did.
There's
did.
Ted.
Yeah, here's Ted. And he's just, I mean, not an ounce of fat on this guy.
He used to run with Bryn Mawr. Had several conversations with him about that.
He still runs. I mean, he was not if he's not rowing, he's running. He used to ride bikes with my older brother. Bicycles.
All right, so those look like crescent blades.
They do. That's out there.
All right, so 122.
Paul Anderson. And who do we
Trying
have
to figure
here?
out the bow numbers of what we're looking at.
So keep a little patience with us, folks. We have some sun glare on the monitors here. We may not be seeing what you're seeing. We have the same thing on the screen. We just have to make little difficulty seeing with the sun glare.
And actually, I can't even see this monitor to my left.
Well, that's why I put you there. That's
right, so
not
that
true,
looks like
folks.
126. It looks like Swan Creek.
Swan Creek, Mark Craig.
They have distinctive unis, the red and the blue.
Yeah, I don't do unis. It's something about a 68-year-old guy in a uni that's just not appealing.
And that looks like Riverside, 130.
Yeah, boy, he's just moving that boat. Look at that.
And it looks like there's another Swan Creek. Is that 128?
That is.
St. Catharines.
Yeah, look how clean 130 is.
John Tracy.
The only thing I don't like is how he's breaking his arms right at the catch. But hey, it's not slowing him down at all.
It's like Phil Mickelson with the golf swing. Like,
yeah.
no, it wasn't Phil Mickelson. I can't think of the golfer that has. So this is 131. Oh, Mark Malone.
At a Pennsylvania barge.
Number 4.
Boathouse row. Number 4 boathouse row.
So again, this is I'm Jen Musio. This is Tom Toland.
Hi. If you have any complaints or suggestions, we can open the phone lines a little bit later. Hold on a sec, folks. We're being yelled at. Apparently, there are no phone lines.
When the other commentator comes, he's got to talk to Colin before he comes up here. Okay. So we can run it through how to
Who's the other commentator?
Lindsay.
Some guy? Yeah.
Sorry about that.
No, I was teasing about the phone lines. This is
A red boat. What is that?
this is Jim Dietz.
Is it?
I'm pretty sure. What's the number there?
I can't make it out.
That's not him.
It's 132.
Glenn Sullivan out of Bachelor's.
That's where the place where I first learned how to row.
Oh. Moving the boat nicely. Lightweight men, 60 plus.
I mean, the lightweights kind of cleaned up last weekend. Michelle Sesher won the champs single, and the duo from White Marsh or Black Sheep Rowing won the champ.
So I was right. That is Jim Dietz, and he's
All right, I'll be right back.
Jim raced ahead of the Charles last week. Didn't have a great race, but walked away fairly happy. That's Ballast 134. Cleet Graham out of Wilmington. And here comes Jim Dietz. Folks, I'm going to start yelling. Go, Jimmy! Kick it up, big guy! I have the pleasure of, this doesn't look good. I have the pleasure of rowing with Jim in Cape Cod all summer. And he will be here in a few minutes to help announce. But a pleasure to row with a three-time Olympian. Just a really nice guy, helpful, happy to help people with rigging and goofy stuff. Unless you're at one of his clinics. You got to pay for those. But boy, do you learn some stuff. Tremendous oarsman. I can't see the bow. 135. Wallace Shaw out of Saugatuck. Oh. Here we are. John Tracy coming through the Angels at 11 minutes and 6 seconds, almost 7 seconds. So he was fastest to the Angels. That launch, for some reason, I thought that was a car submerged. I don't know why, but it is a launch.
Hello.
Do I know you?
Lindsay. I think we've met.
Yeah, we have. How are you? Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
What's that, South Jersey?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we have Lindsay Clark just joining us from South Jersey. 2012 Olympian.
2008.
2008, sorry.
Even I knew that because I heard her.
So we have bow number 129 coming down, and that is Rock Creek. It's a gorgeous day. All right, so we still have some men's veteran lightweights coming down. So thank you, Lindsay, for joining.
Thank you for having me. I'm very excited to be here. Beautiful day for it.
Yeah. So what are you doing over on the Cooper today?
So the Gold Cup is going on over there, and some of my kids were racing, but I actually ended up racing in the para inclusion double here this morning. One of our other coaches.
I thought that was you.
That was me. That was me. One of our other coaches was sick, so I ended up getting the call at 6 o'clock this morning to come in and race with her. All right, we got a race here.
I'm like that body, the blonde hair. Just
Yep, that was me.
All right, so we need bow numbers.
All right, looks like we've got bow. Is that 146 or 148?
148's coming past us.
There's 140 coming past us right now.
And then who's this? 149 is
Yep, in the yellow boat we've got 149, and
Detroit.
then right behind him we've got 142.
So we'll.
142 looks like Capital.
Yeah, they'll be coming. They'll be on our screen soon.
Here in the red, we have bow number 147, Andrew Nelson.
Yeah, the glare is really bad on these monitors.
Oh man, coming around, I forgot to put my sunglasses on before we started the race this morning, and coming around the turn at Columbia, I could not see the bridge. I had to go on hope.
All right, so this looks like a little bit of a race coming down.
Oh yeah, here we go. See them coming around the corner down there, with one coming right up behind them.
Yeah. Pretty blue boat, and it looks like a Filippi.
Can't quite tell yet who's passing. It looks like maybe the white boat is passing at the moment.
I think they have the inside line.
Yep. And a little bit higher stroke rate going there too.
So you're heading back over to Jersey for the Gold Cup and for your kids' races?
Yep. Heading back over in a little bit here for the finals, and then I'll be back here this afternoon for the single and double.
Wow. So you're doing 3 races today?
3 races.
Wow.
Yeah.
You're a beast.
Oh, look, we might get a little view of us here coming up soon.
Oh, yeah.
It's a fun view of the shore.
So for reference, we're just a little bit east of the docks that you're looking at. So we're looking, these look like Rock Creek.
We've got bow 146 in the blue boat and bow 152 in the white boat.
142,
146.
46. That's Bachelors.
Yep. And 152.
That's Swan Creek, that distinctive red and blue stripe.
Bow 144 is Al Robinson. Did we talk about Al?
Not yet. We have all day.
Al out of Cape Cod Rowing.
He led the initiative for the no litter.
Absolutely.
Oh, very cool.
Al will be walking around here asking people not to litter and to not use single-use plastic. I row with him quite a bit up in
and
Cape
here
Cod.
comes Tom Simon.
Just a super guy. If you like really nice people,
Well,
he's
you know,
one of them.
Generally.
Yeah. For the
Generally prefer those.
Well, for the most part.
Look at the beautiful reflection of the sun on the screen.
I'm working on that, believe it or not. All right.
It is getting quite warm out here.
Yeah.
Now we have bow number 157
There's got to be a men's room
coming across the now bow number 157
There's no-
is in the women's master single
It's a guy.
27 to 39. Gabby Hookway from University Barge Club.
All right, so passing us is Gabby Cutler.
Formerly Cutler. Now,
Formerly Cutler.
I'm actually not sure.
I think she's still the captain of University.
Yeah.
And this looks like a Baltimore uni.
Yep.
159.
That does look like Baltimore.
So we are into the women's singles, age 27 to 39.
So 159.
Now we have bow number 159
Oh, Ellen should be coming down.
Ooh.
from Baltimore Row Club.
Oh, and here we got bow 563. That's Natalia Kastenberg coming up after this Baltimore crew.
So we
And
have
this looks like actually the tail end of the men's race that the women have now passed.
go ladies.
Yeah.
Now coming across the angles with bow number 154.
There's Natalia.
Allen from Narragansett
Yep.
Boat Club.
I saw that she's borrowing Eileen's boat, Penny.
She is. She is.
Bow
And I
number
think she's racing in her gritty uni.
Roland Steiner,
Go gritty.
University Barge Club.
I didn't notice that.
Inside here we have bow number 148.
Oh, and look at this beautiful wood boat. Not quite on the screen at the moment. All right, and here we go. Coming up
153.
in the blue boat, we have another entry from the women's event. That's about 162.
So that was that was the University barge that was the beautiful wooden boat.
Yeah. And then we've got Laurel Kay coming through from Yale grad crew in the blue boat.
We're into the lightweights.
And still working through the tail end of the men's race. As Laura just coming off the edge of the screen there. Laurel. And there's that beautiful wood boat. Those old wood boats really are marvelous to look at. Have you ever rode one before?
No. What are they, Caspersons or?
A lot of them are Pococks, actually.
Really?
Yeah, they're quite heavy, but they are beautiful, beautiful boats.
And Lindsay hails from Seattle.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. We actually used to have a wooden 8 that I think weighed 600 pounds.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, I think it was heavy.
So how long have you been involved with South Jersey?
South Jersey, this is my third full year. I started kind of mid-pandemic.
So we have 166. That's Catherine Gruber, from Wilmington.
Yeah.
On the far side, we have bow number
Because you guys are really competitive.
We're
You're
trying.
juniors.
We're trying. We're getting there. Slowly but surely.
163.
Oh, and we've got a boat way out there on the far side.
On the inside here, we have bow number 165, Jennifer Patsinki.
Here we go.
165.
And,
That
Nice.
is Jennifer Pasinki, Notre Dame, from Welland.
well, and that's in Canada, yeah?
I believe so.
Yeah. It's up by St. Catharines.
I believe so. I ran the numbers when they first closed registration, and there was like 1,800 of the 2,000 entries were from the U.S.
Yeah.
There were like a couple hundred from Canada, and then
Nice.
2 from Australia, and I think 1 from Denmark.
Wow. That's a long way to travel. That's awesome.
They probably came down from
Head of the Charles. Yeah, that would make sense.
the warm-up regatta.
And now we've got, this is bow 169 here. Coming out of
Christy
Bachelor's
Seymour.
Barge Club, right here, hometown crew. And
Then we have bow number 171. That's Eleanor Conway from Viking Rowing Foundation.
here we go. This is bow 171. Eleanor Conley from Viking Rowing Foundation. Where is Viking the one that's down at
Avalon,
in
yeah.
Avalon, yeah,
Or down the shore.
yeah.
Rich Gorodeski was involved with them. I'm
Yeah.
not sure if Kay Papandu is there, or she's...
I think she was at one point. And here we go, bow 170 coming out of Cooper.
Ah,
That's where I coach, just over in Jersey.
as we said earlier, the other river.
Yes, this is the much smaller river.
Actually, in Lenape, I believe Schuylkill means hidden river.
Oh, yes. Well, that's why it's called the Hidden River Chase, yeah?
Yep. That the Hidden River Chase is going to take place next week.
Yep. And
It's
that
a
is
scholastic, or is it a
a
junior?
junior regatta.
Okay.
I believe it's junior. I think you can race if you're not scholastic.
Because that you can't race in the
Correct.
Stotesbury.
Yeah, or the Flicks. Correct, because we are a club team, not a junior, or not a scholastic team.
All right, so looking at
158, bow 158. That's Caitlin Panisar from Vancouver Rowing Club. Vancouver Rowing Club, that's out by me, or where I'm from.
Heather Hollis from White Marsh Rowing.
so
And
that
this is 176.
that is Heather Hollis from White Marsh. We were talking earlier about how White Marsh has the largest number of entries.
I believe it. They have a huge club.
Competitive masters and competitive juniors.
Yeah, they're very, very competitive.
A lot of good coaching. Joe Sullivan.
Yep. Love Joe. Yeah, they do well every year. It's a great program up there. Look at those fall colors.
I know, it's gorgeous.
It is. Could not ask for a better day.
Mr. Tolan is rejoining us.
Sorry about that, folks. It was tough finding a men's room. It really was.
Aren't there porta potties?
Yeah, but where?
Over past the.
Oh,
Yeah, you have to go straight through. Why are we telling the whole world?
In case they want to come out and spectate, it's a good idea to know where the porta potties are. Isn't that the first thing you learn anytime you
Yeah.
learn a new language?
You
And
say
here's
la
Marcia,
toilette.
Marcia Zisling coming through.
Oh, she's good.
Yeah.
She's tough.
Love Marsha.
Yeah.
She's.
I think she's not on our
I
screen.
think
She's
not
past
on
our
our
screen.
She's
yeah.
past our
She's
screen.
a little bit to the bottom edge.
She's in more than one event, I'm sure.
Oh yeah.
She's definitely in the double with Eileen.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, she's a pleasure to
boss.
watch. She's tough. She's strong. She's
Is
kind of nice too.
most of the time.
Most of the time.
Most of the time.
Not when she's beating up on you.
And it looks like, is this Bachelors or Riverside coming through here? They both have the striped
There's
blades, and I
Marsha.
can never tell. There's
Yeah,
Marsha.
there, yeah.
The close one is
Watch.
Marsha.
Watch his stroke. Just strong.
She strokes. She's not tall, but
She's strong.
But he's
Super
strong.
but
strong.
she
And
strokes most boats.
Yeah.
And she's very clean.
Yes.
She's
She is.
Marsha's also a member of. I think
Upper
she's.
Marion.
Yeah, she's like a membership, or is she the
She's
Commodore?
On the. She might be the Commodore. She's
or
on the
like
board for sure.
the president.
Yeah.
All right, so this is 165.
185.
185.
185. We have Stephanie Acera from Capital.
That's a familiar name from competing.
Yeah.
wow.
And
How
right-
long? How long was I gone for? Jeez. Sorry, folks.
And there's Miss Ellen St. Clair.
Ah, she's a.
She's an animal.
Oh, she's a
she's another aerobic machine.
Yeah.
But she's the nicest person.
Oh,
Like, I'm a better person for knowing her.
I.
Me too.
She's
Me too.
she's
you won
actually.
the double with her.
Yes, I did. We won the double in 2019 at the Charles. That
She
was the
actually
most
stopped
fun
me on the
race.
river one morning a couple years ago to just say, "Hi, Tom. How are you? It's good to see you." It's like
There she is.
Nobody does that
Right in the
anymore.
front there.
Look,
If anybody
Bang.
walks past number 10, Vesper Boat Club. If anyone walks past the Vesper Boat Club, she's responsible for the garden.
She is. She actually brought me a birthday cupcake in the boat when we were training for Charles a couple years ago. With a candle and everything.
Yeah, just one of those people that's
And
always.
she won last year. She won in the
Yep.
single.
And right behind her, we've got 188 Julie Waterbury from White Marsh.
She was a former president of White Marsh.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't know her.
Did we see Mitt's car come by?
We might have. Oh, we've still got a couple more boats coming through.
Yeah, what a day.
Just back here.
Wow, look at this.
All right, so what are the numbers? Can you see?
There we have 189
I
is the
can't see
close
those.
boat. 189 is the close boat.
That's
Okay.
Rebecca Foley from Penn AC and Julie
And
Waterbury.
I'm looking on the table for my list.
145 is the far boat. Started out of order a little bit.
Carrie
Corvallis.
Aaron's.
That's from
Got it.
the men's veterans.
And this red boat on the close side is 193.
Cynthia
Cynthia
Cole,
Cole.
Washington Rowing.
So we do have oars persons from Australia here.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
heard.
well, while you were on your little sojourn, we went.
we were discussing that.
We were
Australia
discussing
and
the
Denmark, I
breakdown.
heard?
That's it. I quit.
No, when I ran the numbers, it was like 1,800 of the 2,000 entries were from the U.S. A couple hundred were from Canada, and then there were.
There are a lot from Canada, Australia,
And Denmark.
and now Denmark. I'm hearing.
Very cool. That's somewhere I've always wanted to go.
What did I-
Denmark?
Yeah.
Oh, I love Denmark.
I've heard it's
I spent a lot
beautiful.
of time there for work.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah. They have very, very dry senses of humor.
Yeah. Okay. I like that.
It takes a while for them to warm up to you, but when they've warmed up,
I can change a nation. I was seeing something on, or somebody was telling me that when you fly into a certain city in Austria, they have a
Oh,
booth
yeah.
there
you
for the people that thought they were going
In
to Australia.
Yep.
That's something I would do. Who's this?
194.
With the blue blade. That almost looks like Cambridge blades.
Is there a Cambridge?
I don't think so.
Oh, bow.
Oh, or maybe that's the glare. Is that
Wow.
this
171.
197? That is Amy McBlain right
Ah,
here.
She's the current White Marsh
Yeah.
president.
I've never
Love
rode up
Amy.
there.
Really?
I've never rode that part of the river.
I coached
Oh, it's
Lower
very
Marion
nice.
up there.
Yeah.
You have to be trained to bow a boat because
There
there's
are
so many
rocks.
rocks.
Yes.
Then I will show you why I don't do that.
That they do look like Cambridge boat oars.
And
Oh, here's Ginny.
Here's
This is-
Ginny Kaufman.
One of my all-time favorite people.
She puts in thousands of miles a year.
Oh, yeah.
Down
see
low,
her there
steady
every day.
state, just and continuous.
Ouch.
Is that why you can't row single? Tom's showing us a
I
picture
do,
of.
I do row single, but only in certain places. Like I'll row here,
He's showing
But
us an
not-
X-ray of screws in his back
my neck, yeah,
or neck.
and then I'll row in Cape Cod with the buoys, Jimmy and Al Robinson,
Okay.
a couple other people, Olwen Huxley.
Oh wow,
She-
Owen.
yeah, she plays with us. Beats the snot out of me.
And
But,
coming along your screen now, we have Karen Riley.
Vesper.
But yeah, that's kind of why I avoid the single in the dark with the
Yeah.
dredge barges out
Oh,
here.
yeah.
So Mr. Dietz will be joining us shortly.
Yes, he will.
Senior or junior?
Senior.
Ooh.
Big Jim.
Big Jim.
Big Jim.
Big Jim.
And we got a little bit of a break here at our booth.
Yeah, we've
Looks
got
like
some
we've
boats
got a
coming
cluster of-
down.
Yeah,
but
cluster of singles coming up next. Is that a turkey hat I see?
Yes.
Oh,
cowboy hats have been very popular.
interesting. It is almost Halloween. The kids actually ask me every year if they're allowed to race in costume, and I tell them only if they're certain they're going to win.
Yeah, I hate to be all dressed up like that.
Yeah, and then not. Yeah.
When I when I retired a year and a half ago, my wife bought me a new boat, a Nello.
Yeah.
My old boat was a Kangwa, which is a very good boat, but it was gray. So she said, I'll buy you the boat, but I picked the colors. And she's, because you can have 3 different colors, and she had, red, white, and blue. And I'm looking at this going, sweetheart, colors like that, I have to win every race.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to do that.
And here comes the turkey hat that we mentioned. Is that
It was somebody out of Vesper, 203.
Rowing well.
Eleanor
Eleanor
Ackworth.
Ackworth.
Rowing very well.
Oh, that might not be a turkey. What is that hat?
Is that a Van Dusen boat?
It looks like it. And then coming up behind her,
Is that pizza?
we have Bow 200. Yes, that is a pizza hat. That was pizza.
Sagatuck. Catherine Kling.
Hey, grab a slice.
Saugatuck is good on the junior side.
Yes.
I don't know their masters as well.
No, Saugatuck's got about
very
1,000
fast.
million
But
words
your
persons.
program and Conchi and White Marsh are also very good.
Yeah, we've been working on getting more and more competitive, and we're getting there. We've got 201. Oh, and we're getting a look at the train bridge now down by Girard Avenue.
Gorgeous shot.
This is kind of the last turn of the course. After this, you've got about 150 meters
Yeah.
to the finish line.
Yeah, we were mentioning earlier about how they shortened the course last year.
They did. And here's 201, Jenny Sexy.
Unaffiliated.
Yep.
She's rowing well.
It is.
This is so much fun today, isn't it?
It is.
I stopped taking the times.
It was the one thing you were in charge.
what I'm talking about is for the live stream, if you want to catch it later, I was supposed to keep track of the times when the events came past.
Oh. Well, we can start now.
Yeah.
So we've got 206,
I
which is Laureen Arnold from Washington.
I tend to tease Jen a little bit, but she is actually in charge of this whole thing. So
Not really.
a lot more in charge than I am. Wow.
These conditions are unbelievable.
They are. Although I heard it's supposed to deteriorate tomorrow now.
Really?
Yeah, originally it was supposed to be like 75, and
Now
now
it's going to be like 63 or something.
raining.
Oh, that
and
really
a little bit of rain.
and cold in the morning.
Maybe some.
I worked the
I
docks.
think we're going to go to commercial break soon. Colin, what are we doing?
Yeah, we've got a break in action, it looks like.
Yep. Getting a look down there at the launch dock. This is where all
I
about
see.
half the boats launch and
I
land
see
from.
one more single coming down. Maybe the commercial break could come when this single goes through.
I remember one year I worked the docks and it was snowing, and they had to
Oof.
call it because it just got too dangerous to launch boats.
Yeah.
'Cause- But there were kids in like flip-flops. I'm like, are you kidding me?
The kids are, yeah. They're not always the best at dressing for the weather. Any parent, I'm sure, knows that story all too well. Tell them to put a jacket on, and they say, what jacket?
Yeah, really. Folks, we're going to go to commercial break here. Ask me how I knew that. And we're back. Look at that.
Back in action.
Folks, do me a favor. Do me a huge favor. If you get a chance and you're up here by the Angels, stop by Rubini Jewelers.
And Boathouse Sports. And
Well, we'll get to that.
okay.
Jamie Rubini is a heck of an oarsman, a great coach. And he and his family just do magnificent jewelry work.
They do.
Stop
Have been
by.
for
Yeah.
a long time.
And yes, Boathouse Sports, I said earlier,
ND.
all my stuff is from Boathouse Sports.
And there's the ND for the official merchandise of the
We have
Regatta.
the vendors up this way, folks. Come on up and play.
And it looks like we've got pairs starting to
Pairs.
come through here.
pairs.
About 219. Not
These-
sure which, because this is the championship pairs. Oh, Masters pairs. All right.
So
Is that a
this
new addition to
I-
the
I-
entry list?
I think so.
I think they were initially lumped with the champs.
Champs?
And
Okay.
then, because I remember I wanted to race that one year.
Yeah.
And we couldn't because we only have one pair at Vesper.
Yeah.
And that went to,
I
The
used
Liz
it.
and-
I used it that year, right?
Yeah.
actually, Tom Kowalik and I were going to race the mixed pair at King's Head.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh,
We talked about it.
that'd be fun pulling him down. Eh? I'm teasing.
Tom Kowalik is
God,
a
looks
member
like-
of.
Fairmount.
Looks like
That looks like Riverside.
Yeah.
Yes.
There they are. 221, maybe? Oh, or 216.
216.
Probably 216.
I would-
Grafton Broberg.
You got the binoculars, you can tell us.
And that's Janet Margacity on the screen there in the single. She's from Cooper Rowing Club.
There you go.
And here we've got more pairs coming up behind her.
Don't recognize those blades. Is it Christian? Is it
Those are those Carnegie or
They look like
Oh, yeah, they
Carnegie.
do
Yeah,
look
those are Carnegie.
bad point,
They've
bad
colored.
point, bad point.
They are about to go off the course, though.
Don't do it, don't do it, don't do it, please.
Oh,
being closely chased by
220, yep. That's Carnegie.
Good correction. Good
and
correction.
right behind them,
who don't hit the buoy?
218.
Hit it nicely.
We
though.
have
Christian
Christian
Brothers.
Brothers.
Yep, you could tell because of the white shafts.
Yep. Yeah, they always have the white croakers.
Those are pretty.
They are.
But they're very distinctive. Like, you know,
Yeah.
a Christian Brothers boat's coming down.
Yeah. They really only made those for a couple
Them?
of years. The
Oh, really?
white croakers. Do they make them anymore?
I have no idea.
Maybe
we would need to
special
ask.
order.
We can go over and ask
Go
Greg
find
Doyle.
Darren. Yeah, or Greg
There you-
Doyle.
Greg's a good guy.
He is.
Here comes
Good guy,
Riverside.
great oars.
He is
Must be
the
the second Riverside. one.
croaker ref for the USA, Greg Doyle.
He is.
Nice guy.
He is.
So is this the 221?
221. And on the screen right now, you've got Carnegie
Carnegie.
Lake.
That was followed by.
That was about
There's
220.
that's what we were talking about.
Yep.
Them hitting the buoy right there, folks. That was about a minute ago we were talking about that.
And if you look at the bow chasing them, they'll have the just white shafts that we were talking about.
That's me waving to people I don't know. Because I'm
These-
so friendly.
Is that an orange bow ball?
It is.
All right.
Happy Halloween.
And it
It's a
looks like-
pumpkin. They got a pumpkin on there.
Do we
And
have...
then we've got women's pairs coming up closely behind them.
Yes, the women's masters pair.
Here, this is the Fairmount boat.
Flight 26.
Or sorry, Detroit Boat Club Crew Composite. That's bow 22, the one on your screen right now. They're the ones with the orange bow ball, neon orange. Normally you'll see the bow ball be white, but there's painted orange, which makes it visible.
And that actually serves a very important safety.
It does. The inside of the boat underneath that bow ball is very sharp, and it can actually spear you.
Oh, that's happened to Charlie Bracken right on Boathouse Row.
Yeah.
Years and years ago. He's still got the scars.
So this is... These look like men.
Looks like possibly Atlanta, but I cannot tell from here. And then there we've got started on the women's pairs.
Oh, Barbara Hogan had a bachelor's.
Is that... She won?
No.
That's bow 226.
1527.
That's the
Saugatuck.
Maybe she
Saugatuck.
did. I don't know if that's a final time. It looks like it's a final time. That's
So
fast.
If you want to catch your results, go to herenow.com or...
You can check on the Schuylkill website. I believe they have a link for it on there.
Or just come up and join us at the Three Angels.
Hey.
Check out the vendors. They each have individual tents. In the past, they used to have everything was under the awards tent, but because of COVID, some of them have
It's all spread
branched
back
out.
out a little bit.
I recommend getting the COVID shot, folks. I had COVID a month ago.
Yeah, not fun.
Got the shot 2 days ago.
A woman from Penn AC, I sub in there 8 sometimes. She's had COVID since September 15th,
Oh,
and she's looking for somebody to sub because she's still not feeling.
Not
Wow.
up to it yet. Yeah. Yeah, this new variation's brutal.
I'm getting
Pretty
a beautiful look at the bridge again.
I love this. Can we get that drone to go under the bridge?
It looks like, probably not.
Oh, no.
It's awfully close to the abutment.
Yeah, that's
Look
Impressive
at,
line.
look at
Turn,
this.
make the
Look, look,
turn.
look.
Oh,
Yeah.
we've got
Oh.
the Vesper women's pair and the Barbie
like
unis
it.
over there
Turn.
on the inside of the turn.
There you go. Go,
Nicely
go,
done.
go. Make that turn and just go.
And it looks like the next boats we've got coming up are 4s.
oh, they're fun.
Yeah.
I got to turn the page.
So for
Can we hire somebody to turn the pages for me?
Sure, I can do it for you.
That was an evil look.
Give me a quarter page.
You're right.
This look
Men's college frosh novice 4s with Cox.
These look like this is Temple. We can tell
Temple
with the
University.
distinctive T's.
So define frosh novice for me.
Freshman or upperclassman who's never rode before.
Never
Yep,
rode
who's
or
in their
never
first year of racing.
Yeah.
or never won a race or in their first year of racing.
Just
First
in
year
their
racing.
Okay.
racing. Yep.
So Lindsay here went to Stanford.
I did
Whoa.
many moons ago. And Temple. Well, Temple for grad school.
I drove by Temple once.
Yeah, you have your PhD, right?
I do. I
Doctor.
do. Doctor.
Dr. Lindsay Clark.
Yep. It's still weird.
I'm used to it. All you had to do was sit down next to me. Hey, here's the doctor. These for novice frosh are running very, very well. Temple
Yeah.
University.
Yep.
They're coached by Brendan Cunningham is the
Yep.
head coach. Is Fergal still there?
No, Fergal's
No,
at
he's a
UPenn now.
Penn.
Really?
Yeah, I actually
s-
saw him out on the water yesterday.
I saw him yesterday, late yesterday afternoon. He stopped, said hi, Tom, and I didn't know he knew my name.
And coming up behind them, we have bow 232. That
230.
is Marietta College.
Also rowing quite well for novice frosh.
Yeah.
Frosh novice.
A lot of these are going to be your recruited athletes, especially the top seeded ones are going to be your recruited athletes. So they're freshmen, but they're kids who have rowed in high school before.
Right.
And then toward the end, probably toward some of the lower boats, we'll start seeing some of the true novices who have never raced before in their lives.
Look at this. There we are. Wave.
Look at those puddles.
Good run. Little drag on the bow seat. That would probably be more novice, but nice. And we're watching a drone take off here. We're easily amused, folks. Look at this.
Oh, you can even see the, is that a shadow or the weeds in the bottom of the river?
Yes.
Wow. That's how clear the water is sometimes here.
The Schuylkill River, when I was a kid, back in the, we'd come down and watch races. You know, like my dad was coaching at St. Joe's, you know, from 1960 to 73 or something. And the whole
This looks like
bank
Army.
would be loaded with cans, beer cans, and
Well,
Yeah.
trash.
They pulled 3,000 tires out.
It is so much cleaner now. You can, even up on the 2K course where it's pretty deep, you can see to the bottom sometimes.
So this
Wow,
is
it's going to be deeper now, yeah.
233
Yep, this is 233.
U.S. Military Academy.
Rowing nicely, tapping the boat along.
Actually, I believe that stroke seat is one of my former juniors.
Go yell. Cheer for him.
Murphy?
It kind of looks like Nate.
Ask him. Yo, Nate, is
Oh,
that you?
Yeah, right? Nate!
Whoever, rowing nicely.
Well, a couple of years ago, we had the milfoil and the,
Oh,
the
man.
duckweed.
That was,
And that,
do you remember pulling that out with
yes,
the launches?
yes.
I still have pictures of that, just covered in green.
But the only way that was able to grow as much as it did is because the rivers and
So clean, yeah.
Well, it's so clean, but shallow,
right.
Yes.
and a warm
Warm.
winter
Yeah.
helps it. So I still tend to pray for a cold winter,
I've heard it's supposed to be very cold.
So that looks like is
but
this
it keeps
is this,
those weeds down.
is this
I-
Wilmington or I'm sorry,
Delaware.
Delaware.
Yep. Yes, that is the University of Delaware.
Well coached.
Blue Hens.
yeah. Asia just went down to coach the
Yes,
head
she
coach of the
did.
women's.
I'd get a little sooner square up, but drop in a little sooner. But it's easy for me to be coaching from here when nobody's listening. I am the world's best coach when I'm sitting here.
So did people listen to you when you actually did coach? Okay. Tom's shaking his head,
Nodding my head.
nodding your head.
I'm nodding my
Eh.
head. I had a certain.
Oh, we
there's
got a
a
crab there.
That was a bad one. I had a certain crew from Boathouse Row was not real happy with me because I was coaching a Wharton 4 last year,
Okay. Yeah, I remember you coaching the Wharton.
and they beat the snot out of the
We have a
We've got
race.
Club 4.
237
237 is Lafayette.
and 239. So that near boat is 239.
That's Colgate.
That's Colgate, and the far boat is Lafayette.
Colgate. Look at this. Look at the timing. Drive. Everything's really nice.
So Colgate is making moves. They're
Yes, they
Yeah.
are.
the higher bow number.
And just tapping the boat along. Smooth, relaxed. Sometimes that's hard to coach, as you well know. Relaxation.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Just don't try to show me that you're the toughest person on the boat. Stay with everybody in the boat, And they're Colgate was doing a good job of that.
All right. So Villanova just passed us, but that's
Excuse me.
we have the drone footage, and we need to get the bow number.
And the coxswain in that Villanova boat is actually a former rower of mine.
Really?
And she just started coxing, yeah. And she's doing awesome. Awesome job.
Villanova is my alma mater.
Alma mater.
Words are hard.
It's 247.
There's the Villanova boat on your screen right now.
That's 241.
I don't know who's coming across the river. Look,
Oh,
it's not on your screen, folks, but this is not good.
Ooh.
Did they lose a skeg maybe?
Well, they're going pretty straight now. Don't crash. Please don't crash. It's not on your screen, folks. I'm looking at, they're turning. Oh my gosh. Okay, looks like
They're back on the course.
I got scared there, folks. Seriously, that was weird. That would be your novice coxswains and novice 4, I think.
They may have lost their fin.
They
too,
may
though.
have, yeah.
So
They're
the
all
fin
over.
on the bottom of the boat, there's a skeg that keeps the boat straight. It prevents the side-to-side wobble.
Or they may have leaves.
Yeah, that's true too. In the fall, sometimes with head racing,
We've
you'll
seen
end up
that
getting leaves caught on.
We've seen that with Ross and a couple of people.
Yeah.
We're assuming that they were leaves.
Yeah.
I mean, Ross Anderson just stopped dead
Oh no.
just below the bridge. I
Oof.
mean, before the finish line.
Yeah, there are some pretty big clumps of leaves
244.
out there on the course.
Take a look at their stern and see what their
244.
stern is doing. If it's,
244 here.
That's
coming
Carnegie
through.
Mellon.
ooh,
And this
little rocky,
is
little rocky. Go ahead, go. Don't, yeah.
243 coming up behind
George
them.
Washington.
Oh, yeah, this is.
I think the coxswain has lost their steering. She is actually trying to steer with her
Yeah.
hand.
Off the
Yeah.
course. She's off the course.
Oh,
She's got bouncy.
you can see that right back
she's
there
got
on
starboard
the
seats.
boat behind you that
or,
went over
starboard
the
seats. Not right,
the
wrong at all.
line.
So passing us is
I don't want her to
251.
go into the next boat down here.
So
She's
here-
working her way back onto the course. She's on the screen right now.
Yeah, but right in front of another boat. Oh my gosh, she's at. Yeah, there's no skeg on there.
She needs to get out of the way.
Oh goodness.
That's gotta hurt. You know, they're putting in an extra 200 strokes just to finish the race here,
Yeah. This is the.
and we're not even on the screen. I'm sorry, folks, but
No, we were.
oh, there's a
And
crab.
This is. Is that UPenn? 2361. They were a late entry, so when you see those high bow numbers, that means that very, very high bow numbers. That means that it was a later entry.
So
Do they pay extra for that?
Yeah, there's
yeah.
Cha-ching! All right,
So that was UPenn.
we might get paid.
2361.
This looks like
This is UDEL.
Delaware
Here's your-
coming down.
Here's your white shafts.
Oh yeah. Oh, and that boat.
Okay, this is
trying
novice.
To make their
This is-
way. Down the course.
Isn't that terrible?
I hope
not
they can get
not
through the
because
bridges.
not because they're bad oars persons.
No,
oarsmen. I'm saying it's a shame because they obviously lost their skag, and it's so tough to train.
Yeah.
Especially
and-
freshmen novices that
And here
I'm
we've
the-
got University of Delaware on the screen.
The sport's hard enough without losing a
Equipment
skag.
malfunctions
Yeah.
that are mostly out of your control, and
Yeah.
especially when it's leaves.
I've
or
always
something, it's not
preferred to
easy
blame the equipment, though.
And that's University of Pennsylvania back on your screen there.
Two seats
With the
having
blue
a
and
hard
white
time
boat.
here in front of me. There, that's novice.
And the coxswain, you can see the
Look at
coxswain telling
this.
the boat in front of them to move over.
Uh-oh.
And that is the
And
boat
they're
that
not
lost the
slowing
skeg,
down.
and
The
there we go.
coxswain's like, we're going through you.
Yep. So a big part of head racing is passing and being able to manage the boat when you're in a situation with a lot of boats going a lot of different speeds, going through some very narrow bridge arches.
Yeah.
and if you're
yes.
within a boat length, you should seed. You
Yes, you should. Yeah.
Go to
should
starboard.
yield.
Yield.
And the faster boat gets the inside line of the curve.
Correct.
Faster boat gets the line of their choosing.
That's a
And
better way of
sometimes-
saying that
sometimes they choose the wrong line, but that's on them.
and there's a penalty involved for not
There is a
yielding.
penalty. Yeah, if you don't yield most races, the penalty is a minute.
So the
if you don't
coxswain,
yield.
the coxswain should turn here and have a straight line right to that finish line.
And here we've got a stern coxed for, which
Crush
you don't
novice
see a whole
force.
lot anymore. That's about
Oh, wow,
242.
yeah.
So 242, that boat up in the front.
University of Scranton,
And then we've got 246 behind them in the blue boat there,
Maryland,
closer to your screen.
UMBC.
That's an old 4 out there.
Along four,
Old one.
246. We said is Maryland.
Rowing nicely. A little bit of a flip catch, but novices, hey, what are you going to do?
I can tell you, head racing is
252.
certainly a nerve-wracking way to start your rowing racing career. I feel bad for all the novice coxswains having to send them out, especially when it's a course that they haven't seen before at all. And I know my kids were asking me to explain the course to them, and I tried, but how do you explain a 3-mile course to a kid
Yeah, no, it's,
that they've never seen before at all?
and you're right. I mean, a lot of these crews, a lot of these people, this is their first race.
Yeah.
I mean,
Not all of them, but a lot of them. Yeah.
I think the best you can do is give stern points.
Yeah.
For skull.
Well,
try to give them.
or tell them to follow the buoys. And thankfully, this course is very well buoyed right now.
It is.
We have been to some races where the buoys were sparse, and that makes it ever the more challenging.
Yeah, I rode the double a couple of weeks ago at the Navy Day, and I had no idea there were buoys. And I'm not blaming anybody. I'm just saying I had no idea there were buoys off to my port side up on the 2,000-meter course.
Yeah.
They were so low in the water, I didn't know they were there.
Well, and it was very choppy at Navy Day, which always makes it really hard to see the buoys.
All right, so it looks like we have another team with some steering issues at the top of the screen.
Yeah. Yeah, it was choppy and windy, and I'm blaming that for my third place.
2397.
If it
All right, so we've
wasn't
got
for
Penn
her-
State on our screen.
Yes.
Penn State coming through.
Oh,
Oh, a little bit of a crab.
good
They
recovery.
are right on the buoy line.
Yes, good
So the
recovery.
pair that came through had an S on their oar.
They are right on the buoy line. A little wash
And then we've got a whole other cluster of fours coming up behind them. It's always a fun race through here to see who can get the best line for the one bridge arch that you're allowed to go through. That kind of sets you up for the final stretch to the finish line.
Right, so this.
That looks like Gold Blaze, maybe George Washington.
GW.
Are they entered?
LaSalle? Maybe? No.
No, that's not.
Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh.
It is Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
So we got 249 coming through. Pittsburgh.
These look like,
And
at least one of these looks like a women's four. Yep, these are both women's fours now. So we've started into the
So we have
women's
Frosh.
college freshman novice fours. So that blue boat and the white boat are the women's
Good
event.
reach. Good reach. Good compression.
And it looks like we've got
Nice drop. Look at this.
256.
260 and 270. I think they may have started out of order a little bit.
So that's Embry-Riddle
Yeah, they
and
look
University
good.
of Pittsburgh.
Yeah, 260 is cruising there.
Yes. Excellent.
260 being Embry-Riddle
Embry-Riddle.
Aeronautical.
Down in Florida, I believe.
Excellent. Excellent rowing.
And then we've got bow 255.
255 is Lafayette.
Yeah, so that's Embry-Riddle on your screen right now. They are really doing a nice job staying very clean.
Yep. Good drive. Nice finishes. Well, sort of.
And this is Washington College on your screen right now.
Bow 259.
And you'll see that boat just coming onto your screen right now.
That's
is bow
Loyola.
257, Loyola.
Oh, 257 is Carnegie
257.
Mellon.
Carnegie Mellon, and then
Carnegie.
coming up behind them is Loyola.
Loyola.
Rowing well.
Yeah, Washington College doing a nice job. They are a D3 school, and they competed at NCAAs this past year.
Awesome.
Yeah. Doing some great things.
What a
down
sport, huh?
there. It is.
Oh, here
It
comes
is.
St.
It's-
Joe's. You can tell from the.
Yes.
Those are St. Joe's blades.
St. Joseph's University.
On
Again.
your screen, still seeing Carnegie Mellon and
This is from the women's college.
Washington U, and Loyola back there in the back.
And on their heels from Buffalo,
Canisius.
Canisius. College, bow number 262.
So way back there in the distant edges of your screen, you can see there's two more boats coming up. That's Canisius and St.
St.
Joe's
Joe's.
University.
Canisius understroking a little bit.
But moving,
Moving
getting
well.
good run per stroke.
Yes.
Where is
Oh.
Canisius?
Who's way
is
out
New
there?
York?
Look at that.
Oh,
They
wow.
need tickets to the zoo out there, man. That's holy
The zoo's a
smokes.
little farther down past Gerard.
No, they'll hit it.
All right, so we have a
It's
gaggle.
right there.
We have a bunch of boats coming down now.
Yeah, see the launch
I
is going
see
out to
one
meet
is
them.
missing
This
a
is-
bow.
Number?
Yeah.
We've got that near boat is bow 258, I believe.
258 is
And-
University of Maryland, UMBC.
And the far boat is 265. It looks like Villanova.
Go Cats.
So out front here is Maryland walking.
I believe. Well, I think Villanova's walking. Although it seems as though the bow numbers are coming a little bit out of order.
They're saying, if I read everything correctly this morning, that the first 15 boats are all seated and should in fact be in order.
In order.
Yes.
And then
So if there's 14 boats, I don't know what to tell you.
we've got.
There's a lot of glare
Come
on
on,
the screen.
sit up, sit
Yeah.
up, sit up, sit up.
Where we are is about.
I'm saying that for everybody, folks, not just
little-
that crew. I'm rooting for everybody,
Always.
unless it's Fairmount, LaSalle, St. Joe's, Drexel.
Yeah. Where we're sitting is about 3,000 meters into the course.
Probably 27.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're already
The course is what, 44?
30.
Is it?
I think it's
is it
'cause it's
38?
shortened. I think
it's
it's about
short,
38.
right? We talked about that
Yeah.
earlier, Jen.
So where we are, these crews have already been racing. Where you're seeing them on the screen, they've already been racing for about 10 minutes,
Yeah.
depending on the crew. And this is 10 minutes all out, as hard as you can go.
And we're about 3/4, I think, of the race.
Yeah, yeah,
Our
yeah. Because
situation.
it's about 1,000 from here to
Yeah.
the finish line.
Roughly.
Yeah,
So we've got a bunch of boats
Yeah,
coming down.
800, 900, yeah.
something like that.
Yeah. And once again,
This-
folks, that's easy for me to say because I'm not gasping for air.
So this is bow number 256. Is that 256? Or 260? I can't make it out with the glare.
256.
Yellow boat.
256.
Rowing, that's novice.
That's the
Yeah.
University of Pittsburgh.
And then this next crew coming down is rowing much higher stroke rate.
Yeah,
That's
they look
Villanova.
Yes. And yes, it is Villanova. Rowing much higher stroke rate, but not slowing the boat down between strokes, are they?
Yeah, they're doing a nice job over
Yeah,
there.
tapping the boat along for novice frosh.
good. They're also upriver.
Oh, and I think we have the start of the parent-child doubles starting to come down.
Wow.
Oh, or the sibling doubles is first. I forgot that they added that as an event this year.
Yeah, so I read
was
some of
very
the
fun.
comments or the bios in
Yeah.
Regatta Central, and one of these boats is twins.
Oh, that's so fun.
All right, so who's coming past us now?
267.
Which is Scranton. University of Scranton crew team.
Rowing pretty well. And the double out there, I would ask for a better line, but
They're going to get the inside of that bridge turn once they
well,
get there, though.
yeah, they gotta get a little bit different point and then
That's about
take it.
273. So that is the first of the sibling doubles.
Passaic
Passaic.
and Passaic Rowing Association Composite.
And yeah, it looks like they may have walked away from the field.
Yeah. And here comes our next one.
Assuming once again that everybody started in order.
I believe this is the Galads from Crescent. So
Yeah.
that's Yoni and Tal. And Tal actually rose up, and you can see she's wearing a striped uni. Oh, she's not on screen. So one of them rose up in Boston. The other one rose down here in Philly.
Ah, she's
and then
right,
coming
right out of prison.
up
Nice.
behind them.
Siblings.
Got on your screen right now, we've got 281. That is from Seton Hall.
Wow. They,
Rowing very well.
And there's on your screen, you can see those are the Galad siblings, Yoni and Tall.
Right.
Tall and Bow from Riverside up in Boston, and Yoni rows down here at Crescent.
Little misstroke there, but nothing to worry about. Still pulling along nicely.
And this is Bow 278. That is the Wren siblings from Potomac. Potomac's down in D.C.
Wow.
There they are. And you can see right next to them is one of the last of the women's college freshman novice fours.
Who's this right here?
It's 282.
277.
Hurley?
And now we're starting to see some of the father-son doubles coming
282, you said? C. Hurley and D. Hurley. Phillips Academy.
Good, and here we have
That's
on
the
the screen
father-son
we have
double.
right now Bow 280.
That is Detroit Boat Club, Sapinos.
Oh, and I didn't even see the boat way over there.
And we still have some novice fours out here, I believe.
Yep.
Yep.
What a day to get your first row in
Yeah.
a first race in, huh?
So the twins I mentioned that were rowing in this race were from Cortland, the Falcons.
Ah, fun.
I didn't see them come
Oh.
through.
And so here we have two more of the women's freshman novice fours.
Are they going to clash oars?
They may.
I believe on the inside that's Catholic University. 272. Yep. Catholic University of America down in D.C. And on the far side is 271,
Which
Duke.
is
Duke
Duke.
University.
Duke men's. But they're women.
Yeah.
Oh, here comes some South
Yeah.
jerseys.
Here we go.
Uh-oh, the cheering's about to start.
I won't blow out the microphone.
Fist pumps, fist pumps. Here we go.
Let's go, Matt.
These two
Yeah,
here,
Gabe.
they are rowing exceptionally well. Have they practiced?
Once or twice.
There you go.
Yeah. Matt, the father, is a former national teamer. And Gabe plays lacrosse in the spring, although we're hoping to convince him otherwise this year.
So we've got three boats on screen coming down.
Yep. So we've got two fours there and then a double behind them. Coming up here on screen, we've got two doubles. It looks like we've got about 283 and 288.
That's LaSalle, 283, and then 288 is Flower City.
Good. Both entries in the father-son double.
And I see the Malta entry,
Yep.
the distinctive blue blades with the white cross. These look like Undine.
That does look like Undine. Never sure.
Hi there.
What number is that?
Hi.
289. Ariscos.
Yep.
And 287, we have Malta.
You're where? I'm sorry.
This is 289. That's from Undine on your club, or Undine on your club, or on your screen, excuse me. That is a local Philadelphia club.
You'll see a long
That's the Roosums, 287.
We're behind it, on the water. We're right on the edge.
They're rowing very well together.
Yeah, we've got
293,
293. That is the first of the father-daughter doubles from New Haven.
the Brocks.
Now that we have a couple more fans in the audience here.
So it's getting to be close to lunchtime, at least an hour and a half. I wanted to give a shout out to the food trucks. So come up and visit us at the Angels. And,
Yeah.
and in the program, it lists out all of the various trucks that are available. And there's a good selection or a good variation.
Now coming across the Angels, bow number 294.
Ah,
And this is another one of my kids rowing with her dad. Piper is she's a freshman, just a freshman this year. This is her third year of racing. and she just bowed the Charles for the first time.
Wow.
A week ago. Missed qualifying for next year by 0.8 seconds.
Wow. Jeez.
Yeah.
I remember somebody raced the mother-daughter. Was telling me they raced the mother-daughter, and the daughter just didn't race as hard. I'm like, you shouldn't ask her what time is it as often as possible.
Yeah.
Because the Independence Day Regatta gives away watches
Yep.
when they. It's fun that I think a lot of masters get into this because of their kids.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, Eileen definitely got into
Nan.
it. Yeah, Nan. All right.
Wow, look at that shot.
I believe I'm out.
I'm sure you could.
So this is a tough competition here because the first one was Sour Patch Kids and the second was Fruit Snacks.
All right, I have to head out. Thank you so much for having me. This
Yeah,
was a
thank you.
blast. And enjoy the rest of your gorgeous day sitting by the river and watching some boats go by.
So Lindsay is going to be racing twice in
I
the.
am. The single and the double.
Are you in the Redmond or the
I think so.
Redgrave?
Yeah.
Redgrave.
Yeah.
And then you're rowing with Julia.
Christine, actually.
Kavala.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. She had an entry and her doubles partner couldn't make it. So, yeah.
Cool.
That'll
so
be
we'll
fun.
be cheering you on.
Thank you.
So you're rowing a South jersey for the single and.
I don't actually know what our entries as for the double.
Okay.
Yeah. She listed
Well,
as Stanford
we'll give
alumni.
you a shout out.
All right.
Okay, my monitor's down. And I'm saying goodbye.
You're saying goodbye. Oh yeah, Lindsay is leaving us.
Lindsay is
Racing later.
has done her penance. And thank you very, very much. It's a pleasure to meet you. And row hard. And we will yell for you as you go by. Too late. It is. Thank you very much.
Watch the. All right, so we lost our. Oh, here.
Okay, Colin. Colin is the boss here. My monitor is down. I don't know why. The other monitor, Jen's monitor, is up.
I can
and
finally see from the glare. So we've got 3 boats coming down. Bow 300, which is Fairmount.
There you go.
Well coached by the Bruce Konopka.
Bruce is Conroy and Conroy from Fairmount Rowing Association. It's funny because I don't know who they are, do I? Bruce Konopka, Molly Konopka, James,
Josie.
Josie, all phenomenal oars persons and coaches.
Yeah, Josie just joined the coaching staff at Penn.
Josie just finished at Penn, University of Pennsylvania, stroked at Henley in England.
Yeah, West has done a good job with that.
Yeah, no, and she rode at Fairmount as a junior and at Episcopal, and just a tremendous competitor. Her mom, which is a magnificent coach. And then Bruce Konopka also just had the part of the University of Penn's boathouse just named after him.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, look at that shot.
We're back. I'm up. Wow, look at that. Isn't that awesome? So yeah, I want to be a Konopka when I grow up. They are just They are just the nicest, most polite people, and but very competitive. I really enjoyed knowing them.
All right, so we have bow number 313.
Nicely rowed here. Well sculled. Well sculled.
Well sculled.
Well sculled, mate. That's my British Australian accent. And for the Australians that are here watching, I apologize, mate.
Oh, look at them
Oh, look
lining
at
up
this.
to
Yeah.
get their line.
They're all trying to get through the same arch at kind of the same time.
There's Fairmount blades.
And we can go to commercial right about now, Colin.
So we've got
I
three.
believe we're back. Yeah, we've got Jim Dietz just joined us.
Hello, everybody.
3-time Olympian. And is it this one? Say something, Jim.
Testing, 1, 2.
No?
Testing. Oh, it's written on the headset.
Oh, sure it is.
I'm number 2.
And I don't hear you for some reason.
Can you hear me
Yeah,
now?
I hear you.
All right, thank you.
So, yes, Jim, 3-time USA Olympian and Olympic coach. He's kind enough to join us last year and the year before.
Yeah.
I love these shots to the bridge, the overhead shots to the bridge.
And we're on TV here.
We are
Look at
live.
this.
Look at that. Hello, everybody.
Yeah. Jim, you were just voted the second best looking guy in the place.
I know, and you're number 1, Tom.
No, we all
some
tied.
Things never change.
We all tied, Jim.
Yeah.
You should have voted,
Yeah.
man. That's
And I'm the best looking girl.
by far.
Nature
tell
being
ya.
the only one.
we couldn't have had a better day. It's absolutely glorious out there on the course. The leaves are lighting up and coming down. It's really good.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of issues with skegs.
I know. One of the guys at Fairmount, when I was just pulling in, was saying he ran into some leaves and get it caught on the skeg. Some
Ross Anderson.
Yeah.
Yep, for the rowing
It's-
public that doesn't understand this, the skegs, depending on the slope of them and the depth of them, might be able to hook a leaf. If you hook a leaf on your skeg, it's like you hooked a refrigerator. All of a sudden, your boat just stops.
Yeah.
It's amazing the drag that will come on a boat when that happens.
Yeah. And on the screen right now we have Detroit 315.
Detroit is one of the oldest clubs in the country,
Yeah.
and they have a huge boathouse there in Detroit. Still very active, produced many national team athletes and masters over the years. Just one of the stalwart clubs in the United States. Very active.
So I want to give a shout out again to 5 Tribes for this glorious drone footage.
Yeah, we do have a lot of glare on the screens here, Jim. And
Look at that shot.
They're going to come
Isn't
up
that
with a
incredible?
solution.
You know, the visuals make our sport so incredible. This is that's Columbia Bridge,
That's
right,
Columbia
Tom?
Avenue.
Yeah.
Peters Island in the
Yep.
background.
Yep, nice slope coming off the bridge today. The course was laid out lovely. I mean, you had no problem with the course today, and because it's so calm out there, the buoys are very easy to spot. You know, so we'll see some good steering from the scullers, making it a little bit more difficult. And with the cox boats, those coxswains might be putting those buoys right under their rigger to
Yeah, we've
cut
seen
the
that.
nicest course.
A couple have, yes.
I don't know if you caught my race, Tom, but I went wide over here. I thought you were going to yell at me.
I did yell at you down here, and I think you heard me down here. But
Yeah, because I think you asked, where's he going?
You know, I can actually say it was probably a senior moment. You know, we're getting on here in years.
Jim, everybody in your race was a senior.
Yeah, right. You know, Tom, when you get up to the start of my races, it's just so great to see everybody because they're still here.
Yes.
And that's the big thing.
No,
you
And I
know,
think that
for-
speaks a lot to how rowing is a lifelong sport.
It is a lifelong sport, you know, and there are those of us that rode our first races back here in 63, 64 as high school kids, but there are other masters, veterans and stuff out there that haven't started their rowing till their 50s, 60s, you know, and
Yep.
It's a sport that you can get into at that late age and still have great success. I find there are a lot of marathon runners that after their knees have gone, they need that high aerobic fix
A lot of triathlons,
that we have,
triathletes.
and they come into it. They come into our sport and are very successful because they've already built that aerobic engine.
Congratulations, Jim. You won your event.
Yes, I know. I felt really good today.
You looked really good. I don't get to see you row too often because you're always that way on me.
Yeah. Well, Tom, if you would have been up here on Cape Cod this past week or two, you wouldn't have seen me much either because it's been so dark in the morning when we go out.
Oh, well, we're going to be up in 2 weeks, I think, for a week.
Good.
To rake leaves. So it'd be nice that they were already raked when we got there.
Well, hey, if you need a leaf blower, let me know.
Oh, do you have one?
Oh, yeah, I got
So
one.
we have Champ 4s coming down.
Al Robinson did well. He was 12th.
Yeah. All right.
Jim, Al, and I row up in Cape Cod together. I rowed all summer
10:45.
with these guys. And
Dietz, I understand that he made you a better rower.
Well, there again, you can learn a lot.
I did have the workouts, Jim.
Uh-huh.
I'll take credit for the workouts.
Yeah.
All right, so
Oh,
we have
I was going to give a shout out at some point to Bruce Konopka, who supplied us with workouts.
Do it.
So Bruce, thanks for the workouts that you gave us to follow this summer, but we know that you probably got them from your wife.
Yeah.
So it looks like we have the start of this Champ 4s coming through. They should be passing us soon.
And this looks like it's a Marietta boat.
319.
Yeah.
Bow.
Again, for the new spectator enthusiast out here, you might notice every university, every club has a distinct blade design, and this has been Marietta's blade design for probably 1,000,000 years, ever since the program started. And just like the knights of old had their shields, rowers have their distinctive oar design that makes it easier for you to pick them out.
So on the screen we have 2 boats.
Yeah, they're coming around the bend. That's a drone shot coming from around the bend.
So we don't have eyes on the bows.
That's 320 here.
320's Loyola.
Loyola, yep, in green.
That's them there.
322, so
322
They've-
is Fordham.
yep, Fordham. What's interesting here in this regatta, looking through the program this morning, there are a lot of schools that are part of conferences. And on the women's side, Fordham, George Washington, Duquesne, all of these programs will race in the A10 championships later in the year and in the spring. So they're sizing themselves up here to see how they're going to do in the spring season. This is a boat with New York AC blades on it. It looks like New York AC blades.
Yeah, it does. And the three-seat has a cowboy hat.
Yeah.
Jim is long time. He's retired from coaching. Long time, I shouldn't say that, but was long time University of Massachusetts women's coach.
It's Lafayette.
And Coast Guard Academy.
That's
Those are
it.
distinctive Potomac blades.
Go 325. Who's 325?
Temple University.
Temple, yep.
But on our screen right now is Potomac.
Potomac Boat Club out of DC.
Oh, here comes Army with the 2 chevrons on their oars. Let's hear it for the military. Those boys look very good.
They do.
Sitting really tall in the boat.
Relaxed.
Very nice entry and exit out of the water. There's no drag on that boat at all. They're picking it off nicely.
It's a great shot.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah, you're right. There's the Potomac Star in red.
And who's this in the green boat on the screen here? We get the
Can't
cocks.
tell.
and
What a great shot that is.
Yeah.
Beautiful overhead.
These drones are. I mean, it's amazing.
The drones have made us a spectator sport again.
Boy, they're tapping that along nice, aren't they?
Well, these are the champs, so.
Yep, University of Pennsylvania coming up. Red and blue oars over there on the outside. Coxon's a little wide on the line.
A little bit.
Very aggressive, though, at the front end.
Yep, there's
Look,
Penn.
yeah, drive. Drive. That's pretty.
Have you been in their new boathouse?
No, I haven't checked it out yet. This looks like it's another Fordham crew.
I haven't.
No?
Yes, I have. Although I did not walk around it. Fairmount bought a Hudson 8 off of them. So yeah, I did go into the boat base.
So is that Fordham coming up at us?
I think that is Fordham right there. In
Right
the,
there?
In the yellow Empacher, yep.
All right, but
Big gap here coming up.
yep.
No, this is another Fordham boat here.
Yeah.
Oh, because their oars are all maroon. And now we're getting some excitement up there. These boats are really close to each other. So there'll be a little bit of passing here.
Yeah, so the boats
Fordham,
that went
Carnegie
by looked
Mellon,
like they walked
University
away.
of Pennsylvania, and Merrimack.
There's another great drone shot. I love this.
That's 332.
Clearing the puddles.
Yeah.
Fordham.
333.
Yep, 333 in black.
Carnegie Mellon.
Carnegie Mellon. Those boys have come away.
Bow seat's a little late getting in.
Yeah.
I was saying earlier it's easy for me to criticize. I'm not all sweaty.
You know, every crew might not row exactly the same, but it's the impulse on how they're making the boat go. And to judge a boat as far as being coached well will be a boat where everybody's basically doing the same thing. You know, some.
Look at the bucket rigging.
Yep, there's a bucket rig there.
Now, Jim, what is the reason for a bucket rig?
Well, normally
I thought you said Jen. I'm like,
normally on a straight boat, which is a 4 without coxswain, you would want the bucket rig so it would keep the boat drawing more even. With cox boats here, it might be to set up a better flow within the boat, or I used to use a bucket rig when I'd have more of a novice person that I was breaking in, and I would get them
to follow?
to sit in the bow seat, in the back seat of the bucket, to get the flow and get that pronation of the body swinging out of the boat to get that forward length.
Nice.
You know, a lot of reasons to do it. So these are maroon oars again coming up. Might be another Fordham boat. 336.
Union College.
Union College, right, from upstate New York,
Yep.
up around Albany. John Stropbeck.
Oh, John Stropbeck just walked into our mobile booth here.
This is a Delaware boat coming up here in
Hey,
blue.
John. I'll go get it. You guys take it.
Very big program out of Delaware. I think their mascot is the ass-kicking chickens, something like that.
I never heard that.
Well, I had many Delaware gal row for me during the summers as pre-elites, and they always considered themselves the ass-kicking chickens.
I like that.
Yeah.
So, it's Pittsburgh
Yeah.
in the yellow shell. And on the outside, it's Stockton. About
Stockton,
339.
is that Stockton in white there?
339.
392, I thought. Stockton 348, Lafayette, Rutgers.
The ass-kicking chickens. I like that.
Yep,
That's going to stay with me.
yep.
These are very colorful unis. So it's 341, which is St. Mary's College of Maryland.
Uh-huh. You know, you have a nice mix here in that, you know, some of these programs are varsity programs within their university. Some are club programs where they're totally funding themselves. And those club programs, you know, will compete in the ACRA Championships, which I consider one of the best collegiate championships in the country, in that they're rowing not only 8s and 4s, but they're rowing singles and doubles
Right.
and pairs, quads, all the Olympic events. And, you know, I'd like to see that come into all of the different university programs in the United States. We are an Olympic sport, and it would be nice, and I think seriously would help the growth of the sport if we had all championships where you would have to qualify singles, doubles, pairs, quad. So then the smaller program has as much of a chance of having a Cinderella story and coming in and winning the big one.
Yeah.
You know,
I also think you learn the best when you're in a single, in a smaller boat.
definitely you learn the most.
We're going to introduce John Stropback. I'm going to sit down. John's a 2-time Olympian.
And owner of Boathouse Boat.
And
coached by Coach Dietz.
That's
That-
right.
So you
What
guys have met-
when I remember
John,
about
have a seat.
coaching John Stropback is in all the years I coached John Stropback, he never lost a seat race.
That's the rumor.
Any boat that John was in won the seat race. John was the boat mover.
At 6'2", 184 pounds.
Right.
So you don't have to be huge
That's
to be
right.
an Olympian, guys. Just remember that.
You know, I was looking through the program last night, and, you know, so many of the old boys are here represented, not only coaching and
Wow, look at
racing
that.
themselves, but they're also sponsors of this regatta. And if the people out there look through the program and see John Stropback and Boathouse Sports and
The
Chip
official outfitter.
Alone and Krumtovich, you know, and so many others are paying the sport forward by being sponsors of the regatta and helping things go here.
Yep.
You know,
Actually, last night I had a great dinner with Bob Espeseth. World-
is SB here?
Espy's here.
Good.
Bob Espeseth, Dan Lyons, who both won the World Championships in 1986 in the straight 4. Espy won the bronze medal in '84 in the Cox pair, something
Right.
that a lot of our listeners are probably not familiar with. But the Cox pair also used to be known as the refrigerator on the water.
The last Cox pair race in history, in Olympic history, was won by the Searle brothers from Great Britain.
Wow.
Youngsters that were like 18 and 20 at the time, and they beat the Abagnale brothers from Italy. And that was one of the most exciting races. So to this day, my friend Greg Searle is still reigning Olympic champion because that event stopped.
Did that event stop?
And we'll
Yeah.
see that after this coming Olympics, where the women and men's lightweight double, this will be the last year for that.
Yeah.
Those
It will
events
be.
We got Penn
Yeah.
State
Really?
coming
So
down.
Kind of sad.
It is kind of sad. I wasn't sure about that. If they were, I knew lightweight rowing was being pushed out at the
Yeah.
IOC
They're the
level.
most competitive sports or
Yeah.
competitive races.
The problem, there's two issues. One is the Olympic IOC in its wonderful wisdom is trying to figure out how to make the Olympics cost less. So they're trying to eliminate bodies that show up at the Olympics. And, you know, they've done it with rowing, they've done it with swimming, they've done it with track and field. And then the other reason is just lightweight rowing. They're so competitive that they're you know, a straight 4 or a double is almost as competitive as the heavyweight.
Well,
Well,
I mean,
look at what happened
that's
in
what you're
Boston.
seeing. Right. Look what happened in Boston. You had Michelle Slesher, lightweight,
Setcher.
who won a medal at the World Championships as a lightweight this
With
past
Mary.
year, winning the championship. You
Yeah.
know, and the same thing for O'Donovan and the Irish and the great lightweight straight 4s that used to come out of Denmark. They were as fast as the
Oh.
heavyweight. So
Yeah.
for those smaller people out there, bigger doesn't mean better. John proved that in his day.
Yep.
And then the double from Whitemarsh.
Yep.
They won the champ open.
Yeah.
The Open double in Boston?
Yeah.
Oh, awesome. I couldn't get to Boston. Had a family
Audrey-
wedding.
Yeah.
Got
Audrey
in
and
the way.
Sophia Lewis.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, Coach Dietz, how are you? You are retired now.
I am retired, yeah, and I'll tell you, retirement is great because you can row every day, and you don't have to worry about anybody else coming down to row.
That's good.
It's all good.
But you're still rowing.
I'm
you
still
raced
rowing
last
every
week.
day.
I
Yep,
think.
I
What
raced
did-
this morning.
Oh, did you?
Yep.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
That's I have not been in a boat since I had my knees replaced 6 years ago, and in order for me to get in a boat, I'm going to have to work on a nutrition program to cut about, I'd say about 20% of my body weight.
Well, John, I'm a little older than you are, and I'll tell you, it was 4 or 5 years ago. I had both knees replaced at the same time, and it was like I was reborn.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, you stand up straighter, walking around is easier, and the pounds just melt off, you know. So
Yeah.
for the older folks out there, I'll have to say I want all new parts. It's just wonderful. It just keeps you going.
Yeah, that was my experience, too. I had severe pain for the better part of 10 years where it was very difficult to walk downstairs.
Right.
And
Our fans are asking for bound numbers.
Okay. All right, we better get back to work.
This looks like this is one of the late entries.
Yeah, this is like 2000 something.
295, is that Penn State?
2395.
It's Penn State.
I think we're waiting on the women's champs for coming up next.
Where are we on this? I got the wrong one.
Just maybe turn.
2395?
Yep. Little break in the
I
action
see.
here.
I see. They repeat.
Anything with 4 numbers done is very late entry.
Gotcha. All right, it's a little lull between boats, so I don't.
Yeah.
Oh, that was the last of the fours. That
Right. So we got the women's champ fours coming up next.
was. Oh, good, champ boys.
So we're going to be going to commercial now since there's a little bit of a lull.
Yeah.
High school. I used to coach at Lower Marion. So it's like every single.
Up. Looks like the first of the boats coming.
And we're back. So we've got non-distinctive white blades.
Yeah, I don't think that's Fordham, so that might be a crew coming up. That's still a men's boat coming up.
Oh, somebody got a late start.
Somebody with a late start. When they get a little closer, we'll see if we can get a number on them.
Okay.
So the announcer's booth is
Hello?
about 50 feet away, so they'll probably call it out
Yeah.
as
Can
well.
you hear me? You can't hear me.
This looks like 221.
221. They must have started very late.
Yeah, they got to the line late.
23:59.
Yeah.
Oh, 321.
Oh,
They're rowing quite nicely.
it's Marietta, so they
in a-
must have started
In
late.
a Resolute. Yeah.
That's my alma mater.
Yeah.
That is not the normal blade, so they must have a new set of blades that they haven't had a chance
Yeah.
to put on the checker design yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, Brooks Reinhardt, he went
Hello.
to Marietta.
Brooksy and I
Can you hear me?
we rode together for 4 years there, and he was my freshman roommate in college, and Brooksy and I rode in the Masters races here up until 6 years ago.
And actually, I coached with him at Lower Marion. He was the freshman coach, and I was the JV.
Before that, there was Tom Feaster, who raced against me here in Philadelphia, both as a schoolboy and at Marietta. I think Linda
Tom
Mood was the
Feaster.
coach
Geez,
back
that's
in
a-
Marietta in those days.
And
That's
when
a
I
link
was
of the
there,
past.
I think he coached from like 60 to 90
Lindemann was still there when you were there, John.
Yeah. He was there a good 10 years after, so at least till 1989.
So it looks like we've got another boat coming down around the corner.
So this should be Fordham, but we will wait and see.
Nope, those aren't Fordham blades.
That's an S of some sorts.
It's a beautiful day on
So
the
S
Schuylkill
is,
River.
And
Can
it's
you
a-
hear Penn State, yeah.
Yeah, that's another men's boat.
Must be some confusion upriver.
No.
I'll tell you, the officials upstream are doing a fabulous job. As you go upstream, they try to get the boats in numerical order. You have
Yep.
the even boats going to one side of the Schuylkill, odd boats to the other, and it's kind of a zipper effect as you bring the boats
348.
into line, and you're brought up in about a 10 to 15 second spread in between boats. So
this is the Ospreys from Stockton University,
all right,
down from South Jersey, from my neck of the woods.
we got to get Stockton out there in some coastal boats now. We need coastal rowing now that it's going to be an Olympic sport in 2028.
Yeah. Well, Coastal's pretty big in South Jersey. They've got a full organization, the South Jersey Coastal Rowing Association.
Well, I think Tom Feaster was part of setting that up.
Tom Feaster, Tom McCann.
Yes, Tom McCann, right?
They held races last year in the Summers Point Bay
Yeah.
in both doubles and singles. I'm not sure if they had quads, but
Now, is Bancheri coaching that?
no, Bancheri retired 3 years ago, so it's Chris. Chris was the head coach at Jefferson U last year, and he took over the head coaching job at Stockton.
Oh, I know Chris. He was a member of Malta.
Yeah, his last name is escaping me, but it'll come.
Yeah.
It'll come.
John, tell us a little bit about the dredging on the river and how the Schuylkill's been getting cleaned up.
Hello? Oh, there we go. We have audio.
We have audio. If we get video real quick, we're going to see the first of the women's fours coming up, Fordham University.
Okay.
As I mentioned earlier, Fordham is part of the Atlantic 10 Conference in women's rowing, and they'll be followed up by St. Joe's and Duquesne and a bunch of the other A10 schools here today.
Fordham rowing nicely. Coxon has a good course.
Very good
Very
course
nice.
there.
They got nice swing. I think we have a tailwind, a slight
Yeah.
tailwind right now, which is
Yep.
great in this straightaway.
They've opened up a lot on the next.
Yes, they have. They've got. No, I think
Lafayette is 358 there. I think that's the next boat.
It's Villanova, so that's 359.
so Nova has passed Lafayette,
Yeah.
and
Interesting.
Actually-
Oh,
looking at Lafayette behind Nova,
they're going to
seems-
have a buoy violation.
They seem to have steering problems,
well, they
and
haven't had it yet.
they might have. I tell you, when I had my LaSalle boys out on Thursday, we kept catching a lot of leaves in the fin,
Right.
And we've seen that a lot
and the
today.
boats. Yeah, so that's.
They might have something on their skeg as
Yeah,
well.
and unfortunately, a bow-loaded boat, the coxswain can't reach the skeg.
Now,
So, yep, because they're coming back to port. They're definitely having trouble keeping the boat straight.
and the next boat coming up is another Fordham University Women's Champ 4. Now, this could be their Champ 8. Two bow 4, stern 4 broken up, and we might see these ladies later in the program rowing in the
The
Champ 8. This coxswain's
Watch.
taking that buoy right under her riggers.
Yep,
I don't know
right
if that's
there.
intentional or not.
Well, I think they're having steering problems.
Yeah, yeah.
Now, gentlemen, do you think it's easier to just stop the boat and back it down, or just suffer?
No, they should do that. That's exactly what they should do, since the coxswain
Just
cannot
stop.
reach the
Yeah,
skeg.
Just stop and back
There's
it
Here
down a
comes
little.
St. Joe's
The
coming
distinctive
up.
blades.
Yep, distinctive blades
Gray
of
and
St.
maroon.
Joe's. They got the maroon jerseys on.
that
the
boat-
maroon and blade.
The hawk will
what-
never drown.
There's
Die.
what boat is that with the purple blades? Is that Canisius? They're moving.
Yeah, Canisius.
They are gobbling up the boat in front of them. They're gobbling up
64.
Fordham.
There's another Nova boat.
That's University of Connecticut. On the inside here with the white boat,
364.
University of Connecticut, 365.
Yeah, Yukon's moving.
Yeah,
364 is just kicking it there.
Yukon comes from Storrs, Connecticut.
This is some good racing.
Good
Very
swim.
good racing. These ladies, very aggressive. Very aggressive. Looking back, looks like another Stockton boat coming up.
Yeah, not on the list, but that might be
No,
Thomas Jefferson.
That might be it, yeah.
I believe that is. Is that a J on the blade for
Yep.
Jeff?
McKeel.
think so,
McKeel
yeah.
is the new head coach there. I've
Yeah.
blanked on his name.
Yeah,
this
that's
morning.
67. And
Mikhail
they're
Bartman.
followed up by a Potomac blade. So that crew there, white boat, red jerseys. That's Potomac. Charging up here.
About
That's
368.
68.
Jefferson looking good. Potomac right behind them.
That program's getting better. Like they're doing better in the races.
Yeah, no. McKeel will do a great job there. He's a good coach.
He was on the Dutch national team.
366
McHale
is
has,
coming down.
yes. That's beautiful.
There
All right,
we
we're back
go.
on the line. Hey, little electrical problem, folks, but we're back. Loyola's coming by us. Nice green blades.
About 372.
Yeah, we have a
There
pack
we
of
go.
boats. Pack of boats coming down. We got 6 boats about within 200 meters of each other.
These coxswains are really
7
close
boats.
to each other. Let's see who's passing who here.
Is that 371?
On the outside, yes.
LaSalle and Cabrini.
370 on the inside.
All right, so LaSalle's making up ground.
That's Cabrini. Where's Cabrini from?
They're suburbs.
Yeah.
Here,
Uh-huh.
Delaware County.
Yeah.
I see another St. Joe.
Yeah, look at this bottleneck here. A lot of crews are being forced to go wide on this turn. A lot of action there. Susquehanna in that burnt orange kind of in the middle. St. Joe's on the outside. Looks like St. Joe's is overtaking that crew. And then way out here we have
And 371 we said was who?
LaSalle.
LaSalle.
So
This
Brian
is
Perkins is the coach.
376.
376 is moving.
New York
Athletic Club,
I was-
James.
I was just there last week speaking at their dinner. They
363, St.
celebrated
Joe's.
their 150th year of rowing this year at the New York Athletic Club.
369, right there. 373 on the outside.
374.
So the AC is moving.
Bryn Mawr. And this is Bryn Mawr's 25th year.
Uh-huh. Carol Bauer coached Bryn Mawr up here a couple of years ago. Here in
That's-
blue, we have Villanova coming up.
Villanova.
75.
Villanova's rowing nicely. This,
Followed by 378.
378 is Marietta College.
And
In the hunt, looking good.
a lot of fast crews out here. Well coached, well rowed. Yeah, I can't tell if I'm on. Am I on? You
Here
guys
comes,
hear me?
yes. Here comes two Pennsylvania crews, F&M, Franklin and Marshall, and Pitt. I think that's F&M.
Is that bound number
This
390?
is 380.
Yeah, rowing. Who's that
380
rowing with
right
the
here.
white
380, that's
That's
Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
And the white shaft oars. 382.
382.
Monmouth.
Monmouth.
Monmouth. Rowing with white croakers. That's interesting.
I think that was only a Christian Brothers.
Yeah, that's
Well, maybe they
where you
borrowed-
see them.
Maybe they borrowed the blades.
Very nice.
that's
though.
true.
Nice swing, good entry into the water, good acceleration through the drive. Those ladies are having a good row. Very strong look in the stroke seat.
The wind's really picking up.
Yeah, a little bit of a
Yes, it is.
tailwind. I think they're liking that. Come around this corner, pick up that tailwind and go.
All right, we're back.
All
Sorry,
right.
folks. We're having electrical issues here.
79.
79 is
Franklin
F&M.
and 80 is University of Pittsburgh.
379.
388 is really moving up on the group here.
George
That's
Washington.
George Washington University from down at DC.
384 out there that had the steering issue.
Again, that's another Atlantic 10 school there from George Washington.
There's something on their fin out there.
Yeah.
Definitely.
This looks like West Virginia. West Virginia here in
Yep.
blue.
Tapping that boat along. Look.
They're moving nicely.
Yes.
They're taking about a half seat a stroke. Catholic U coming by us. Another GW boat.
Yeah, there's a George Washington. You know, interesting, these crews are really picking it off. George Washington sitting out there around 31 and a half. Nice erect style.
Penn State's coming past us now.
That GW program looks very strong moving up the field. They got the inside track as well.
Pressing.
Very good look for GW.
Yes.
Nice shot there on the overhead.
Yeah.
Yeah, GW's got the inside track on that as they come up to the Girard Avenue Bridge.
Folks, a little observation. It's a beautiful fall day. The leaves are colorful, but the leaves are in the water. And advice for you coxswains, be careful, because you may pick up leaves in your skeg and it will take you off course. If you can check your skeg, do so. If you can't check your skeg in your races later today, back down and get the leaves off your skeg and restart.
That's just advice from a two-time Olympian.
Yeah, I was never a coxswain.
Look at this. Look at the bow of this boat coming up. See the spray coming off of that boat, John?
With
That-
the,
that
with the
spray
red
is all
blades?
leaves. You
That's
can see the
debris.
leaves
That's-
caught up on the back of
That's
that boat.
debris. They should.
Yeah.
That is really a lot of debris.
Yeah, they should.
I would
And
just stop the boat and take that
It's
off.
already taken their bow number off.
are we allowed to yell at them?
No.
No, that's 82.
82.
Yeah, she's.
92. Monmouth College.
You know, they're
yeah.
just
Well-
they're powering through it too.
They're doing work, but that race it's going to hurt when they get to the
Oh,
finish
yeah,
line.
Absolutely.
Here comes, who's that with red blades? Is that UMass?
No, that's
What?
Fordham.
Fordham. That boat's moving
Yeah.
Is
nicely.
it 394?
Right.
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
picking up the tailwind. They're
Yeah,
rowing
this is
nicely.
like the second or third Fordham boat here.
Yeah.
I'm sure their coach is racing them into shape here this weekend.
Sit up. Sit up. Sit up.
So we have 396.
396 is University of Connecticut. They're very aggressive. They're going 33, 34 down the
Yes,
the
they
course
are.
here. Really taking advantage of this tailwind.
Nice shot through the bridge.
393 is Franklin Marshall. And who's this on the inside? 89.
390. Is that 396?
Thomas
is.
Jefferson.
Is that the J?
Yeah, 99. 99.
393.
Yeah, that's University of Connecticut.
UConn.
also.
Yeah, they're moving.
399.
But that's the
Yeah, that's a UConn boat. Again, UConn picking it off 32 and a half, 33. Taking advantage of the tailwind.
Here comes Jefferson, one of the hometown crews that knows the course. That Coxswain's doing a great job.
Coxswain's right on the blue line. Very nice.
Oh no, I'm sorry. That's Stockton. That's the
Oh,
Ospreys. My bad. That's Stockton.
That's about 398. On the outside is
So for the
395.
newer people
Oh,
here
look
on
at
the
this
course
pro.
today, you'll see how that
401
Coxswain
is
really
just
tucked
walking
in.
on everybody here.
That's another Fordham boat.
Look at that.
Fordham.
401, yeah.
Fordham. They must be rowing all their women in fours, and then they're going to double up in eights.
Yep.
yeah.
397 out here in the green boat.
Now, Ted Bonanno
Whoa.
coached that program for about 35 years, and
yeah.
he just retired last year. Getting a real changing of the guard here.
You know, I remember
coaches.
when I was, young in the 80s and racing. We used to race 2 or 3 times at the head of the Schuylkill.
Yeah.
Usually a pair of 4 and an 8.
Yep.
You know?
Well, my coach Jack Soldier said would always want his pound of flesh out of you, especially if there was a point trophy. He'd want you to row every race you could.
Yep.
And,
How
that's
many-
and that's the fun of it. These kids want to race, Look at these gals in front of us here. What number is that?
402.
Really aggressive. I mean, these gals are
402
going for it.
GW, another GW crew.
GW
Looking
crew.
good.
I think they're going to do well this year. Very aggressive. I see them a lot. They come down to DeLand, Florida, in January for their winter training trip, and they'll bring 5 or 6 8s down. You know, it's amazing the depth of these programs. You know that, and again, in our sport, a lot of these kids haven't started rowing until they become freshmen in college, and that's the beauty of that as well.
All right, so we've got 3 boats coming down.
Well, you got a crowd
Actually,
coming
5,
down.
6, 7.
Yeah, we have a nice group coming down around the corner.
I spy St. Joseph's.
Real quick, I want to say thank you to Jim and John Stradback for coming down and playing with us today.
Sure.
It's a pleasure to have you folks here.
Yeah, I get to announce today and coach tomorrow.
Yeah.
Who are you coaching?
LaSalle High School, LaSalle College Prep,
There's Thomas
along with Mike
Jefferson.
Brown.
Oh, so out of number 4.
Out of number 4, yep.
Yep, my dad's in the Hall of Fame up there.
Yes, he is.
Thomas Jefferson University. They're D2, I think, right?
Yes, I believe so. This is
2357.
T.
all right. Here comes 5 boats. This looks like St. Joe's U on the inside.
Yep, St. Joe's in
St.
gray.
So St. Joe's must be moving.
On
It's
the
the-
outside,
Bow
I think
400
it's
is
Stockton.
outside.
So St. Joe's has made a lot of ground up on St. Mary's, and they've made up a lot of ground on at least 3 other boats.
2394 on the outside. Here
University
comes
of Connecticut.
405 with the white shafts, followed by 404.
404 is Maryland. Looks like we have a little bit of a
Oh,
lull.
it does,
Yeah,
yeah.
I think that's the end of the women's champ 4s.
Maybe. There's a couple boats. I haven't seen Temple or Vesper.
I saw Temple. Temple, I think, went
Did they?
past. Yeah.
Okay. Maybe that is. Maybe we have a little break here before the men's Masters 4.
Looking down during the break here on all the action, both deploying the boats and bringing the boats back in, and the logistics of that with these dock masters and how they can get these boats in and out is really incredible. You think about the logistics that other sports don't have. You know, simple things like loading a boat trailer so you can get the right boats off at the right time. Getting the boats on the water at the right time. I mean, there's so
These
much
shots are
logistics.
incredible.
There's so much of a team atmosphere that
Dock-
goes on here. Thank you, sir. Yep.
Dock Master's one of my favorite volunteer
We're heading
positions.
into
Yeah,
the
look
bridge
at that
here.
shot.
Look,
Look at that overhead shot.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
fighting for position.
Who's operating the drone?
Yeah,
Doing
that's St.
a great
Joe's.
job.
Yeah.
St. Joe's on the inside at 30.5, 31. And they're moving through that crew in one.
And
in
taking
red.
the inside.
They've got the inside going into Girard Bridge, and they're the same, 31.5, 32. So more power per stroke for St. Joe's, but St. Joe's is moving that bow ahead nicely.
And we're on the air. Look at
Yeah,
that.
that's what I want to see. I want to see that dock master over there. Look at that dock. Look at that activity.
Last year he was dressed as Batman for Halloween.
I think that was Alex Cook.
It was Alex Cook, yeah.
Alex Cook is president of University Barge Club.
Oh, the wind's picking up.
Yes, it is.
It's a tailwind, so they're going to like it. Going home in a tailwind is really good. There's the drone right there.
There's 2 or 3 of them out there.
Gusty.
Jeez, don't let Al Robinson see that.
Now, John, the docks here up at the Angels, are they docks that are in the water all the time, or are these things just
No.
going for the regatta?
Now the Schuylkill Navy puts the docks in temporarily. They were not there Wednesday. They were there on Thursday.
Actually, this is the head of the Schuylkills that run out of University.
Ah, so is that of the Schuylkill docks? They own the docks?
I'm not sure if they own them,
That's
but
probably
I
okay.
think they
I
rent
think
them.
there's
You know
I
what?
think there's
They might
Schuylkill
share
Navy.
them. They
It's-
might share them
Yeah.
with the Schuylkill Navy.
Schuylkill Navy and the head of the Schuylkill cooperating, which
Yes.
with
Anybody
each
have
other.
any idea as to the number of athletes here and the number of boats
We
here
do.
this weekend?
275 teams and 2191
Yeah.
entries.
Yeah.
I don't know what that equates to as far as individuals.
Yeah,
Competitors.
that's a lot of people. Again, you think of the logistics of on putting on a show like this.
It's got to be, it's got to be close to 7,000 athletes.
Yeah. Well,
And it's a beautiful day.
since Title
it's-
IX and gender equity kicked in around 1995, our sport has grown exponentially.
Yep.
For every one of the college programs that started during that period, there are probably 5 high school or club programs that have started, and just the
It's great.
It
really is.
And you think about it from your standpoint, John, as far as the boat manufacturers, how many more boats they're producing, how many more unis your guys are
Selling,
producing,
making and selling. Yeah, it's good for everybody.
Yeah, and it's great. The greatest recipient are the athletes that are being able to benefit from this sport, because I really think you learn so much about being a team player.
Yes.
And
Discipline.
simple things.
This looks like Vesper.
My favorite word, is perseverance. I mean, rowing really teaches you to persevere and work hard. And it's the sport. You get out of it what you put into it.
This is another women's four coming up. Vesper Uni's on that crew.
Yeah, okay.
Vesper Blades.
I knew Vesper was out there somewhere.
I wonder if they got a late start.
Vesper is the club I joined when I moved here in 1981, and I hadn't intended to row when I left college, post-college, but I got to Philly and I rowed. My first race for Vesper was the head of the Charles, and I was in, I don't remember, it might have been the Club 8, but New York Athletic Club was right in front of us, and going around Magazine Beach, this is 1981, going around Magazine Beach, I learned everything I need to know about the rivalry between Vesper and New York AC.
Well, I know, John, that Steve Quagliano, our long-term coxswain, was in that boat ahead of you, and Steve Quagliano wouldn't give way to anybody.
And he didn't.
And Steve is here this weekend coaching about 100 kids from Norwalk, Connecticut.
God bless
the
him.
Norwalk Boat Club.
So
2392.
But I think you had Kirk Kaufman in that boat.
we had
Wow,
Kirk
Kirk.
Sure.
Kaufman was in 3 seat. John Tierney was in the bow seat. Vinny was in the bow of the New York AC boat,
Vinny
and
Ventura,
one or two of the Brissons.
Yeah.
And I just remember going around Magazine Beach and listening to this screaming back and forth between the bow of the Vesper boat and the bow of the AC boat. And I'm like, oh my goodness, what's going on out
Who was
here?
coxswain in the Vesper boat?
I couldn't remember, but it
Yeah.
probably was. It might have been Jogstetter.
Yeah.
No, wouldn't have been Jogstetter. It might have been. I don't remember.
Yeah.
So, Jim, you've got 2 headwinds this year.
Yeah.
Head of the Ponds and today. Congratulations.
Head of the ponds.
That is a very private regatta, by invitation only.
Is it a head race?
It is 7,500 meters.
Ah, wow. Is it a turning race?
It's limited to
No, we go
50.
from Mashpee Pond into Wakeby Ponds, circumnavigate 3 little islands out there, and return. So it's about 7,600 meters. It's one
So
of
we're
the
going
longer
commercial.
ones. And it all
Commercial.
works very smoothly.
Here we go. Okay, Colin, commercial.
Kind of like the Boston Marathon. You're just happy to finish.
Actually, I was that co-captain at Vesper. She just ran the Boston Marathon, and actually it was Chicago, and she went sub 3.
Oh, I was.
we're back on.
I was saying that all the time, but
But I texted Shannon. I'm like, he got us.
it just made sense.
Yeah.
But
They finished third, second.
Boy, that wind is picking up there, sports
I
fans.
think Josie is, he's got 4 women for that double, and he's going to make them work for it.
Well, we've got the men's Masters 4 coming up next, I believe.
Can I tell you a story about the men's Masters 4?
Let's hear it.
Oh,
So,
yes.
I raced in 2 Olympics, and I don't remember, maybe 5 World Championships in the Pan Ams and Goodwill Games. Remember the Goodwill Games?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
So-
I remember those.
And then
Ted Turner put those on.
Yeah, then I stopped rowing for a number of years, and I got talked back into it in 2009. And I rode in the head of the Schuylkill, the Navy Day Regatta, and the head of the Charles for, I guess it was 6 years. And 4 guys out of Vesper, and we were called the Bellies because we averaged about 245 pounds. So, and the old famous shirt as the Kelly family was the
Kelly for
patriarchs
brickwork.
of Vesper was Kelly for brickwork, so we were the Bellies for brickwork. and we won. We won the head of the Schuylkill every year. We won the Navy Day, and we usually ended up about 8th to 10th in the Charles just because of the depth of the regatta, But we would get our medals and show up in our girth, and the other guys that were there who from other programs would look at us and just shake their heads and say, they must be cheating. But we could pull.
And then you were talking about the dock work. If you can see what's going on over there.
That coxswain's having a little bit of trouble. Oh, no, I think he just wants her to go further up.
Yes.
A lot of parallel parking going on. Boy, this wind is growing.
Yeah. Still a beautiful day, folks. Come on
Yes.
down to the river if you have some time. It's beautiful.
Stop in and see all our vendors.
Lots of vendors,
A
lots
lot
of
of
food,
vendors here. Lots of food.
Lots of
Lot of
food
food.
trucks.
Yeah.
lots of color, both in boats, on people, and the trees.
The 8 o'clock coffee group is giving out free coffee, and talking to the young ladies there, they said that coffee company has been around since the 1850s.
Wow.
So the regatta has actually been here longer. I think the first regattas were in 1820. The first head of the Schuylkill was in 1970.
53 years.
Second oldest head race in the country, only second to the head of the Charles that started in 65. But here again, you see how our sport has grown and
Just
the number of regattas around the country.
so many.
The preliminary event to the head of the Schuylkill, the head of the Charles.
So I haven't rode in as many Charleses as you, Jim. I'm not sure if anybody has rode at as many head of the Charles as you, but I rode in the head of the Charles at least 15 times, and probably the head of the Schuylkill, and I love both.
Yeah.
But I remember telling the head of the Schuylkill, what I like about the head of the Schuylkill, it doesn't have all the pomp and circumstance and it's but it's a racer's race because basically you got 3 straights with 2 turns, so you can put everything into it. You don't have to worry about crews that slow you down.
Right.
You don't have to worry about getting stuck in a bridge.
A lot easier to pass on this course.
It's a racer's race, so you can just go. But they're both just a lot of fun. And the weather's often like this. I remember in the 80s and the early 90s, it was always Indian summer at both Boston and here in Philadelphia. And this is an Indian summer day. This actually may be the warmest October. What is today, the 29th?
Yeah.
28th?
It's maybe the warmest October 28th on record, which
Getting up to the 80s today, I think.
81.
81, 82, yeah.
Oh, and it looks like we've got our first boats coming through.
All right.
They should be down to us in a couple minutes.
Look at that shot, that drone shot. Isn't that gorgeous?
And this
Jim's
is one.
monitor is out. We have a monitor down here, folks.
Here comes
And this is just one of the curves that you were talking about.
Yep.
All right, so this event, it looks like
It's a men's Masters 4.
1, 2,
So-
3, 4, five entries.
Well, they release them all in succession. So we go from the first is men's Masters 27 to 39. The second group of 5 is 40 to 49. The third looks like about 10 crews, 50 to 59. And then the fourth is 60 years plus, and there's 6 crews in there. So we have about 26 Masters men crews coming down the course. And not yet around the turn, but they're coming soon.
You know, John, you think about the history of the sport here. You know, we know it quite well, but for the people that are just getting into the sport, some of the books that are being sold here this weekend, Dottie Brown's book on Boathouse Row is really entertaining. I learned a lot from the Triumph of the Amateurs that William Lament wrote, and Bill rode for Fordham back in the early 60s, and a big part of his writing is about the 1876 race, the bicentennial race, when the bicentennial was here in Philadelphia, and it was a race between the Bigland brothers and the Ward brothers. You know, both from New York and up around Newburgh, New York, and the Bigland brothers were made famous by the paintings of Thomas Eakins. So.
Oh, were they the pair?
They were the pair.
They were the pair,
right?
yes.
So they were the pair back then.
And they are, I believe, they are the model for the logo of the head of the Schuylkill. That pair.
Yes.
Exactly. And the John Bigland's in the single was our national medal up until the late 80s. You know, you saw him.
Is that
All
Penn
right.
AC out
So
front?
That's Penn AC out front.
Here comes the first group of Masters 4s. And
NEC.
yeah, Penn AC's not even on
I
here.
was going to say.
Yeah, those
So
are
anyway,
Penn AC blades, though.
I tell you what, the Masters are aggressive. So there's 5 boats in the
That's
first group of
46.
It's
That's
Temple.
6. That's Philo.
406.
With the Temple blades.
Yeah.
Yeah, so all 5 Masters 27 to 39 have left. They're all coming past us at once. So obviously aggressive. The strategy for these boats must have been get right on the tail of the boat in front of us and try to pass them.
410.
Is that 410 in the blue
That's
shirt?
Fairmount.
Fairmount with the Temple blades there.
All right. Well, they're doing very well because they started 5th, but right now they're in 2nd
407
place.
is Capital Rowing, and who's on the inside passing Capital? 49.
409.
That's Atlanta. Atlanta
Passing
Rowing Club.
407.
Yeah.
And these are very colorful unis.
Yeah, this might be Argonaut. Is that 408?
It
Jim?
is.
All right, that's Argonaut. So,
That's the Argonauts from Canada.
yeah, if I were
Yep, that's the Argonaut singlet there with the stripes.
if I were a betting man, and I'm not, I would say Fairmount might take this group of the Masters
Well,
4.
they're all former Temple rowers.
They should know the course.
They should know the course, and if they're smart, they're all. I don't know if this is a weighted race, but it must.
Those 4 guys have raced together for a number of years now. They know everything about this course. They're strong. They know
Who's
how to move a boat.
414 with the
That's
Fairmount
another
blades?
Fairmount boat. Fairmount. That's another Fairmount boat. 40 to 49-year-old boat.
That's Krajewski.
Fairmount keeps us young, folks. Fairmount Rowing Club.
Steve Krajewski, yes.
Steve.
73.
Tap it along, Fairmount. Tap it along.
What number is that?
413,
413 is.
Carnegie Lake.
followed closely by 415.
Riverside. You could tell them by the blades.
Yep.
Yep.
The stripes they call Riverside. The
Ah,
stripes.
sorry.
Stripes,
Yeah.
Yep.
You know,
prison stripes.
my boys have stripes too, but they call us bumblebees.
Yeah.
How long have you been coaching at LaSalle?
This will be my 4th year. I was at Prep, coached at the Prep for 4 years under Jim Glavin, and then had
This
my
is
knees
the
replaced. Took 2
Princeton
years
National Rowing Center coming up here. Princeton National Rowing Center.
Again, you can tell that by the oars.
416. Yeah. Again, these guys, these masters, are between 40 and 49 years of age.
Kids.
off. But despite their age, I'll guarantee their heart rates are still at max.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Just their max is a little lower than it used to be.
That's
No, they're out 4 or
419.
5 times a week training.
Training, yeah.
Where's
Oh,
this
yeah.
club from?
Oyster Bay?
No,
Where's-
419.
Oh, 419 is in the next race.
New Bayern.
New Bayern,
Yeah.
so it's a German crew.
Yeah, they're coming up here. These
Yeah,
old boys.
They're rowing nicely, very
Yeah,
nicely.
this
Look
little-
at that.
Yep.
Blades are off the water, clean.
Yeah, they've rowed together.
I guess
Yeah.
they
Got a break in the action here.
Not a long break.
Yeah, this is
No,
the next group.
these
This is
look
the
like
50
10.
to 59-year-old.
Did we see Oyster Bay come through?
We did not. They might be in this group.
420.
420 is Cortland.
No, it's 421, I think. I'm not sure.
So speaking of masters or rowing at any level, just for some of you non-rowers out there, these races will last between
424.
12 and 18 minutes, depending on the boat. But everybody should know that when you're rowing, about 35 seconds into the race, you go into oxygen deficit. Doesn't matter what age you are.
Right.
So you're hanging on for dear life. Whoops, there's
Basically, you're going to have a lactate cocktail. These guys are moving along really nice.
They
This
are.
is Carnegie Lakers here, 21 in white right in front of us, going by us.
Yeah, must be Barda
424 is the
Barda-
bow
Oars.
number.
Barda Penn boat.
So who's coming down now?
22 Capital has moved up,
That's
and then on the
422.
outside, is that 23? That's another Fairmount crew over there in the blue. Yep. Fairmount, number 2 boathouse row, been around since the 1800s here.
Oh, there's Oyster Bay.
Oyster Bay Community.
Bow
There they go.
420.
So that's 417 out there.
Yep.
Now that program
Okay.
was started by a guy named Al Long way back in the 1960s, and he was a Penn oarsman.
Yeah.
You know, good buddy
Al Long.
Chuck Colgan
Oh,
from
yeah.
the Colgan family here in Philadelphia, longtime family in our sport, very successful, producing many national and international athletes.
Yep. Al Jr.,
Yeah.
the son of Al, I raced with him at Vesper in the 80s.
Albie.
Albie? I never knew him as Albie.
This is St. Catherine's Rowing Club.
426 and
Is that Swan Creek?
427.
Swan Creek is on the inside.
Both crews are rowing good.
27.
Long.
Yeah, they got a little battle going on here. Stroke for stroke. Looks like pretty much at the exact same stroke rate. Neither boat is pulling ahead of the other. See how they use the tailwind to their advantage.
That's fun to watch.
So what is it that drives rowers to do what we do,
420.
or used to do? You know, again, a minute into the race, you're in pain.
Yeah.
Who wants to train
Discipline.
for that?
Discipline.
Why do we do this?
Because we can't play any other sport, John.
Well, that's one of the things.
That's
This is 430. Geez, 430. That's
It's
the
coming.
Detroit Boat Club.
Yeah, that's
There's some old boys
Wow, they're-
moving a boat. Look
they're-
at those guys.
Yeah.
They're very aggressive.
they're from the 60-plus group, so
Yeah.
they,
yeah.
they're
No, they row together all the time.
Yeah.
Detroit.
433.
Detroit always performs well.
33.
425.
Who were you saying they're
Rock
the
Creek
oldest?
rowing.
Yes, Detroit is the oldest boat club in the U.S.
425.
And 429 right here.
East Shore Community.
Little tippy there.
UBC coming up, and they are the host club for the head of the Schuylkill.
All right.
Alex Cook and Bow.
432.
Have been
Alex
running
Cook,
that.
yeah.
Alex Cook. He's been around forever. Alex rode at Penn too, I think.
They're rowing nicely.
Yeah, very
Blades
nice.
off the water.
Look at that
Capital
overhead
on.
we're looking at right there. That's gorgeous. That's a nice line. So, John, you want to know why they do it.
Why we
right?
did it.
You know, I mean, I think it's that as simple as it is, you learn to endure.
Yes.
In rowing, there's no stopping,
Yeah.
right? The race starts, you endure. And the person that learns to endure the longest is usually the person that's going to do the
Yep.
best. And, you know, and as simple as it is, the more work you do, the more addicted you become. You know, there's something about it, you know, a high-intensity sport, kicking off the endorphins in your body, and you crave it. You know, I mean,
Yeah.
even in your 70s, you crave getting out there every morning and testing yourself, you know. And
when I was-
each person here, whether they take a medal or not, is going to know whether they performed to that level where they endured and they pushed through.
Right. And as
4,
long as you do the best you
24?
can, you're always happy.
434. My mistake.
434 is Rocky Mountain Rowing Club.
Yeah.
Traveled in from Boulder, Colorado.
Boulder, Colorado. I know some gals from
I-
that
yeah,
club
I
that'll be racing here today.
Those look like crescent blades.
You know, you think, John, rowing used to just be an East Coast thing.
Yes, not anymore.
And now, I mean, these championships going all over the country and all over the world.
No, it is a beautiful thing. I think rowing is growing in the U.S. faster than any place in the world.
Yeah, we had Lindsay Myers here, Lindsay Clark here earlier, and she hails from Seattle.
Oh, yeah. I used to coach with Lindsay
Yeah.
at the prep for a
I
bit.
think this is Annapolis Rowing Club here in blue. Not sure.
Bow 431.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Annapolis. That might put a wrap on the men's Masters and Veterans fours. We'll see. We'll see if another one comes around the corner.
Did I blow your eardrums out? I'm sorry.
Just a little bit. It's all right.
I didn't feel a thing.
So again, it's getting to be close to lunchtime, so I'm starting to think about those food trucks that are parked out on Kelly Drive.
Are you buying?
I like
You're
the
buying.
addition of the,
No, I didn't.
I like the addition of the food trucks. It gives us more choices.
Yeah.
There's a lot of choices.
So Jim, have you ever had parts replaced?
Oh, I had both knees replaced
both
at the same time.
Okay, so you did. So did I.
Yeah.
Had them done at the same time. Yes, we had that. So to all you younger rowers out there, I would suggest that what caused both Coach Dietz and myself to replace our knees was running stairs and running hills, which
And a lot of cross-country skiing.
and that's a little passive. One of the beauties of rowing is the sport is relatively passive on your joints, so you can do it forever, which is why we have rowers out here in their 60s and 70s. And now with the erg, you don't have to run stairs or hills, although I would recommend it if
Charging
you're
up the
very
hill in front of
competitive.
Boathouse Row, Lemon Hill
Lemon
there.
Oof.
Oh,
God,
brutal.
one of the guys, the fastest guy I ever saw going up that hill was Mike Tatey. That
Yeah.
Mike
Yeah.
Tatey, he could
Well,
fly.
He was a runner.
Yes, he was. And,
He-
you know, many-time winner of the Schuylkill's Thanksgiving
The turkey,
turkey
trot.
trot.
Turkey trot.
You know, another great Philadelphia tradition.
Fred Dooling, I think, has participated like 60 some
Still-
odd years.
and still participating in it.
Yeah, yeah.
Looking through
That's a record that's not going to be broken.
the program here. First of all, the cover of this year's program that won the art contest of the angels with the sculling boat in the background, I think is absolutely
It's Dr. Bob
gorgeous,
Cody.
yeah. You know,
He's the
opening
painter.
up the program and, you know, celebrating the U.S. Women's 8 after their silver medal, I think, at the World Championships this year. John Chatsky, another Penn oarsman, big supporter of rowing in the United States, and you know, just doing great things. And you know, again, more rowing people paying it back, helping out. You know, all the volunteers we have here today.
So actually, on page 9 of the program are the vendors and the food trucks. They're all here.
Yep.
Ooh, Deeks
Lots-
Barbecue.
Dietz.
Is Dietz
Dietz and-
Barbecue?
Is that Dietz and Watson?
Deeks.
Oh,
Oh,
Deeks.
okay.
Deeks.
I was gonna say I want to go over and get a free rib.
Colin, are we going to commercial now?
They selling that print, or I think it's gorgeous.
Yeah, that is nice.
We're back, folks.
All right.
We are back.
We're back. Welcome to the
Good shot.
welcome
of
to the head of the
docks there.
Schuylkill. This beautiful Saturday.
We were just talking about how amazing the cover of the program is. Dr. Bob Cody won the contest. And we're all kind of hoping that we can buy the poster.
Yep, right.
Maybe buy the original. Maybe they should auction it.
Yep.
Well, that would be a
there
good-
you go.
That's a good idea.
There's the drive.
So lots of vendors here, folks. Lots of vendors. I'm going to put a pitch in for my own company,
Do it.
Boathouse, which PHLSports has been sponsoring and working with the head of the Schuylkill way back when, since 1987.
Wow. When did you start the company?
Well, it was actually started by some other guys. I bought it from them in 1989. And
You,
well,
Stevenson, and John
it
Bannon
was
were
John
part of
Bannon,
that?
Ed Gribben,
right.
Bill Drennan, and another guy, and I helped them turn it into a rowing company. Originally, it was a retail store and
Okay.
a general retail. Turned it into a rowing company and started going to events right away. And I'd show up in my little Toyota truck with bananas and oranges and water, because I knew the athletes were standing out in the sun all day long, and I just give it to them for free at the head of the Schuylkill and the head of the Charles. And that went on for about 3 years, and of course I draped product around the truck so people knew who it was, and banners and whatever.
Yeah.
But I think it was 1992 the head of the Charles told me I couldn't do it anymore, because that's when they started realizing they can make money at the Regatta.
Oh, right, right.
So they were selling water at
Yeah.
that point, so they didn't want me giving it away for free.
So is that your manufacturing site? Has that always been up there, or was that something?
So I started when I bought the company. I bought Stevenson's old factory. So our first factory was in what is now Northern Liberties.
Okay.
My second factory, which was 5,000 square feet, is at 10th and Ridge,
Okay.
which is now being gentrified. At the time, it was a pretty nasty part of the city. Third factory was up Route 1 at the Wick building, which is a big, monstrous building. We had about 15,000 feet. And then the building we're in now, we bought 20 years ago. It's 100,000 square feet. And I located there because we had three priorities. I needed access to employees, expandability, and safety. And it's been a great building. And so, yeah, Boathouse manufactures everything in North Philadelphia, about 6 miles.
American made.
6 miles from here. Yeah, American made. Been able to do it the whole way, and it's good. Yeah, 200
I have to
It's
tell you,
quality
John,
stuff, folks.
quality stuff.
At a
220 tax-paying employees.
Good pricing, very good quality,
Yeah, we-
comfortable.
I've been volunteering for the Regatta for a long time, and one of my favorite swag was the hoser vest.
Mm-hmm.
I have to tell you, John, last year my wife came with me to the Regatta, and my wife is a shopper, and she never likes the way I look. And I come back after rowing my race, and she goes, "Don't be mad at me." And I'm thinking, what did you do? Did you scratch up my truck or something?
that was funny.
And I said,
Yeah.
"Look, I'm not going to be mad at you." Well, she pulls out all of this stuff she bought at your tent.
Oh, beautiful.
And the one thing I loved the most was the old jacket, the old Stevenson
Yeah.
jacket with the old design, the red, white,
Right.
blue collar, and our old crest on it. And I've been wearing that stuff all year long, especially the vest, which lights you up so people can
Yeah.
see you when you're out there in the early morning.
Awesome.
Actually,
Thank
Tom
you.
and I did a walkthrough before we
did.
started, and
Yeah.
there's a Kelly green birds.
Yeah, we do a lot of work with the Eagles and the Flyers, and
I really like that. I might
yeah,
go back.
yeah.
Jen really wants that one, yeah.
When the Eagles decided to change their color in part this year to Kelly, we jumped right on it. So, but there's lots of vendors here, folks. There's Boathouse, of course, JL, who's been in this business forever. U.S. Rowings
ND.
has a tent. N&D, who's the official
Nielsen Kellerman, absolutely.
sponsor.
Yeah.
Nielsen Kellerman, 776 BC, who's the newcomer to the unisuit market, and they are doing, I hate to say it, they're doing a great job.
Where are they based? They're not based in America, though.
No,
right?
they're New Zealand, and the product's made in China.
And then there's Rubini, Tom's favorite.
Rubini's
Yeah, right.
here.
Rabini has been at regattas and
Ever
and
from the
racing in
beginning.
regattas from the beginning.
From the
And
beginning.
his family has followed suit. He's always at the regattas, and it's so good to see him here.
And then we've got the Vespoli and the
All
finish
the,
line. And
all the boat builders are here. Actually, I have my my Varsity 8, and they should be right about now bringing their oars up here because they're bringing them to the Concept 2 service guys to replace the handles.
Yep.
which is just, Concept 2 does a great job servicing, as does Croker. Bring your oars, they'll refurbish them.
Yeah,
there
Dottie
a-
Brown is selling her book, the Boathouse Row book, here somewhere, and fly over and find her and get a nice autographed copy. But it's a beautiful book.
Yeah.
A lot of history.
Speaking of books, as everybody should know, the Dan Brown book, The Boys in the Boat,
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
movie is coming out
December.
December 25th, Christmas Day, something we've all been eagerly anticipating.
Fabulous story.
If you haven't read the book, it's wonderful. It's a great story about the Washington and Cal crews in the late 20s, early 30s, written, and in the background of the book is the rise of Nazi Germany and the Depression. It's really a fabulous read, and it's going to be a fabulous movie, produced and directed by George Clooney.
Right. Now, my coach that was in that trials race in Princeton back in '36, he told us the reason that he got into rowing during the Depression was because if you rowed for the New York Athletic Club, you could get 3 square meals a day. And that was just so important back then, and that's a great part of the book. I'm hoping that's a big part of the movie as to how these young guys had to deal with the Depression.
Yeah, no, I believe that's part of the thread of the book, that they rowed because they got fed.
Yep. Yeah.
So it looks
Just
like we have
think of that, folks. I mean, today most of us rowing don't have to worry about where we get our meals, but they used to. This
has got to be the first of the women's Masters Cox 4, 40 to 49.
Yep. No, the first one is 27 to 39.
All right.
Got to flip the page one back there, James.
All right. Getting ahead of myself.
Yeah, don't worry. This
We'll catch up to you, Jim.
438.
this should be Baltimore Rowing Club.
It looks like
Yep,
Baltimore.
That's Baltimore.
Yep.
Distinctive unis.
Definitely.
Coming by, they have a
And ahead of the
Nice
Schuylkill
lead.
Regatta boat.
Four 38. Yeah, they look like they're pulling away, and
Yep.
Yeah, they're rowing nicely. Clean blade work,
so the
nice
theory,
extraction.
the theory is that
good
the first
swing.
15 boats are seated, and should in fact go off in order.
Right.
After the first 15, it's anybody's guess, I
Wait a
guess.
second. This looks like 44. No, maybe it's not. 431. No, 441.
Yep.
441. So that's Capital Rowing.
441.
Yep.
There's 2 Capital Rowing boats in this race.
And coming down, it looks like we've got Endeavor Racing. I recognize the blades.
Capital Rowing going by us. They must be moving nicely. Blades are in together. Blades are off the water. No splashing. I haven't seen a shipwreck yet.
This is 445. Boy, they've moved up.
445. They're from a different. They're from the next age
Yeah.
bracket. That is
Steering right.
Steering Right
Yeah.
LLC crew.
So that's Leslie Wright's,
Those gals are
from
working.
Gotcha.
They're by 440 on the
Yeah,
outside.
they're moving.
Wow. Look at that.
Yep,
They just won the head of the Charles.
The crew on the inside is coming
Naturally.
through fast too. What's
Yeah.
that crew on the inside in the white boat? Like
446.
446. So yep, they're chasing down Steering Right. That's Wilmington Rowing Club.
Assuming I could see
Right
that.
down the road from us, folks, about 38 miles.
Here
Wilmington
comes
Rowing Club.
47. Philo. That's Philo on the outside with the blue, dark blue blades.
So I assume Philo means first in, last out.
I guess
That's
so.
what it means in accounting.
Yeah.
So they must be a bunch of accountants.
I think it's
Although
Greek.
they don't row like accountants. They
Greek-
row like rowers.
They're Greek accountants.
Nice overhead there.
I think they're a break off from
Didn't the Greeks
Carnegie
invent
Lake.
accounting?
They invented everything.
I think they invented everything.
But they're a shoot off of
The Greeks,
Carnegie
the
Lake
Romans. Yeah.
Oh.
up in New Jersey.
Problem with these gals with the long hair, it's hard to see the bow number on their back.
Yeah, that's why I cut my hair.
Mine just falls out. 49, Detroit Boat Club.
Yep.
All right, we got the Detroit Boat Club women.
They're rowing well.
They are.
Nice.
Got nice bright green fluorescent hats on.
I always loved the Detroit Boat Club shirt. One of the first shirts I traded for as a kid was to get the Detroit Boat Club.
Yeah,
silhouette.
and you know what? It's remained
Yep, the same.
The same.
Yep.
Actually, that's an interesting. Well, we'll wait till we have a break. Let's talk about rowing jerseys
It's the
and tradition.
Yep, Princeton National Training Center in shocking pink out there, really turning it over. Let's see where those ladies are at.
They're wearing pink. It's Breast Cancer Awareness Month, the month of October, folks.
It's Alexandria.
Yeah, those guys are at 31 and a half,
454.
32. There's Argonauts. I recognize the Argonaut singlet there. That's 450 from Canada coming on down. See a lot of that here in Philadelphia. A lot of the northern teams will come down from Canada to take in the head of the Schuylkill.
They want to get their last strokes in before everything freezes up north, right?
Exactly,
Forest
yeah.
Park.
So who's on our screen now? So there goes another steering you right, or Endeavor Racing.
What crew number? What's that bow number?
That one?
456. 456 going by us right now.
That is, yep, steering
they're-
right.
Yeah, they're on the screen right now in the overhead shot.
I believe it's Carrie Brown
Look
in
at
that
that.
boat.
They've got their starboard oars as orange and their port oars are a light blue.
That's how you're able to pick them out.
Yeah, I guess they don't want to get confused.
Look at that.
457.
Nice shot.
Coming by us right now. Who's 457?
I know Steering You Right or Endeavor Racing had a lot of boats in Boston and 8s, so they're probably just breaking them out down now.
455 is another Princeton Training Center boat. Yeah, that's the Princeton boat.
Going by us?
Yeah.
So if you want to check results, you can go to Here Now or come visit us at the Three Angels Awards Center or Awards Tent.
Our mobile digital operations center here.
Is this Pelham?
Coming by us.
Yes.
Yeah, I think most of their shells are blue and
456.
456. That is another steering right crew.
Boy, ripping tailwind is right.
It's building.
That's a nice overhead. There's that crew with the orange port blades and blue starboard blades, or just the opposite.
yeah, so they're pretty in the back of the pack.
Here's another one.
Here
yeah.
comes another
Oh,
batch
that's
of 4s.
Another, yeah.
What bow number?
64.
That is steering right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was founded by Leslie Wright, who was a coxswain on the Canadian team.
Makes
Yeah.
sense to me. Steering right.
I like it.
And we've only seen one stern-loaded 4.
Oh yeah, they're a thing of the past.
They are.
We saw one today.
Yeah.
Like the pair width. I was looking at the history in the Fairmount Boat Club, and they have pictures of the old sit-up pair widths back in the day. What relics?
462. Yes, I think that's the Cleat Graham.
I had cleat that out there in my race this morning.
466.
He's getting
466 is another Philo crew, and 465 is White Marsh. I recognize that
green, the teal.
beautiful blue teal of White Marsh.
Yep. Chasing down 462.
Is this Saugatuck coming down?
63. Rocky
Rock Creek.
Rocky
Road.
Creek. Rock Creek. That's Texas, right? Rock Creek?
I'm not sure.
I know there is a Rock Creek crew in Texas. It's possible there's another.
Well, people come a long way to row here.
Oh,
We'll have some international entries today.
Yeah, well, and they're rowing nicely.
Okay.
All right, some more 4s coming.
Oh, the 60-plus group starting to come?
Oh, they've already, the 60-plus group.
Oh, yeah, they're here.
They're
Right.
mostly biased. I think this might be the last
yeah,
two.
these are coming down fast and furious.
Then we have
That's 67. I'm seeing right there.
67 is
That's
Saugatuck.
Saugatuck.
Saugatuck, yeah.
And then
Got to hand it to these gals out there today.
they're doing the work.
Screaming
Very
cow
nice
run.
rhythm in that Saugatuck crew. Those gals are
They do
rowing
look
nicely.
nice.
Good reach.
Followed up by 59, I believe. Cortland Community Rowing Association.
Well done, ladies. Keep going.
That's it.
You're under a mile to go. Keep going.
What I always say, guys, is motion is the lotion. As the age keeps coming on you, we can't do anything about that. But if you keep moving, you keep moving. Motion is the lotion.
Okay, folks, we're going to go to commercial real quick. We'll be right back. Hi, folks. We are on. Oh, look at us. Man, that is one good-looking crew.
Yes, it is.
Thank you, John. Appreciate it.
Welcome back to the head of the Schuylkill this beautiful Saturday, October 28th.
John Stripback from
Boathouse Sports.
Boathouse Sports.
Bye. Please.
Yes, please.
Yes, please come up and visit us. We were just talking about some of the merchandise in Boathouse Sports tent, and there's a gorgeous Kelly Green Go Birds jacket that I eyed up earlier.
Yeah, we do a lot of work with the Eagles and the Phillies and the Sixers and the Flyers and the Union. Some of that stuff we're allowed to sell to the consumer, some not. But there's a lot of vendors here, folks. There's every piece of clothing you could imagine, especially rowing clothing. Lots of food vendors down here. Come enjoy the sun, the colors, the people.
It looks like the wind's died down a little bit.
I think the wind is going to be moderating throughout the day. I know that next race starts. Actually, they should have started about 2 minutes ago. This is going to be the collegiate freshman eights. The first group is men, of which there are, looks like about 20 boats. And then the second group is the women's Frosh novice eights, and I'd say there's about 26 boats.
There's going to be a gathering at Billy Murphy's Irish Pub on November 1st to say goodbye to Dietrich Rose. He's moving to Florida.
He is moving to Florida. Actually, on Wednesday, I was at Billy Murphy's Saloonary with J.B. Kelly and a few of other guys, and we had our special guest, Prince Albert.
Ah,
really?
I saw that he was at the zoo. Yeah, he's in Philly.
Drinking beer and eating cheesesteaks.
They have good cheesesteaks
He
there.
came in. He snuck in an Eagles jacket with a hat and sunglasses on, and a couple of large men.
rather
large men
people,
dressed in dark suits. But he's a great man. Very nice. Very nice. Very nice royalty.
I have not been to Billy
Your Highness.
Murphy's since my dad passed away.
Yeah, it hasn't changed.
Last time I was there was, Gus Ignis was behind the bar. Remember?
Gus.
Yeah. Couldn't buy a beer. Everything was free.
That's a problem. That'll put you out of business.
Wow.
Can't do that much, you know.
Oh, I know. That was a headache the following day. Thank you, Jim.
So the Frosh Novice 8s are on the course. They're probably going to come around the turn any minute, and they should be fast. They will be covering this course very quickly.
I'm in there talking to the old boys all morning, having the greatest time, you know.
How about Al? Did he have a good time?
Yeah,
Good.
he's around
He's picking up.
collecting trash right
He's
now.
picking up trash. Okay.
So we were talking a little bit about jerseys, and so when I moved to Philly, I joined Vesper, and I'm still a member of Vesper, and the Vesper racing shirt really hasn't changed for probably 100 years.
Gotta love it.
And the racing shirts at the AC, New York Athletic Club, haven't changed in 100 plus years.
Standard wing foot. And,
Right.
And there's something great to be said about tradition.
Yep. You said the favorite was Detroit, which is that
Yep.
beautiful blue background.
Red, white, and blue.
Red, white, and blue with the D, with the vertical oar right through the middle.
Yep.
I've got a couple of those. Unfortunately, they don't fit me anymore. Whereas, Jim, you're looking great.
Jim is trained down.
I am trained down. I'll tell you, as soon as you retire, John, you get to put in the miles and you start feeling better and better.
Yeah.
You know, as a master, you come here and you think, wow, what a great opportunity. And you don't see this much in other sports where you can have young kids racing here. You can have father-daughters, mothers-daughters and stuff, rowing in doubles and stuff. And then, you know, masters. In my race, you know, there were guys in their mid-80s out there.
Yeah.
You know, and that's a special thing, you know. You know, the old-timers, you know, we come here and we think about what it used to be like in the day and how great it was to have speed and stuff. And
There was a gentleman that rode out of university. He was 80, 90 years old, dementia. His aide would just bring him down and put him in a boat, and he knew what to do.
you know, it's like riding a bike. You never forget,
Yep.
you know. And, you know, you get to see the young kids. You get to see them start out. You know, there are some kids here. They started out as coxswains, in their father's boats, and then they grow up and they become Olympians.
Yep.
You know,
Yep.
and that's pretty neat.
So do we have boats coming down?
They should be. They were meant to start at 12:02, but
Yeah.
maybe there's a little delay upriver, but we're fine. So anyway, back to tradition. Talk a little bit about apparel. You know, so all the old clubs still maintain tradition. Fairmount, Malta, you know, clubs in Boston, more or less. However, the high schools and colleges, rowing has turned very fashionable.
Oh, definitely.
To the
yeah.
benefit of the rowing companies like Boathouse. And, you know, when I rode in college, I got my racing shirt and my trow, which is all we had. And I still have that one shirt and that
Yep.
threw the trow away. But I still have the shirt. These kids today, like the kids I coach at LaSalle High School, they must have 20 uni suits each.
Yeah, guys like
And-
Bob Esposette like it also. He's just selling
Oh, yeah,
shirts. like
he's having a ball over there. He's having a ball over there. But yeah, it's become fashionable, and you know, uni suits are in. Uni suits are.
Well, you think
cool,
about
and-
how it changed. You know, in the '60s when I started, it was gray sweatpants and baggy gray sweatshirts and stuff like that. And then all of a sudden, Lycra comes into it, and you know,
Yeah.
it starts getting. And then in the '70s, you know, we were all over in Moscow rowing at the World Championships over there in '73, and everybody loved the East German jacket with the little flap in back.
The
'Cause when
Soviet-
you-
it was
when-
the
when-
Soviet jacket.
Because as you lean forward, your normal shirt would pull up and your back would get cold, and
Right.
you run into problems.
Yeah.
And they got that little bib back there, and
Plus they had the gussets in the shoulder, which allowed
Yes.
total freedom of movement, and that became the famous Stevenson jacket.
I see some 8s coming down in the
Oh, good.
overhead. Something's happening here.
We're getting the occasional white cap out here.
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, it's a tailwind white cap, so again, it's going to make
Press.
for some real fast racing
Yeah,
here.
press and release.
That's
Let's just do it.
It's actually one of the beauties of rowing is you get to compete in different conditions.
That's right.
And you have to. You don't have a choice. You know.
No, the weather doesn't care.
We row in everything except for lightning, folks.
We did that this summer.
Back in the day, we used to confuse people. Would say, "Did you put on your headwind wax or tailwind wax?" You know, for the race. You know, making like you were a skier. You know, and people would be all kinds of confused. And we were talking about this on one of the calls the other day about putting special stuff on your boat. Well, I always had a bottle of Simple Blue, was just a cleaner, but I would cover it with athletic tape because everybody thought I was putting a special Go Fast on the boat. You know.
So that's where. Okay, so here's a story I'll tell you. Back, you know, but what do they call the races to the national team trials now? Not trials, but
speed orders.
Okay, that's what we called them back then.
Yeah.
And I must have learned this from you because Tatey and I and Korzanowski had everybody racing in pairs, and Tatey and I we showed up to one of the speed orders, and I took a can. And it was just full of water.
Yeah.
But I put a label around it that said "Go Fast."
Yeah.
And we're wiping the boat down before the race in Huntington and Espy, and everybody's, "What the hell is that?" Oop, pardon me, folks. What's that? They have Go Fast. What's Go Fast? You know, we were just pulling a stunt.
Yeah. I did that to another coach that always thought that stuff I was putting on my boat was illegal. You're doing something that's illegal. And we were racing in the New Englands with our Coast Guard crew one year, and I said to my coxswain, I said, "Brian, go around to the back of my truck and get the beer tap that's laying there. You're next to an old keg of beer." And then I said, "Have the varsity meet me by the bow of your boat." And I put the beer tap in the bow of the portage hole of the Vespoliate, and I start pumping it. And this guy comes running over. "You're cheating! You're cheating! I knew you were cheating!" And I said, "Rick, I'm just trying to get a beer out of this boat, and I'm not having much luck."
All right, here's something interesting, folks. The freshman novice 8, the U.S. Naval Academy, is
followed
coming
by
around
Army.
Followed by Army. How about that?
Wow.
Army-Navy.
Army-Navy. It's an Army-Navy race. But
the Army-Navy football game will be at Foxborough at the end of the month
really?
here.
That's a first. Eh?
Yep, that is a first.
Typically
August,
in December, early
yeah,
December.
right.
Jim and I were standing on the beach getting ready to go out, and we got a weather report saying that lightning storm was going away. We looked at each other, and Jim says, "I think we're okay." We weren't.
We weren't.
We got stuck out, but it is the fastest I've rode in years.
Getting back to the regatta here, you know, and what it takes to organize the regatta. We have thousands and thousands of people here. We have, you know, vendor trucks with food and everything else, and there's one master here who is basically the clerk of the course and keeping things clean, and that's Al Robinson, and he's out there talking to all of the coaches about cleaning up after yourself because you don't want to leave Fairmount Park dirty. Here's Navy right in front of us.
right now.
Yeah.
Yep.
Typical Navy in the navy gray with the navy blades, blue and white, blue and yellow.
Nobody even close.
Yeah.
Well, that's one of the beauties of starting first in head races.
Yeah.
I can see, I guess, West Point coming around the.
You know,
that's Army.
nice spacing, John. I mean, they're getting even spacing. I think they're about 31, 32 even spacing. That's pretty good.
They're very relaxed.
Yeah. Again, that tailwind is helping with the spacing.
Let's see how Army looks. Army's coming next.
Now, the difference there, Navy, a varsity program, West Point, a club program. West Point will race in these regattas in the fall, and then they'll be in the Accra Championships down in Georgia in the spring. That's a nice shot there. Here comes Army on the screen now. Nice overhead.
Here they are.
No, that overhead is
Five Tribes.
Pitt or Delaware that we were looking at right there.
I think it's Delaware.
Yep.
Oh, here comes West Point's passing us right now.
Yeah, West Point's right in front of us now. Yeah, that looks like Delaware, number 72 that we're looking at on the overhead. That's West Point we're looking at right now.
And I would bet most of those guys are novice, even though they're.
I mean, real novice.
Real novice, yeah.
You know, cadets that just started rowing this past fall, and already look at the way they're mastering the sport.
Well coached.
Yeah, this is.
Well, they row up there on that Hudson. That's
That's
pretty wide up
72.
there.
Yep,
Mark.
that's
Yeah.
Delaware. Yeah, it can get nasty up
Yeah.
there.
At the University of Delaware. Coached for many years by
Chuck Crawford.
Chuck Crawford. Great
Yep.
coach. Great
Now,
coach.
Chuck Crawford and I first met in '67 at the World Championships for Juniors in Ratzeburg, Germany.
Chuck retired last year
Yep.
from coaching.
Chuck is
Probably not for long.
Nope. I'm sure he's keeping his hand in it.
Is this
So Delaware, they look pretty powerful there. They,
Yep.
they had a nice hang and a good acceleration at the finish.
all right? So we have S blades.
That would be Stockton.
That's Stockton, 73.
And looks like blue blades on the inside.
That might be Pittsburgh. I haven't seen Pittsburgh yet. Look at that overhead. Really nice.
Here's bow 471.
Here comes
Yeah,
That's
that's
Pittsburgh.
That's Pittsburgh.
Right.
All right.
That's a bit of a wide turn there, yeah.
Yeah, that is a
That's Stockton, I think, out
Yeah.
there. Stockton in black with the white blades.
wide turn because they are being overtaken on the inside. Coxon might have taken a little bit too wide of a turn. And this on the inside looks like,
Three.
that's another Delaware crew?
Yeah.
Yes,
What's that bell number? That should be
477.
it is.
Yeah, well, they're,
477.
they're moving.
Yes, they are. Oh, a little
477.
wobble,
They
little
are doing nicely. Coxon's doing a fabulous job. She's really on that line. Interesting today, John, how you'll often have a woman coxswain in a men's boat and a men coxswain in the women's boat. Even internationally, that's going. Is this Marietta, John?
Yep.
This is your
Yep,
Four
Marietta.
hometown.
480.
480.
That bodes well.
They must be having a
Yes,
good
boy,
run.
they're pressing. Look at that.
That-
Look at
that
that.
means-
Push it along in their M pocket,
Coach Greg Meyer,
and Villanova's
Doing a good
following
job.
them up.
It's 476.
they're rowing high.
Yep.
What's that Marietta crew rowing? They're higher than everybody. That looks
yeah.
like about a 34.
Very nice the way they're picking it off. They're at 35, John.
Yeah, they're up.
Pretty
Good
good
eyes.
eye.
Yeah,
Good eye
speaking
for
you
an
got a
old
good.
guy.
You got a
NG.
coach's eye still.
Look at 2 seat. Alex.
This is
Out.
75 coming up here. Oh, this is Manhattan College. All right,
475.
Manhattan College from the Bronx. Longtime supporter Tom Delaney has been keeping that program alive for years. Tom rode from Manhattan, won the Dad Vale here in the 4 way back in the early 70s, and has been supporting that program ever since.
Nice.
It's a gorgeous shot.
It's a lifelong sport, whether you're rowing or coaching or
Yep,
I just they're tapping the boat along.
that's
fairly well.
78.
Not getting
Franklin
the,
Marshall.
Not getting the power
Yep.
the other crews are getting, but still,
But they're rowing nicely.
yeah.
You know,
Well,
again, most of these athletes here probably just started rowing a couple of months ago.
Yeah.
You know, and a lot of good coaching going on, getting these kids prepared to row a race in that short a time. And again, being a high-intensity sport, they're just going to start building their aerobic base and polishing off their movements in the boat to become more and more proficient. And you never know. Out of these freshman boats, we might see Olympians come 2028
Yep.
in LA for our Olympics. That's a nice overhead.
You can see them coming around the corner.
Yeah, looks like another Marietta crew coming up. Do we got another? Yeah, we have another one, 480. I think that's Marietta we're looking at on the TV screen there.
Yeah, they do have 2 freshmen, Nate. That's great.
Yeah, we've got a line of them coming down now.
Looks like Maryland in red.
Yeah.
Uh, 479.
Carnegie Mellon.
Yep. And then on the outside, that's Franklin Marshall.
2390.
So
2360.
Franklin Marshall has been
Dyslexic.
moving up on Carnegie Mellon. They're forced to take the outside on this.
Is that 2360 out there?
Yes.
All right, so they were planned to start last. So if they started last, they are moving.
And
That's Maryland.
That's
there-
Maryland in
that's
red.
481. Yep.
It's
Look at that. That's a
479.
nice 479 and
Yeah.
482.
Carnegie Mellon was just on our screens.
Yeah.
And feels like the wind's died down again.
484.
Jeez.
Yeah, water's flat again.
Yep. It has died down a bit.
And that looks, I don't see anyone coming
Look
on.
at that. Look at that overhead. Is that exciting?
Yes.
Here in this overhead, you'll get a good idea of the spacing. You're looking at the puddles of the blades moving away. You'll see some crews might be rowing in their puddles, and some crews might be pushing their puddles further along. And that's the impulse that the one crew has that's a little bit better than the other. So they're getting more spacing per stroke. So they're going a little further each stroke. And that's what it's all about, you know,
Yeah.
trying to get that distance.
We're gonna
Cass Cunningham, she professes power per stroke. Because if
Exactly.
you have power per stroke, you'll rate is free speed.
Well, I coached Kick-Ass Cass, and I think she might have got that from me, you know.
We're going to go to break here, folks.
Yep.
We'll be right back.
Cass won the Charles last weekend with all the
She
old
just-
gals.
Testing. Yep, there we go. Back on. Men's college novice eights, freshman novice eights, still coming by.
Is that Duke?
They are in blue. I'm not sure. I can't make out.
Duke University,
Duke.
Blue Devils.
the Blue Devils. Rowing down nice and calmly. True novices in that boat. They're here, folks. Women's college freshman novice eights are next.
They started at 12:30. Next events. So another way to say what you were just talking about, motion is delotion, is you don't die, you don't age, you don't die because you age, or you don't die because you stop moving. I just had it.
Yeah.
All right. So I think Ben Franklin said a body in motion is a happy body.
Yep.
What side did he
You don't
row?
age because you
What
stop
side did
moving.
he row?
What side he row?
You age because you.
Is it lunch break?
No, there is the race is 12:30. Says it goes off at 12:30, so it should have.
They've been on time all day.
Women's college novice.
The next race is at 1:10. Exciting race at 1:20 is the Redgrave Challenge Men's Championship Singles, which, Jim, if you wanted to, you could could jump into that. I'm sure the head of the Schuylkill would be happy to give you a number.
Not these days. These kids are way too fast. I mean, the women today are rowing faster than I rowed when I was rowing my fastest back in the day. But even when you were rowing, John, when I was coaching you, everything was still wooden boats and Macon oars.
I'm not that old.
No?
No. So, no, 84 Olympics, I was in a Empacher boat with beautiful German wooden oars. I don't remember the name, but they're. And then in 88, when you coached me, we were in an Empacher. We trained here in a Vespoli, and then we got the Empacher in Seoul, Korea.
Yep. But those were Macon standard.
Yeah, they were still Macon blade.
And it's starting at 16 and going up, and then the next one might start at 18 and going up. You know, and that's what got us geared towards power per stroke and really trying. You know, rowing is something that you really don't need to lift weights because when you're rowing, you're lifting weights.
Yeah,
it's resistant stroke after stroke after
exactly.
stroke. Building the most
rates,
important
Jim?
muscle in your body, your heart.
At lower rates.
Rates.
It's lifting weights.
So we've got the first of the women's college for novice 8s coming down.
Duquesne should be the first.
Should be, but I'm
They're
guessing those white blades might be.
I think some of our friends from North Jersey might take exception to that, but we do love the Garden State here.
I'd say their pizza is probably better up north. Phil, do you believe in Central Jersey?
I've never heard of such a thing. There's Trenton. Trenton makes, the world takes. You either live north of Trenton or south of Trenton. That's it. End of story. Leo, what is the name of the governor's residence in New Jersey? What is the name of the governor's residence in New Jersey?
What is it?
Drumthwacket.
Oh my gosh.
Correct. Leo, who are the two old men in the balcony of the Muppet Show?
Oh man, you're asking me some questions that.
Every American should know.
All right, what are the names?
Waldorf and Statler.
Naturally. Phil,
Yes.
besides Boathouse Row and the Schuylkill River, where is your favorite place to go in Philadelphia? We probably have some people in the audience who are new to the area, new to Philadelphia. They're not necessarily from Philadelphia.
I have to think about this. I tend to think you're gonna consider the art museum part of Boathouse Row. I would say the art
Do you
museum.
mean the outside of the art museum or the inside of the art museum?
The outside.
The outside. I consider that part of Boathouse Row.
Because that is where I proposed to my wife in 2020.
Apparently, Reading Terminal Market is the most visited location in Philadelphia. And me and Phil were actually talking about Reading Terminal earlier. I asked Phil what his favorite food is in the entire city, and he said Denick's roast pork, and I said Denick's pulled pork. Do you have a thought on that? Which one you like more?
It is not my favorite vendor in the market. I don't have one. 4th Street chocolate chip cookies, number one. Any ice cream vendor. And of course, all of the. Who is your favorite vendor?
I'm coming down from Cape Cod. Moved to Philadelphia 7 years ago, but it's a great place to come. And all the, my favorite vendors,
thank you. There's not one piece of litter on the ground. Let's keep it up. It's rather extraordinary that we're more than halfway through the program today, and I don't see one piece of litter. It's heartening, and it's just one of the things that we love about this race so much. Thank you.
And Phil, I dare say that we might see the banks of the Schuylkill River cleaner than when we got here, when this regatta is over, because of the people attending.
If I were a betting man, I would lay down on that. Trash cans and the recycling from here, because the Parks and Recreation over the last several days this week have done an incredible job of making this park look beautiful. I mean, it is the best urban park in the entire United States, bar none. And they've done such a great job of eliminating the litter. It's just a fantastic thing. So Parks and Recreation, thank you very, very much.
And I recall we talked about the state of the river last year at the regatta. We discussed how, in the mid-1900s, if you tried swimming in this river.
All right.
Hi, folks. We're back. The 53rd head of the Schuylkill. I'm sitting here with John Stropbeck and Jim Dietz. I'm Tom Toland. And people are gesturing to me. How's that, better?
It's good. So we have
We're going to have
How's
the
that?
men's single coming up, the Redgrave Challenge
Yep.
men's
Any better?
singles.
not yet. We have the men's alumni quad, men's alumni
okay.
fours,
All right.
and women's alumni fours. And I believe the first quad has just made the turn around Columbia Bridge, and it's on their way. They'll be in my picture any second.
The quads for you non-rowing people are 4-oared shells with 2 oars apiece. So each sculler is sculling with 2 oars. Very fast boat, almost as fast as an 8.
Yep, 8s are the fastest, then the quad.
Yep. Yeah.
Quads are fun
On
to
the
watch.
international level, probably about 12-second differential from the fastest 8 to the fastest quad.
And on the international level, the best countries in the quad have been often the Dutch, the Italians,
Right.
the Germans.
Brits have been getting faster lately.
Brits
We've
are
been
doing
seeing
better.
Some fast Brit boats.
USA is not as competitive in sculling because lack of funding.
Well, not only that, John, but it's that they're not sculling in college.
Right.
We're focused on sweep rowing and not on sculling, and I've been an advocate for years about trying to get more sculling going on in our college communities. We're an Olympic sport. An Olympic sport should have all the events, and United States, we've just been really a sweep nation.
Although it's kind of odd because at least here in Philly, sculling is very big.
Very big.
And at the high school level, it's very big at the high school level. So you actually have more varsity quads in the big races than there are varsity 8s.
Yep.
But sculling is, it's a great discipline. The truth of the matter is, if you can scull, you can sweep well. But you not necessarily, if you sweep well,
right.
you don't necessarily become a good sculler.
This looks like University of Pennsylvania.
Yeah, UPenn alumni.
Yeah.
Rowing nicely.
509.
Very
nice look
letting the
there.
boat run out.
A good quad is just so much fun to watch.
Oh, it's so much fun to be in too, because
it's so much nicer to coach.
It's light. You tap it along. It's light. It's you can apply the pressure. The blades release easier. Nobody's trying to slug it. As like an 8, a lot of times somebody trying to slug it.
You can't because the boat is more.
Exactly. It's designed not to be slugged.
Look at that overhead. Isn't that pretty?
Oh, gorgeous.
Just symmetry.
All right, so here comes the next quad, who is way, way outside on the turn. So they are, I estimate, probably the width of that turn. They're losing about 10 to 12 seconds.
Yeah.
Very critical in these head races, folks. following the course. If you miss one turn by 50 feet, you lose 3 seconds. Of course, it depends on the length of the turn.
Yeah.
But it can cost you.
Speaking of good-looking eights, Penn going up river first.
Yeah, 2 pen, well, 1 pen boat.
As the day progresses, we're going to see
Drexel.
more and more really exceptionally good rowing.
Absolutely.
All right, so here comes the other alumni quad, University Barge Club. Both of these alumni quads are local. University of Pennsylvania is separated by Vesper, Malta, and then University Barge Club.
We have Colin here trying to tune in the Led Zeppelin.
Looks like Santa Claus is in one of the officials' boats out there.
Happy Halloween.
Let's get a camera on him. That's got to be an early Santa Claus.
That's just some old guy.
Well, with the perfect beard.
Yes. Said the old guy.
Yeah.
Meaning me, not you. I know old now.
Old is just a number. It's
That's
a
it.
state of mind.
Yeah. State of confusion.
I'm 66 going on 30.
Jesus, John, you can't be that old yet.
I am, Jim.
I knew you when you were a kid.
You did. Yes, you did.
I remember being 66.
Seems like a long time ago.
But folks, rowing will keep you young.
That year,
Yeah.
that 1 year. I can't believe I'm going to be 68 next month.
Yeah, well, I'm anxious to get back to your club there at Fairmount, Tom, because the tap is always open at Fairmount.
Jim, you're always welcome.
Yeah, there you
Mention
go.
my name. Now,
Will do.
maybe not.
Look at that overhead
Look
there.
at this.
That
Is this
drone
gorgeous?
way up there.
5 Tribes does a phenomenal
Right, so
job with this.
that's the
drones.
island up there above
Yeah,
Columbia.
It is.
Everybody
No, I
sees
know,
that
I'm
island
short.
and they figure
Ellen
they
just
got
said
about 30 strokes to the end of the
So.
race on a 2,000-meter sprint course
Depending
there.
on the boat, 20 to 25 strokes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Again, there's been racing on this river way back to the Centennial in 1876.
Yeah, so I wonder what 8s are those heading up? Those.
Yeah, men's champ eights. Event 150 event.
Oh, I've got the wrong. Oop, I've
Yeah.
got the wrong. Gotcha.
Yeah, we're going to have a good line of singles, and probably the best rowing we're going to see today in the Redgrave Challenge for men and women, lightweights as well. This morning they had the Gold Cup going on over in Camden, where a lot of international scullers are racing for cash this morning, and you know the Gold Cup is something that originated here in Philadelphia way back in the day. The cup was lost, I believe, after like 1962, right after Don Sparrow lost it, and it was recovered and found in a jewelry store. It had been put in there for engraving and lost for years and years and years, decades. And
Somebody forgot to pick it up.
and that's right. And it was found, and they had to pay a handsome fee to get it back. And it's back in circulation, and we've got athletes coming from all over the world to race for that Gold Cup. And, you know, back in the 60s, you'd have Ivanov from Russia coming over to race and other really top scullers. So, you know, rowing is something that had the professional aspect to it through the early 1800s, early 1900s, and then then it became strictly amateur in the United States and around the world, and now we're getting back to the point where our athletes have to make a little money. So
Yeah.
That's a good thing.
it
Yeah.
is
It's
a good
thing. Got to get on par with some of the other sports.
right? Yeah.
Now, the NCAA rules of amateurism were actually based on the rules of rowing.
Yep.
More lunch later. I'll leave this with you. Go and check out the litter situation. It's great. You're doing an incredible job.
You want to sit down and say a few words, Al? You want to sit down and say a few words?
It's okay. You can speak for me.
Oh, here comes the wind.
Shout out to Parks and Rec.
Yeah, here comes wind again.
Yeah, we might see a course record if this wind holds up.
It's never been cleaner. You're coming into this. It is incredible.
Look at the overhead on the screen, guys, that we're looking at right now. Really nice.
Beautiful.
those are mostly champ eights, I think, going up to the start.
Yeah, you are correct. So we have some great races coming up soon. We have the Redgrave Challenge Men's Championship, singles, the Men's Lightweight Championship, the Women's
Jim
Championship.
Dietz, John Stratbeck from, right. Herb Shepard out of Annapolis Rowing Club. He ran the Y Island Regatta for quite a few years. Is that ever coming back, Herb? The Y Island Regatta? No.
It's been replaced by the Occoquan, what do they call it? Rock the Occoquan.
Oh, really?
It's a 13.1 mile race they do on the Occoquan Reservoir. Same distance, but it's a little screwy because you go up and back and around. It's not like the Y.
Wow.
So,
Next year, I'm going to have to get a telephone book to sit on because I always look like the short guy sitting next to you guys.
You always sat low in a boat.
Oh, I'm all legs. I'm so short-waisted.
What was your max height, Jim? 6'4"?
6'6" and 3/4.
6'6". What do you stand now?
I shrunk a bit, but then I picked up a couple of inches after I got my
Got your knees
back.
down?
Yeah, I mean, seriously, I stood up that much taller. You know, I think I'm probably about 6'5" now.
Well, that's good.
Know?
That's good.
It's good.
Yeah, it's a sad thing, but the taller you are, the more you shrink as we get older.
Yeah.
I've lost about an inch. I blame it, again, I'm going back to the running stairs and running hills.
Yeah.
Pounding the joints.
Have you got out west to see Mike Tatey?
Not only
your old partner.
I took. Ooh, folks, can you hear that wind blowing?
Yeah.
It's kicking up. So, I took a 45-day trip into the wilderness, August 1 to September 15th, and I had a couple of places I wanted to be specifically, and one of them was on September 4th to be with the Tateys.
Yeah.
And Mike Tatey, who put at least 20 athletes on the world team this year,
right,
selected not to travel to the Worlds and instead watch his son, John, play high school football. And I said, if he's not going to go over and watch athletes race at the Worlds because he wants to watch his kid play football, I got to go to that game. And I did, and, Michael was wonderful, and Kay was wonderful, and John's team, Bishop O'Dowd, won. Actually, they had to call the mercy rule because they were up 50-0.
Mm-hmm.
And John Tatey is a spectacular athlete, football and baseball. Unfortunately, I don't think he's going to get into rowing.
Yeah. Well, Mike is another Chris Korzanowski disciple and learned so much from the master, and he's paying it forward with all the great athletes he's training out there in Oakland. One of the truly gifted coaches in the country.
Oh, yeah, he's phenomenal. And he keeps doing it.
Yep, keeps doing it.
And he's producing. I think 6 of the 8 guys were from Tatey's group in CRC. Caracola was from CRC. The straight 4 was all CRC.
Yeah.
3 of the scullers were CRC. So, yeah, he's doing a great job out there. He'll do great wherever he is.
Yeah. Well, he draws the best athletes to him because of his reputation and his results. People want to row for the best.
Right, and part of what he does, and he did this when he was coaching here on the East Coast when the men's team was based in Princeton back in the period, I guess it was 94 to 2004 when they won the World Championships 3 years in a row. And
that was an incredible crew.
And that was an incredible crew, and they should have won in 2000, but there were some mistakes made, and then but they did win in the 8 in 2004, and it's the first time the 8 had won the Olympics since 1964. But one of the reasons for Tatey's success is that he helps the athletes find jobs. He engages the local community to really embrace the athletes. So the athletes under Tatey can train, but they can also establish a lifestyle.
Right. And that's important. The countries that we're racing against, basically we're racing against professional athletes that are on the dole from the country, and we don't see that. So
no, we don't see it at all.
For our athletes to continue to train as they're working towards their known profession as architects or whatever.
Yep. Here comes a 4. This is the men's alumni 4 with Cox. This is Franklin and Marshall.
Yeah.
Coming by us right now, looking good.
Yeah.
from my eyes, I'd say the two guys in the stern are about 50 pounds heavier than the two guys in the bow.
Yep, looks that way.
So they got motors and spinners in that boat.
Yep. And then we have them followed up by Washington College.
Yep.
Washington College alumni.
So anyway, so that was the part of the success is that Tatey's athletes can have a life and train and folks, the British team and the German team who have been dominant in sweep rowing for the last few years, the athletes are fully funded. They have nutritionists. They have a dining table. They have physiologists there and massage therapists. They have everything they need.
All the science in the world.
Whereas our athletes.
513 coming through.
Yep.
All right, here comes number 513.
That's Franklin Marshall.
That's F&M.
Yep.
All right.
So the bottom line to the story there, John, is we need to support our national team. So, by joining U.S. Rowing, by trying to contribute to either U.S. Rowing or the Schuylkill Navy group here, which is supporting a lot of national team athletes, really helps our endeavor as we move towards the Olympics next year in Paris.
Yeah, we got to find a way for rowers to matriculate from college into the national team program and then stick with it, because many may not realize this, but we reach our cardiovascular peak on the men's side at 29, on the women's side at 27. So we're really not at our best till our late 20s.
Right.
And a lot of the Europeans, the Brits, the Germans, these guys are rowing well into their mid-30s and they just get better and better and better, whereas we have kids coming out of college, and even if they kind of find a place to row, it's difficult. So they tend to row one Olympic cycle, maybe two, and then they're out of the sport by the time they're 28, 27, 29, something like that.
It was no different in my day. I can remember I finished my first Olympics, and what does my father say? When are you going to get a job? Well, I moved down to Philadelphia, and I trained here for the next Olympics, and then the next Olympics.
That's a heck of a drone shot there, boy.
Yeah, it's nice.
Oh.
And those are the men's alumni fours.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's an alumni four, and then we have a women's alumni four with Cox coming behind shortly at 1:10. The time now is 1:30.
Back to racing. We're back to racing.
Back to racing. Yes, we are.
That's just that.
We don't see the comments that come up on the screen, but they end up getting comments. How come they're not talking about racing? How come they're the crews out in front?
This is the women's alumni four coming up now.
Women's alumni
only
four.
one boat in this 517 Franklin Marshall.
Is that who this is? 517.
Yeah.
And there should be another one, LaSalle. But we will see, folks. It's a beautiful day for racing.
Gorgeous.
The next race down the course will likely include a lot of the best athletes in the country. It's the men's championship singles, open weight, and then lightweight, and then the women's championship singles, open weight, and lightweight. And most of these athletes have been training a long time. They've put in lots and lots of miles. They're physical specimens, and they're big.
Phenomenal oars persons.
Maybe not all of them, but a lot of them are big.
Here we go.
Here comes one of the women's fours down the course. It's got a nice rhythm.
Coxswain's sitting way
Good
up.
time, and the Coxswain's sitting straight up.
So, what are the advantages or disadvantages of a coxswain sitting up or laying down?
Well, I don't think there's any advantage to sitting up, because at best, she's raising the center of gravity.
Exactly, and that wind resistance.
So
49. Who is that, LaSalle? 49?
49.
Yep.
No. I don't know who. 49.
With Croker Blades.
We should have 517 and 518 coming by us.
Yeah.
So what's that bow number?
49.
Just
plain 49. So there's a mix up there.
Yeah. Actually, you know,
This is 17 coming up
If-
now.
if
in
I look-
interview. So that's Franklin Marshall in
Okay.
dark in the white boat.
so they gave them numbers that weren't assigned. Just from earlier races, it goes from 48 to 51.
Yeah.
Okay. So we have LaSalle and F&M coming down the course, both Pennsylvania crews.
5:17.
And the wind has settled down again.
Oh, I see one of the first scullers coming down on our TV monitor
Oh,
right now.
yeah.
Wow.
On the
Yeah.
around the bend already?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh yeah, here
Here
they
they
come.
come.
Here come the champ singles, folks.
Oh.
Well, this guy on the screen right now is running 33 strokes a minute.
That's high for a
that
single.
is really. Look at the way he locks in at the front end. Really
What?
picking it
Oh,
up
he's
nice.
he's
Yeah,
just.
he's moving. What number is that, James?
I would think that would be 520.
It is.
Victor
from
Corja.
from the Occoquan Boat Club.
Yeah, Victor Corja, followed by Thomas Kalnick from DC High Performance.
5:21 is.
Thomas Kalnick, DC High Performance.
He's running a
Group.
little higher, I think, Jim. What's 5:21?
These guys are motoring.
Look at him pick that up.
Yeah,
That's
this is
fast.
This is a different sport here.
Yeah, this is 34 and a half. This second boat coming up right here, Tom.
Yep. And he's walking.
Yeah.
He's moving, yeah. Very quick catch. Very nice catch.
Nice.
No wasted effort there. It's
Look
all
at the
about-
hang. Look at the hang.
And it's the economy of motion.
This is what I want to do when I grow up.
I thought it was the lotion of motion.
Well, there's the lotion of motion, but Larry Klikatsky always talked about the economy of motion.
Let the boat do some of the work.
Let
Oh,
the boat
yeah.
do some of the work. Don't rush up there. It's not happy hour.
And you can see the line of leaves right here. This is what's stopping a lot of
This
some
is
of the crews
Felix
this morning.
from Norwalk River coming up, I think, 522.
Felix Poidar. What's our stroke rate?
I got it right here. Same thing. He's a little lower, 31 and a half, 32.
31 and a
He's
half, 32.
5:24.
That's 5:24.
Am I reading that right?
Yeah, I guess it
I
is.
am.
That's a Penn AC guy. He's one of the Penn AC high performance guys. Penn AC's been cranking out a lot of scullers the last 8 years.
Here comes 5:23. Behind.
Peter Seymour from University Barge.
These guys got nice, clean water in front of them. They can really go for it right
Oh.
now. There's no waves to jump over. He's popping it along at 30. Again, talk about power per stroke. Flipping it up there.
Well,
There you
Jim,
go.
that's how you look this morning.
Oh, thanks, Tom.
What rate did you row down the course?
28, 29.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's good. Right. What bow number we have coming up here?
Oh, 22.
So if that's Felix Poidar,
Yeah.
Norwalk River. And Felix is being hunted down
By
by
26.
5:26.
Yeah,
Cody
from
Lowry.
Undine Barge Club.
Undine. He's a local. He knows the course.
Undine Scullers for years were coached by the great Jim Barker. You know, passed away in his 90s just last year.
Jim taught me how to row.
That's it. A lot of tradition there at Undine.
Yep.
Wait a minute. What did you say his name was?
Jim Barker.
Okay. Barker.
Barker.
The first time I thought you said Baca.
No.
Baca.
Like a Bostonian.
No, I'm not a Bostonian.
All right. So that Webster Thompson guy that passed us, he was moving.
Yeah.
He was moving.
This is 27 on the inside here.
And 25 on the
From the another
outside.
Undine Barge Club Sculler.
27
Yep,
looks
27.
long and
Jeez,
strong,
this-
Jim.
This guy's got a back on him. He's going power
Yeah.
per stroke.
Look at the shoulders.
Trent Teague Hellar.
Look at the hang.
Yeah.
Yeah, he looks like a big boy. Big dude. He's
He
rowing
could,
very
be
nicely.
playing linebacker, that guy. He's at a 30. Really
Here
moving the
comes
boat.
5:29.
5:29's
5:29's flying.
Nick Ruggiero, another Penn AC athlete.
Yeah.
He's been on a couple national teams.
Yeah.
He's followed by 5:28. I guess he passed 5:28.
Robert Redpath,
All
Norwalk
these
River.
guys about 31 and a half. If you're sitting on the shoreline, look out at these guys. It looks easy, but I guarantee you there's nobody out there whose heart rate is below about 180
Yep.
at this point. When they hit max in the last couple hundred meters of the race, you might see their heart rates go up over 200. This looks like 5:30.
Yes,
Another,
that's exactly who it is.
Norwalk River Rowing Association.
Eric Huss.
Followed by 5:35.
5:35, Zachary from Oklahoma City High Performance Center.
5:35. Wow.
Again, the middle of the country is just lighting it up. They've got a
So-
great training center out there in Oklahoma, a lot of boathouses, a lot of action. I like his red hat as well.
And he's moving.
Followed
He's
by
moving along at
5:30.
31, sitting up nice and tall.
5:31 coming into our view here.
5:31 is Maxim Gomenko,
Yeah.
University of Pittsburgh.
Look at the squeeze. Just
Yeah.
the bang, bang.
Again, it's very deceptive as to how hard these guys are actually moving at this point.
Well, they train so much that they do make it look easy.
Yeah.
But you're right, Jim. Their heart rates are up. Their legs are sore. But they're going after each other.
This is
5:32.
Max Resnick, Norwalk River Rowing Association.
Yeah.
Coming by us, get a nice rhythm going.
Now, Jim, when you were young rowing the single, did you have much of a layback?
Too much of a layback.
Jim?
They were trying to cure that all through my life.
Still trying to cure that. I
That's
remember
it.
seeing that. All right, here we have 4 singles, three abreast almost, and one trailing.
5:39.
5:39 is
walking past 5:38.
So that's another Penn AC athlete, Ryan Teofilo.
But 5:41's
moving.
walking through both of them.
Yeah, look at this.
Look at
Thomas-
this.
Look at this red head on
Thomas
the
Fox.
inside.
Yeah. Holy mackerel. Look at the pop out of this boat when he
You
drives.
talk about hang, Tom. Look at it. It's going
Oh.
right into his lats. All positive energy. Really nice.
Holy mackerel.
Good sculling right there, folks.
You know, making it look easy. He's
5:36.
moving along at 31 right there, and it just looks effortless. Look at how the extension, how his hands are opening up at the front end.
He's not overstroking anybody.
No.
He's just outpowering everybody.
Again, he's getting more per stroke, more
Yep.
length per stroke.
Here comes 5:40 right past us and
5:41.
5:43.
41 and 43.
No, 5:40 and 5:43.
Yep, 4-3 there is from Penn AC.
Yep.
So Penn AC's got at least 5 men sculling in this, and it shows the depth of their development center there.
Wow. So is this Bill Manning coaching?
Yep, Bill
Yep,
Manning.
Bill Manning, who I believe is down at the Pan Am Games
Yep.
right now.
I know. I think
Or maybe
they,
maybe they're back.
Yeah,
They-
they just finished up yesterday or the day before.
A couple days ago.
I know Dave Lefevre, one of my old scullers, he was coaching a bunch of the scullers down there out of the Boston group.
Here comes 3 more singles, one way on the outside.
Way outside.
That's a long course out there.
It is a long course.
So 5:42.
5:42.
Matthew Thomas.
Mojack Rowing Association.
5:44.
That is Colin Seabrook from Crescent Boat Club, local rower.
Yeah.
And that boat out there is so far away I can't see him with my binoculars, Jim.
It's 4 numbers. It's 12. something.
91.
No,
2391.
2391. John
Yeah.
Saunders is unaffiliated.
This is a pleasure to watch.
Right.
I mean, the whole regatta is fun, but this is awesome.
I see one more Undine sculler coming up with the Undine chevrons on his blade.
That would be John Misey.
Yeah.
And
Might have started out of order.
Yeah, I still see 3 more singles coming down the course.
That's 5:46.
Might be
No.
540.
it might be 540. Noah.
That's 546. No,
Yeah.
you're right.
No,
546.
5:46.
I don't see a 6 on here.
I don't.
Okay, that's
it
all right.
might be the next event. I doubt it though. The way this guy's
yeah,
moving.
it is, Matt. It says he's a lightweight.
Yeah, this is
Okay.
548.
So
548
he
is
must
coming
be-
up from the White Marsh Boat Club. A lot of sculling up there in White Marsh.
Yeah.
So that
Yes.
means Matthew Greishaber. Matthew
And
Greishaber. He's flying.
547.
That
Yes.
man down there is
He
flying.
is. He's
Yeah,
he's
he
pushing.
is.
So is this kid here.
This is 547. I'm
That's
sorry.
Dylan Harwick, Undyne Bosch
548
Club.
followed
Again,
by
Undyne
547.
Sculler. Undyne Sculler. So a lightweight sculler these days for men is 160 pounds, you know, and as John mentioned earlier, on the international level, you see a lot of your lightweights are as fast as your heavyweight guys, especially in a day like today with this tailwind. You can
Yeah.
you can appreciate how this guy's moving along, tapping it along.
All right, so we're in the midst of the championship lightweight singles. Two of the rowers have passed us. There are approximately 10 more coming down the course.
Wow, they're way back.
And then the women's open single comes behind them, and the women's lightweight single behind them. So
What are we looking at here on the screen?
it's a great day for racing.
There, those are the lightweights that we already.
Yeah, that's way up. That's
That's
way up
up
by
there,
Columbia.
yeah.
They're coming towards us now. A lot of scullers. There's
Yeah.
five in the picture right there.
Here's the pack.
Here comes the pack. You got
1,
it.
2, 3, 4, 5. There's 6. One's out ahead.
This is 545.
65.
Right in front
5.
of
No,
us.
45.
It
You're
is
right.
It is 545.
545.
that.
He's back from the heavyweight. That's Wyatt Corrigan from
Yeah.
Sag Harbor.
Now here's another Undyne sculler. It looks like 55.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Rodrigo Silva.
Again, look at the height. Look how tall he sits in the boat. Very strong core as he moves through. A lot of animation with his body as he swings through the perpendicular.
Yeah, now he's moving.
Here comes 550.
He's going to gobble up that boat in
550.
front
Yeah,
of him.
he is. He's going to eat this guy up by Girard Avenue.
Easy.
553. I'm sorry, guys.
553 is Sanjay Mocha,
And
Undyne Barge Club.
And
Followed by
549
549.
That
from
is
Norwalk River.
Liam Furlong.
And
A lot of Norwalk
550.
scullers, a lot of Undyne scullers. in
550
this
is
one.
Roberto Turati, Norwalk River.
556 right out here.
He's
passing
moving.
us.
Evan
Look,
Meadows,
look,
Undyne.
look, every stroke. Look at this.
Undyne,
Every
Undyne,
stroke.
yeah.
Now the wind was blowing up again, folks.
They're loving the tailwind.
552 coming by us right now.
In a tailwind situation, you want to get those oars squared up as soon as possible. It's like a sail. It's going to
It's-
take you right up the Schuylkill.
There's an old phrase we always used back in high school and college and ever was keep it long in a headwind, right?
Mm-hmm.
But don't you keep it long in a tailwind too, or not as important?
I think you want to keep it longer in a headwind than in a tailwind. In a tailwind, you don't want to. You want to get out and take the next stroke because the load factor is that much easier, right? It's not as laborious.
You guys, you
Headwind,
fans hear that?
The headwind, the longer the blades in the water, the more the boat's going forward.
Right.
And that's a big part of our sport. In cross-country skiing, it's what wax you pull on what day with what temperature. And rowing, your gearing might be changed just before your race by your coach, lightening you up maybe into a little bit of a headwind or going a little bit heavier into with a tailwind, so there's no slippage on the blade at either the catch or the finish. Who's this in red
This
coming up?
is on the outside in the green.
That's 58 or 58 or 52.
58 is Tucker Kirkpatrick from Norwalk. 50.
Yep.
What's the other number? 57 maybe?
61.
61.
61.
That's one of the
That's a woman.
That's a woman.
Yeah,
Jesus. From White Marsh.
Adriana.
Boom.
Man.
Adriana Borson.
She's got his number. She's going for it. Look at her.
Yeah.
God,
She's
let's
moving.
get a rate on her.
Power.
Look at this.
Power to the women. Power to the
Wow.
women.
This is where you want to move your boat. She is
I
at
don't know.
31 and a half, 32, and just picking it along.
What's he doing?
Please.
She's going to feed
She's
on him
moving.
now as she pushes away.
Yeah, she's moving. She's out there.
The adrenaline
She's-
just kicks in. He on the inside at 34, so she's under him and moving.
And moving through him.
Adriana Borson out in the lead. Who's this in front of us?
57.
57.
57 is Samar Rokam from Norwalk River. Norwalk does have a large contingent here. Then we have Lindsay Clark.
She was announcing with us this morning.
Yeah, Lindsay's a numerous national team
62.
athlete.
At 31. Again, nice and tall in the boat.
Yeah, Lindsay's rowed in singles, doubles, and quads at the world level. And she is, I guess she's still at the championship level.
Yeah.
Here's 564 coming to us.
Julia Longcar, next level rowing.
Somebody's way out there. They missed the turn.
Yep.
Yeah, well, if you're not familiar, the way this course is laid out, it's different than the normal traffic on the Schuylkill.
Oh, it is, yes.
And if you're not familiar, you come around Columbia, the way the buoys are set.
And the way the current's going to push you, John.
Right, but the way the buoys are set, it really does push you out if you don't know. So the turn becomes more acute as you.
Well, it's the slowest part.
End.
It's the slowest part of the course is coming out of Columbia and until.
But if you're not careful, that's what happens.
That's exactly what happens.
The turn will send you away.
Yeah. And she's hanging out there.
She looks good.
Yeah.
Who is that? What number is that?
55.
65 maybe. Could be 55. No, he went by us already.
56. No 56?
Yeah, that was Evan from Undine Barge Club. I think he was a lightweight man.
This is 66 going by you right now, John.
Okay, that's Grace Libin from DC High Performance.
Yeah, I don't know who that is. I can't see the bow number
and then
clearly.
57 is following her up.
67?
67. Is that Emma Tierney?
That is Emma Tierney.
That's John Tierney's daughter.
Yes.
John Tierney's daughter. She just, she raced at the World Championships.
That's right, in the pair. The year before she medaled in that event.
And now she's in the single. Those Tierneys are
tenacious.
Spectacular
is a
athletes.
good word.
Tenacious Tierneys
is a good word.
And multi-talented.
I've raced with John in Galway, Ireland back in the day.
Followed by 570.
570.
Sophie Penoyer from Penn AC.
Yep.
Sculling the boat nicely.
Got a little bit of a break here.
Yep.
I'll tell you, it's warm enough out there. Look at that overhead shot. That's a nice shot.
Yeah, that is nice.
These drones are magnificent.
Look at how it's just so symmetrical, you know.
That's the beauty of rowing. It really is a beautiful
That sculler is
sport.
at 32 and a half and making it look easy.
But it isn't. You know what I find fascinating?
Everything's relevant, John.
I find fascinating is, with all the variables, and I'll give an example. The women's Champ 8 last week at the head of the Charles.
Yeah.
The top two boats separated by, I think it was
2/100ths
of a second.
Yeah.
You think, all right, the variables, you got 18 athletes. You've got 3 miles of water. You got winds. You got bridges.
You got coxswains.
You got coxswains.
weight.
You got all those variables, and they separate by
2/100ths of a second,
which might be the bow ball.
Yep. All right, we got scullers coming up here.
All right, what numbers?
574, 573.
Charlotte Furman from Penn AC is 574. Josephine Konopka. Konopka family.
That's right.
Konopka family is a famous rowing family in
think
Philadelphia.
She might be coaching at the University of Pennsylvania now.
She may be. So, Molly Konopka currently coaches at Episcopal Academy. Bruce coaches with her at Episcopal. Bruce is a national team coach. Bruce was a coach at Penn. And most of their children,
571
not all,
on the outside, Penn AC.
Sierra Bishop from Penn AC, moving nicely.
Capital Rowing Club, 568.
Morgan Craver, Capital Rowing Club. Getting her strokes in. Doing well. She's out there, folks. I think Jack Kelly Jr. Once said that the first step in winning is just showing up.
That's right.
So, and that's true for any sport, absolutely any sport. Next.
Hello, how are you? Good to see you. Nice to meet you. Good handshake.
Hey, you're Charlotte or Regina? Regina, Charlotte, how are you guys?
We were just talking about your 8 winning at the head of the Charles by 2/100ths of a second.
By that much, and the variable.
Yeah, just a tiny little bit. Honestly, that race was kind of crazy. We had to do a lineup shift that day and put in one of our new athletes into the 8 from Worlds. You know, we still won. It was a great
Now,
time.
was the Scullers 8 the second 8 or the third 8?
They were the second 8, but our third 8, which was our 4 from Worlds.
Move in. You get up front.
Yeah, come on up here, Charlotte.
Well, we'll talk about that a little more. I mean, we got all these wonderful women in the champ singles coming
yeah,
down.
here we go.
We saw our friend Audrey going down, looking stunning.
Yeah.
These guys on track.
Yeah, Audrey was flying.
She's just a beast of a rower.
Well, she was into the men's race. Did you see that?
Oh, I didn't. We were walking down, so I didn't even realize that she caught people.
She was passing men, which I will admit, a woman never passed me.
Hey, times are changed.
Times are changing.
Well, all these women are faster than I was back in the day. 5:77. That's White Marsh Boat Club.
So these are lightweight women coming down now.
Yeah.
Folks, if you're not aware, the max weight of a lightweight woman is 155, 160.
No, 135.
Oh,
130.
yeah, I'm sorry, I'm
that's
thinking
the
men.
men.
Yes, sorry,
yeah.
my bad, but 135, so
Yeah.
you take out that variable because everybody's more or less the exact same weight.
Yeah.
That makes it even harder.
Well, we have pretty nice conditions, and the tail puffing along
Well, that's
right
what I
here
was
will
saying.
help out
This
the
tailwind
lightweights.
has got to be embraced by the athletes. It's just making that course a little bit quicker. Might see some course records. Are you guys racing here today?
No, we're hanging out. We did a 4x4K this morning, so 25K deep. We're good for an afternoon off.
Nice.
Make sure you drink water. You got sunscreen on?
Yep, we got sunscreen.
Yes, because the sun is beating down.
Look at the overhead we got here, Charlotte.
Super beautiful for these conditions.
I mean, you couldn't ask for a nicer
No.
weekend.
You honestly couldn't.
Look at the extension at the front end on this sculler on the right. All right. Nice. Picking it off 30.5. Feeding off of each other as you're pushing off. You want to try to get to the inside as you come up on Girard Avenue Bridge here. Sculler on the right is actually a little bit lower, a little bit faster.
This looks like the final single coming down. Can you see that number, Jim?
I'm looking. It looks like it's 50.
80, 580.
580.
So Sophia Brauweiler, Norwalk River Rowing.
So,
and that should be the last of the championship singles.
Now these are championship singles, but I've just realized something here, John. All of these Norwalk scullers are juniors.
Yeah.
Are they really?
Yeah, Steve
Wow.
Gagliano, the coach there, he's rowing all of his juniors in these races before today, before tomorrow's races, following in his coach's tradition, Jack Soldier. He believes in racing his athletes into shape. So all these kids are going to be paying the piper all day today before they get into tomorrow.
You rode for Jack Soldier.
You bet I rode for Jack Soldier.
Well, it is a great opportunity. I mean, head racing in general, you're just going to learn so much by doing a bunch of them.
Right.
And just to have the experience and confidence in a single to be able to execute a race that is that long.
Yeah, and as a junior too, to race up and race people faster than you, that's how you get fast. That's money in the bank.
Reg knows. She used to race the single as a junior.
I did, on the Schuylkill. It was,
Did you?
Yeah.
Where'd you row?
I rode for my high school in Derryfield in New Hampshire.
Oh, okay.
But we came down for IDR, for Navy Day. Incredible opportunity for the juniors.
We on hold?
Are we on hold?
We're going off to commercial in a second.
So you rode in Connecticut? Where in college?
What? College?
Yeah.
Where'd you row?
last long.
We're back.
First. Oh, we have Drexel University starting off this men's club championship 8 category.
And they are on the course.
Drexel's a program that's really taken off in the last, 5 to 10 years. Paul, their coach there, is doing a fabulous job, and you're seeing those guys break into the IRA league and come up against some of the best in the country.
Yeah, they were in the top 12 last year.
Yep, obviously they're leading off because they probably won last year. So, and then John LaSalle should be coming up after
Yeah, I'm the
that.
high school, not the college.
I know.
But LaSalle has come out of nowhere in the past 2 years. The head coach, his name escapes me, has done a phenomenal job recruiting. And now LaSalle is rowing out of my boathouse, Vesper Boat Club.
LaSalle was nationally ranked for the first time in 100 years.
Yeah.
Well, Tom's got our intel. LaSalle was ranked the first time in 100 years, did you say? Roughly. But I mean, great. It's so nice to see programs change position and do better year after year and sort of like break in and move up.
And have that competitiveness between the crews too. Like here, you can see them just totally battling it out, stroke for stroke.
And this is becoming a very great rivalry very quickly, Drexel and LaSalle.
This is the Drexel Dragons coming around the turn there.
Drexel started first, but I believe that's LaSalle taking over on the inside.
Look at LaSalle on the inside.
Yeah,
Jesus, that
now
is a
they're
turnover.
Really taking up the rate here to do it, to complete the pass quickly.
Yeah, they want that inside track. They are pushing.
No, they're moving. They're motoring. And they have, two of the guys in there are 6'7". I met them last year when they were rowing next to us. They were rowing out of Fairmount.
All right, LaSalle's at 36, and they're way out of their puddle. So that means they're really traveling power per stroke.
Yeah, they're moving.
Just pushing away.
Rowing long.
Wow.
I mean, Drexel looks pretty good, but you can just see they're being outrated.
Yeah.
And it's really making the difference, especially in the tail.
Yeah. Well,
rating matters in the head races, every stroke.
Drexel has a number of boats. They have 2 boats in this race, so Paul may have played a little game and put the second boat in front.
Oh, and this Drexel boat.
Maybe they're 2V.
But there should have been a Temple University boat as well.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll see in a second.
The boats aren't necessarily coming by in succession.
Yeah,
and
this is another Drexel Dragon, though.
Yeah, so these guys started 4th, theoretically.
585.
What's their rate, James?
All right, we'll pick them up right here.
They've got great spacing, but looks like about a 31.
Yeah, it looks a lot lower.
33.
Nice and relaxed.
That shows that they have more control. So, ladies, at the Worlds, what did you guys go down the course at?
We based a 37-38 and sprinted all the way up to a 43.
That's a whole different
But
world.
still, we're not even the Romanians. They hit
right.
50 off the start.
Well, they've always rode high.
So we're working on it.
Yeah.
This looks like a Delaware boat coming up at 33.5.
Oh, not what you're seeing on the screen, but what will be coming around the bend.
Yeah.
What number boat is in front of us?
Delaware. That's
Delaware.
Yeah. So they've moved up in the pack.
This might be
587.
Catholic University or Colgate on the screen. I'm
Oh,
not
that's
sure.
Colgate.
Oh, and now you're
Right.
seeing.
Yeah, that's
And this
Colgate.
is-
Khalid's been coaching that program for years. They do really well.
Yeah, they're a strong program.
Let's see where they're at. Again, look at the distance per stroke as they move through this.
Ruh-roh. It looks like the
At
3-man
33.5, 34.
3-seat might be missing something because there's.
No, I think he's just shooting his butt a bit.
Yeah.
No, there's.
Well, at this point in the race, all the rowers are very tired, and you can tell like the strain on the oars. Some crews doing better than others to hold the technique as they come into this last bit of the race.
Coming down, green blades. That's probably Loyola.
Yep, that's the Loyola crew. Again, men's club program, I believe.
Right behind them is Catholic, which you can see on your screen right now.
With the white and the red uniforms. Oh, look at these puddles. You can see the bowman's puddle clearing the stroke seat.
On the screen right now, these guys are at 35.5. Who is that? Loyola.
Catholic's coming down. Coxswains are steering good courses.
Looks like we've
Is
got
this Rutgers?
Yeah, with the black and red blades coming right past our vantage point here.
Rutgers, coached by Pop Wagner, still going strong.
Still going strong.
Go Scarlet Knights
Tell you,
at 34.
The Rutgers tent is right behind us,
Yeah.
and I'll tell you,
here comes the Army.
They're cooking up a storm back there.
Yeah, Army's coming up here.
The Army's marching through.
Yeah.
Ba-dump.
Yeah, Reg is here for making puns.
Bada boom. Wind spilled it again.
Yep.
Yep.
So while we have
gusts.
about 500 meters, how long have you guys been on the national team? How many years?
I graduated from the University of Pennsylvania in 2018, and I've been with the national team since.
Good.
I made my first under-23 team in 2016, but yeah, it's been a great stretch.
And I went to Columbia and graduated in 2018, and I did not make senior team until the Tokyo Olympics, which was a great first time on the world stage.
Yeah.
With Reg, we were both in
Yes.
the women's 8 for Tokyo.
Yeah.
Charlotte and I have been in the 8 together the past 3 years.
So Jim and I are.
I see Villanova coming up.
We have some race. Yeah, let's go back to the race.
Yep.
So Villanova coming by, rowing nicely, sitting tall.
That should be
Yep.
592.
Very good follow through here at the finish. You can see in the bottom left of the screen, really sending those strokes off.
And we got Fordham right behind them, stroked by Aiden Deljanin, who I used to coach at Rockland Rowing.
There you go.
So excited to see him out in the course. I got a few more of my ex-juniors out here racing, looking really good as they come past us.
And really tight here. You can see the crews tightening up as they can smell that finish line.
University of Pittsburgh right behind them.
Pittsburgh, and then Navy's on the prowl here.
Navy
is on the prowl.
Yeah. 596, Naval Academy.
Yeah, what are they rowing, Jim? About 34? They look high. Higher.
Little slip at the front end. 34 and a half, 35, John. Good eye. Good job, Coach.
Pretty good for an old guy. Eh?
That's it.
I had dinner last night with Danny Lyons, who was a
He's a Navy guy.
Navy grad, multi-Olympian, world champion.
He rode with Espy from Wisconsin.
Yeah, with Espy, with Crump.
Yeah.
This is our 594 is our University of Pittsburgh crew coming right by our vantage point.
At
But still good.
31.
And you can see these 3 crews across here on the screen. The coxswain's doing a great job to make sure that each boat can, cleanly pass the other.
As an athlete, you can sense the people around you. You can sense the energy. Your coxswains are probably going crazy right about this time.
Yep.
Encouraging this. Probably 600 meters left in the race. About 30 strokes past the Girard Avenue Bridge, and these guys are going to be hammering it when they get into that last 30 strokes.
Absolutely. And how much composure can you maintain as this other boat is right next to you?
That's
just
it.
giving inches and inches.
This looks like it might be another Fordham crew with the maroon blades. Union. It's Union College
yeah,
from
Union.
Upstate New York. We lost the bow number on this.
Wow, there's a lot of Champ 8s. That's great.
Yeah, very deep competitive field.
Yeah.
All boats
This
moving
might
fast.
be George Washington. I think this might be 598 coming up in front of us right now.
That is George Washington, if that's 598.
And
A
then
program that has survived.
We've
The
got
school.
University of Pennsylvania blades coming up here.
Here we go. Here's
Oh,
Penn.
let's go Penn.
Go Penn.
Go
Yes.
Quakers.
On the home course.
Quakers at 35 and a half.
Ooh.
Picking it off
Really
in
good.
their M-Pocker.
Yes.
They mean business.
Really excited for this team with the new head coach, Al Monty, really leading the program off strong this last year.
Yeah, Al's doing a good job.
Yep. Building speed takes time. Building programs takes time.
That's it. We've got another Navy crew and another Army crew coming up here past us.
Oh, Army and Navy? Gotta love it.
A lot of times in this championship event, you'll have both your first varsity and your second varsity moving. Navy
Yes.
really is
Navy's
making a push
moving.
there.
And that second varsity crew, they're hunting down their first varsity crew too.
That's right. A lot of guys want to step up, and the best way to do it is to knock off the top dog.
Yep.
Yep. And the coxswain too. Can she or he steer a better line?
Yep.
Especially head racing, like this is the one time as a coxswain that you can really show off and
All right,
show
ladies,
what
we
you're
got
good at.
another Penn. I think this is Penn coming up.
Yeah, I think this is Penn here on the inside.
Yeah.
Bow 601.
Yes.
That is Penn.
Starting later because I don't believe they raced this event last year. So
No, that's
Oh,
604.
604. Our second.
604 is gone by.
That's still
603.
Pennsylvania.
Yep, gone by 603, which is
603 is
Marietta.
Marietta College.
There's your alma mater.
This boat, oh, really? It also includes one of my ex-athletes, Alex, and who already raced twice today and has 2 silvers.
Already
in there.
raced twice?
Yeah.
Wow.
Freshman 8 and freshman 4.
And he's in the first boat?
Yeah.
He must
Wow,
be good.
3 races.
So Greg's doing a good job recruiting.
That's
Penn
incredible.
did well up at the Charles last week, also in the 4.
Yeah.
And I think their 8 ran into a problem at a
Buoys,
bridge.
yeah. As we passed them too, my heart broke. The oar wrapped around a buoy, and it was, it was heartbreaking.
All right,
but
this is Temple here coming into sight. Temple Maroon.
good catches coming in.
Out of 32.
Strong and steady.
A little wide on the turn. I'd want to be in a little tighter here.
But excited to see what the Penn women will do next weekend at Princeton Chase.
Penn had a great year last year with their women going right up into the English Henley.
Yeah.
They did. It was so exciting. This
And
one.
Konopka's daughter was stroking that boat.
Yeah, now she's back coaching.
Yeah.
So, but
And racing.
yeah.
She went by.
Yeah. There's your history in the sport.
Oh, and look at
a lot of tradition.
Yeah.
Family after family.
Now we've got another cluster of boats here.
You know, you almost want to be tight to the other crews starting because it really adds to your ability to push. Sometimes when you're alone, you're in a vacuum, you think you're moving well, but when you have that other boat next to you and you're pushing a little bit more or opening up a little bit more and you really see the difference in speed, it helps, you know?
Oh, absolutely.
Especially with mixed conditions, you sort of can't judge. You might be feeling like you're going fast in this tail, but how is it comparing to other crews? It is good to have another marker next to you.
Thinking about mixing things up there, Charlotte, how about the Pan Ams where you had the mixed men and female
so
eight?
exciting.
Oh,
Honestly,
that's great.
And again, that's something we can do in our sport that I think is going to add another dimension to it. I think that's great.
And I know they didn't even practice that much to go and win the mixed 8.
That's 607
They did an incredible
in front
job.
of us now.
607 is Union College. And we have 3 boats right behind them.
Yep, George Washington and Baltimore, it looks like.
We got Baltimore is walking. One of our friends, Roy, is in that boat. We're really pulling for him.
That's 609 in the Yempacher.
That's Baltimore Rowing Club 609.
Yeah. They're already through 608.
608 is GW.
Yeah, GW men.
Which is their 3rd boat in this race,
Yeah.
for context.
Again, depth of program.
Depth of program after they tried to eliminate the program a few years ago. The school.
Yeah. Well, they're
Great
down.
resilience.
They're down to club status. They'll go to Accra this year, and you know, as they're dropping a lot of men's programs down to that club level, the Accra Championship is really getting strong. You look at the Michigans and the University of Virginias at that Accra program.
Yeah.
They're as fast as a lot of the sprint schools.
And we're getting more Accra athletes coming up to senior team.
That says a lot, Charlotte, about the coaches coaching those
Here goes
programs.
Navy.
Frank Billard and Greg Hartsiff, these guys really know what they're doing.
Navy with great spacing.
Navy,
rate looks
and then 611 is
611 is
Marietta.
Marietta
There's
again.
your alums again.
Their 2nd boat.
Yeah. This is going to be
good.
613 is going to be the next one coming by here.
Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University.
Embry-Riddle up from Florida.
Yeah. A lot of Floridian crews making the long
Literally,
drive up.
folks, that
Yeah.
boat is loaded with rocket scientists.
Yep, that's right.
They're
So
blasting off.
They got great GPAs in that crew. At 610 that they just went by.
That's Stockton.
That's
610 is
our
Stockton.
local. That's Stockton there from out in Atlantic City. So you gals still having fun down there in Princeton?
Oh, absolutely.
It's really going to be an exciting year. I
It's
tell
gonna-
you, after the World Championships, everybody was so pumped for you guys and the entire program.
I mean, so much of it is due to Jesse Foglia, who's been our new coach over the last year.
Yeah.
And he is really so amazing, just technically and great leadership skills. So it's been wonderful to row for him.
Absolutely.
His
Well,
sister is racing today, so we might have already missed her race, but Nora Foglia is racing for Duquesne.
And
What boat? What number is that, Jim?
This is Lafayette going by us right now, 614.
We have I have 4 boats in sight. Just came around the corner.
You know, so far
Two abreast. So we got a little bit of a race going on.
seemingly passing on the outside, or they're trading back and forth.
It looks like the crew on the outside is pulling a little better,
Yeah,
but it's hard to tell.
it is. It's a long race.
So on to Paris, right?
Yeah.
that's a Potomac boat coming up. Potomac Red Blade was with a white star.
From Washington, D.C.
Uh-oh, collision.
Oh.
Ruh-roh.
Oh.
I would,
Coxon didn't move over.
Checking a little paint on those oars today.
Between Rutgers and who's on the outside.
what are those bow numbers, James?
That's not sure. I'm looking.
Maryland.
Maryland.
crew
That
and
was
Rutgers.
Maryland on the outside.
Great recovery, though.
Maryland and Rutgers?
Yeah.
How quickly can you take that back?
Well, they're bow ball to bow ball.
And that you're seeing that on our TV screen
Yep,
right
moving
now.
up.
These guys going by.
And that'll really give you some adrenaline sometimes when you clash.
620.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
we
you
got
think
Catholic here.
you think about the crew that has that bad first 2 strokes of a race, like Michelle's boat did in the prior Olympics, and then that adrenaline rush pushes them through.
Yeah.
You know. So you're right. You're right.
I may have accidentally smacked into bow seat of Washington during
Yeah.
our race at Heather Charles last weekend.
Yeah.
It happens, you know, and how
Yeah.
quickly can you just recover? Next
Yeah.
stroke, next stroke.
That's right. And we've been talking about that earlier in the day, ladies. You know, about in this sport you endure, in this sport you don't stop. You know,
Yep.
it's all about, it ain't over till it's over. You just got to get right back into it and go. You know, you don't admit defeat. You just
Absolutely.
keep moving. in.
We know as well as
Especially-
anybody, it's only the last stroke and whose bow ball is ahead
Yeah.
then that matters.
And
All right.
especially in head racing, too.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
here we
see
have Drexel.
Drexel on the inside. I don't know who's on the outside there, but Drexel's got the better line and seems like have a little bit more speed right here.
Yeah.
You're looking them on our TV screen.
Is that
right
Carnegie,
now.
Carnegie Mellon?
Or Washington College.
Yeah. Washington College is definitely red.
Oh,
Yeah.
if it's Washington, yep.
Drexel's moving on the inside, 34.5.
Good extension off that outside arm.
Yeah.
Definitely moving.
Well, for you guys training in Princeton, for the other people training out in Oakland Strokes with Tatey, these athletes need to be supported. Please try to get the U.S. rowing and
Give.
support our program. Give so our team can compete at the highest level. We don't want anything like finances to be a limiting
we
factor.
want you to be able to row into your
US
30s
rowing.
and have a life.
That is also what we would like to, if
I mean,
possible.
When was your last year? How old were you, Jim, on the national team?
I was 36 at
Oh, wow.
84 Olympic trials.
I was 31
Yeah.
in Seoul.
Yeah. I didn't
And you
wanna-
can
I
do
didn't
it,
wanna
but I
stop.
had a job. I had a
Yeah.
job that was.
I mean, Regina and I both have part-time jobs now. We work for Broadridge, which is a fintech company,
And a U.S. rowing
and a
sponsor.
U.S. run sponsor. So like that has been a great partnership that we have a large organization that is willing to work with athletes.
This
and
is
support us.
25 going by us here. St. Mary's College. Yeah. I think
Good
that's
in the
important.
pink.
You know, my last years I was working on the floor of the stock exchange.
Oh, wow.
You know, and the stock
on your
exchange is
feet.
nice because work didn't start till 10, and usually it was over at 4. So you could
Yeah.
still get your 2-a-days in and whatever. But
For most
but
peop- oh.
really, it'll be perfect when you can establish a life
yeah,
and still train like many Europeans or the Kiwis or the Aussies. You
this
know,
is
I mean,
626. Franklin Marshall here.
And most people don't know that the United States, we do not receive any government funding.
Right.
Unlike other countries who are funded by their governments.
Yep.
So we're totally reliant on private funding and donations.
622 is Carnegie Mellon.
And then coming up behind them,
That might be a Villanova crew. I'm not sure.
that
No
might-
number, no bow number on the bow, man.
Oh,
Oh no, that's Green Oars.
Green Oars, so that's
gotta be
Loyola. Loyola, yeah.
627.
Yeah,
And behind them is Villanova. I recognize the blades from here.
yeah.
which will close out this Championship 8 event.
And
then the women's champ 8s.
And the important event coming up.
Exactly.
So your future competition.
Yeah.
Truly.
Our future teammates, though.
Truly our future teammates.
Oh, cut me a break. Come on.
No.
You port or starboard?
We're both starboards.
Starboards.
Yeah. So,
4-seat, stroke seat.
You know, so you got the ladder. Best 1, 2, 3, 4. As long as you're on the ladder, you're fine. Your teammates. You know what I mean.
Yeah. It's fun. I have.
It's the greatest team sport that only is a team sport when the boat's chosen.
Yeah.
And you like all the port people because you don't care.
Well, you still care because you need everybody to be successful.
Yeah,
So I
I know that. Come on. We
But
that.
that's the energy where we were talking about earlier at the head of the Charles. For you guys to have 3 women's 8s there, pushing at that level. The Danes, I think, snuck in for 3rd.
They did. But to go 1-2 and very close together.
But that is a team effort, and that brings the whole squad up.
Absolutely. A team is only strong as the depth, like everybody contributes, like it's all pushing, like, it's incredible.
You're doing a fine job, Jimmy.
Thanks there, Brian.
I don't know about that guy in the end, but you're doing a fine job.
Did you did you get the Bulldog guys set up?
I did, all squared away.
They're down there?
Jim Malone has your key. He's going to give it back to you or me at best.
Let's see. I'm going to go in and look at who is in the lead for winning.
Yeah, I know.
For
That's why
the
we
results,
gotta,
if you
I
are
gave
looking
your
for
key
results,
back.
they're
All
on
right, good.
herenow.com.
All right, good.
So we're heading back up to send off the women's club champions next. It looks like.
Now, is Coffee training with you guys again?
She is.
She
just
is.
came back. We're so excited to have Liv back
Well,
at the training
her
center.
dad and I were teammates and roommates back in the day.
Yeah. She's actually running alongside the river right now.
Yep,
You
yes.
might see her.
Yep.
Yeah, if you see her, give her a shout. She was my roommate for Tokyo. So
Yeah.
nice and full circle.
My roommate before Tokyo.
I didn't get it. I don't know if you were there, Charlotte, but when we were at the New York AC dinner, she said, well, I'm going back to Princeton with these gals. And I didn't put it together till I saw her in a pair on Facebook, and I said, shit, she's back in training.
Yep, exactly.
How exciting
Not
is that?
just visiting us,
Yeah.
full time.
Well, you give her my best when you see her.
We will.
We will.
It does look like.
I remember her when she was a baby.
I will say a lot. We got a lot of full circle moments on the team right now.
Yeah.
Daisy, Mazio Manson. Both her parents were on the national team, and
Yeah.
A Hero for Daisy is about her. You
Oh,
can
yeah.
go look at little videos of her as a baby, and
Yeah, her mom
now
was,
she's
was
7th seed
on
of the women's 8.
Barcelona team in '92 in the double.
So we
Okay,
got the
we have the final.
results up
Right.
for the Champ Club 8.
They're coming.
It does look like University of
Oh,
Pennsylvania
yes.
took the win.
Go Penn.
Oh, awesome.
And 3rd.
We saw some of
Yeah.
the teams getting told by their teammates that they won as they're coming by here, and you see
Oh,
it.
that's
Reg
so
and I got
special.
to do that for Michelle for winning ahead of the Charles,
Yeah.
and it was so special. She started crying. So it is really fun of having your teammates on the bank,
Yeah.
telling you what's happening, cheering you on. It really makes a big difference to have everybody here at Three Angels and further up along the river cheering you on.
Okay, and we might be going to commercial in a second, but huge congratulations to this Club Championship 8 category. Amazing racing from all crews.
I mean, those guys are adding to your legacy even as they're out of school. And you want to keep
And we're back. Up next is the Champ 8 Club 8.
What?
Well, we should do a, reintroduce ourselves while we're on camera. I'm Charlotte Buck.
I'm Jim Dietz.
I'm John Strotbeck.
And I'm Regina Salmons.
And we're all either current or former national team rowers.
The men are former, the women are faster.
Yeah, that's right.
Just currently faster, you know?
Yep.
No, I don't quite believe that, Charlotte. I think the women's singles sculler today is faster than I was when I was the men's singles
Kara's
sculler.
pretty darn fast. She's
I mean,
won the Lotman Challenge this morning.
Did she?
Yes, she
Huge
did.
congratulations. Oh, that's awesome.
So
Yep.
exciting. And then in the Gold Cup, she got second, I'm pretty sure.
Uh-huh.
Who won? Any idea? Or who won the men's?
The men's was amazing. Melvin Tweller won again, and then Simone got second. So it was a big day for the Dutch.
And Clark Dean won the Lotman Challenge, so congratulations to
good
him as
Clark,
well.
back in the
Yep.
single. I would like to see him row the single.
You know, I don't understand that. You think he would have been in the single even last go around? You know, a guy as fast as he was.
I think it's the loneliness of it, Jim. You're a unique animal.
Yeah.
You know, because I mean, you know, in my area, you had Sudduth, who was in the single for 1 year and finished second, and Jamie won and got out of it, and Bigelow stayed in it for a few years, but nobody stays in it for long.
Yeah, well, the thing is, you know, it's like this Far Side cartoon that I saw one time. It was a guy walking in for a Japanese kamikaze reunion, right? I mean, that's what it's like when you're the singles color. You know, it's like
honestly, that's
you're your own team.
It took me a second to grasp that.
That's the special thing about the Gold Cup. They were sort of different competitors were talking about it, and they were like, it's been so special to like spend this time with other singles scholars who understand the challenges of being in this boat class for so long.
You know, I don't think it's changed that much, Charlotte, because in my day, I would be training in Great Britain and Switzerland with the top scullers from those nations, you know, and we even traveled together, you know, and I think the same held true with Mahia Drysdale and Scenic and Aesop Kopp and those guys in their time, that we'd all try to gather together and push each other to a different level.
I mean, that's one of the most important things about Regina and I being at Princeton is having those teammates to push you every day. Like, you can't do the sport by yourself, even when you're in a small boat.
Right.
Yeah. We're always grateful for our teammates.
We on break or we live? Women's Champ 8's coming down, folks.
Women's Club 8s.
It's called the Club Championship 8s.
First up is going to be Drexel.
They know this course, home course advantage. Even though they row this course every day, the Schuylkill course is actually slightly different now for racing than it is for normal traffic patterns. Able to hug this turn a little tighter.
This is going to be similar to the men's race where you have your varsities and your JVs. You know, I'm looking down the list here. You know, Duquesne's got a couple of entries. Fordham's got a couple of entries. George Washington's got a couple of entries.
Well, but the first boats are in another category. The collegiate first boats are in the Champ 8s that are at 3:45 and 4 p.m. So the club championships must be all the second boats or the third and fourth boats, and the non-D1 boats and clubs.
This is a great opportunity for, you know, multiple athletes to get racing experience and really, really just throw it all out there.
Yeah, Jim and I were talking about earlier, when I raced in this regatta in the old days, I raced a pair, the 4 and the 8. Got as much in as we could.
Regina, didn't you
I
do
did
that?
the same thing. I raced the pair, the 4, and the 8.
It's fun.
Yep.
It's fun.
First boat's coming around the bend. It looks like Drexel out there.
Yep.
The
Drexel
Drexel Dragons cutting
631.
their next crew.
University of Connecticut
University
up
of
next.
Connecticut just coming through Columbia Bridge. That's a nice shot.
I met some of those Connecticut athletes last year at the Charles. It's a great group of women.
So the Danish national team is here.
Yes, so they came down after the Charles.
Yeah,
They've been here
so
training
they're
for the
rowing
week.
in the women's Champ 8, which is at 4 p.m.
Honestly, I think they're going to be hard pressed to beat, but I'm sure Penn is going to be coming after them pretty hard.
Everybody's looking at Drexel, the hometown boys here coming down. They're rowing about 34 and a half. As they approach the Angels, we're going to be seeing them shortly here.
Not yet. I cannot see them, but we know they're coming.
So
and
if
coming
you
fast.
look at the puddles that are coming off of their oars, or where the oars go in the water, prying the water apart, you're looking at the spacing. These guys are rowing out of their puddles at 34 and a half. So, you know, somebody with a coaching eye is going to tell you these boys are moving the boat. Or these gals are moving the boat.
Yeah,
Yeah, these are women. This is women.
Faux de pas.
Well, and two, you can see their legs going down at the same time. The leg drive hugely, hugely important to the speed of the boat.
This is Delaware coming up on the women from Connecticut, the Huskies.
All right, here comes Drexel.
Yeah.
I've got them in sight. They're about 200 meters, 300 meters away from us. Nice rhythm, and this would be the third and fourth boats at Drexel, I imagine, because they have 2 boats in the Champ 8. Yep.
Great depth of a team now coached by Katie Lane in her first season with the Drexel Dragons. So exciting for a new era. This
two new
program.
head coaches at Drexel.
Yep.
Paul is now the director.
He's done a great job over the years.
He has built quite a program.
Obviously, we love our Drexel teammate Justin Best, who is in the men's 4 this year. They got a silver at Worlds, so producing excellent athletes.
Now, have the athletes from the Pan Am's come back yet?
They did. A lot of them have come back this weekend. We do have fall speed order in a few weeks, so some of them will be coming back and racing right away.
Is that on Carnegie?
It is on Mercer.
All pairs and singles?
All pairs and singles.
Lovely. All right, Drexel has gone past us, folks. University of Connecticut is coming up on us on the outside with Delaware.
Delaware
pinching into Connecticut's stern.
The hens are moving their boat nicely.
The blue hens are moving up on Connecticut, and behind Delaware is Temple.
Yep.
Local Temple, again, probably their 3rd women's 8. Looking good. Delaware's 2 feet out of the puddles. Temple's about 4. So
Temple here on the screen right now.
So assuming they're rowing the same stroke rate, which is not a good assumption.
Yeah.
Temple's moving 2 feet faster per stroke. Or a length every approximate 30 strokes.
Yes. The stroke rating being how many strokes per minute you are taking in a shell.
They're at 32 on your screen right now. This is nice with the sun going down. We can actually see the screen. All day it's been blanked out.
I have not been able to see the screen at all.
Yeah.
Moving too fast. Crews are so fast. Can't see them.
This is a Sacred Heart crew
Is this
coming
one
up
even
here in white
Is
with
this
the
screen
red
even on?
stripes. This
Yeah.
is Sacred Heart.
Sacred Heart coming down from Connecticut.
About 6:37.
Sacred Heart.
Yep.
And then so tell us again, what was your workout this morning, ladies?
We did 4x4K, 2K at a 24, 2K at a 26, and total K volume about 25.
They're stepping it up. Corzo never had us do more than 3, John.
Yeah, it's we call it New America up at Mercer.
That's a lot of that's
6:36
12
there
miles.
is University of Connecticut again. And then another Delaware crew coming up here on the inside. They got the inside line.
Yep.
Yep.
What
Can see them picking it up a little bit.
What kind of rest in between? Just a few minutes?
Well,
not enough.
Supposedly
4 or 5 minutes?
Supposedly 8 minutes. It definitely was not 8 minutes.
No, it was 4 to 5.
It was 4 to 5.
Yeah. You got to keep us moving, at the start.
Yeah, but you're doing it in 8s, right?
Pairs.
Pairs?
Yeah.
Now that's a whole different story, ladies.
Feels a lot longer.
Yeah, sure does.
Love it, love it.
But new pairs of this week, we're mixing around combinations. We'll do that in the fall, get to row with a lot of our different teammates.
Which I'm sure these colleges are doing as well, trying out different lineups, different combinations.
This is 640, John, going by us right now.
640 is Duquesne.
Duquesne
University, another Pittsburgh school, right?
And yep, and another Loyola crew going out because this other crew is charging up on the inside.
This is Duquesne here on the screen.
Yeah, that Loyola crew looks like they have something stuck on the fin. They're
in this Duquesne
actually
boat
they're coming right in. They're coming right into them.
Is this LaSalle here?
This is LaSalle, yeah.
LaSalle and White.
They better get past them or they're going to, it's too late.
Oh, nope, we're going to have a clash here, folks, unfortunately.
It's not what's on your screen here.
Well, they're stroke for stroke, so that helps. As long as they keep rolling stroke for stroke.
Yeah.
Again,
LaSalle's moving on the inside. I think they might be dragging something.
LaSalle, yeah, we've seen a lot of that. So LaSalle actually went inside the buoys, but hopefully the referees don't penalize them because they got forced inside the buoys.
Yep.
That boat's rowing nicely. That LaSalle boat.
They're not letting it affect them.
I don't see St. Mary's, and I do see Fordham coming up, 6:43 in maroon.
Oh, yep. Anything can happen in head racing.
And just keeping calm and listening to your coxswain is one of the most important things. That can really rattle you, being right next to somebody, something dramatic happening. So
In races like this, you need to be good, but you also need to be lucky.
Yeah.
Because you don't know what's going to happen.
You don't know when you're going to take a turn.
Right. Yeah. And I'll tell you, watching these Cox crews on a windy course like the Charleston, how they cut it. You think you won by 2/100ths of a second.
Yeah, it's a great time. Fordham here, coached by Rebecca Gronsdahl, excellent coach. Also
took over from Ted Benhams.
They're hungry.
Another A10 school. This is 6:44. Military Academy, West Point.
It's anybody's game here in head racing.
6:45. Here come the Temple Owls. Think you're looking at the Temple Owls right now no, that's not Temple on the screen.
I think this is still
Nope, that's still U.S. Military Academy.
Yep. Yeah, that's the West Point Oars. This is Monmouth coming up. They're all rowing with croakers with white shafts. You don't see that often. See them on the screen there?
The only other people I see with that are the Columbia Lightweights. Love their white
croakers.
croakers.
the coastal scullers are all using the croaker white shafts, and I think they're a little bit heavier and aid to the balance in really tough water. So again, things are changing all the time.
Mm-hmm. We race with croakers in Tokyo, but we're back to Concept 2 oars.
Go America.
American made.
You got to love Dick and Pete Dreisiaker. They've been supporting that team forever.
Huge grateful for their support.
And you don't get two nicer guys. When they were honored by U.S. Rowing, with all their money, they had to go out and buy sport coats because they just go around in jeans and T-shirts all the time, And I think it's Peter's daughter that became a national cross-country skier.
Wow.
She's into biathlon. All right, on the outside, coming into view. 7.
Is that LaSalle?
That's Pittsburgh.
Oh, Pittsburgh. 6:47, Pittsburgh. Yep. Taking a nice inside line.
Yeah.
And it looks like it's probably Stockton and GW.
Yeah.
Back to back.
On the screen right now.
Mm-hmm.
You can really tell the effort on these athletes' faces. You're just putting everything that you can onto that oar blade.
Yeah.
And it's exhausting by this point in the race. Your legs are burning, your lungs are burning.
Yeah.
They make it look beautiful, but it looks beautiful, it don't feel beautiful.
I think that's Stockton you're looking at right now, and this is
a big cheer from Stockton
there's
behind
Stockton
us.
right here. Yep, Stockton's right behind us. Boy, big field, huh?
Yeah, it's wonderful to see.
There's
many
something
eights
else to
fielded.
think about. The difference between the conditions that could change in the course of a race here. Figure if all these boats are starting 10, 15 seconds apart, that's a long time. The wind could be picking up here and there. So, you can read a lot into what's going on and how teams are moving, but you really can't tell till the spring.
This is what you're talking about with being lucky, Jim. Like
Yeah.
you just gotta be lucky, have those tailwind gusts.
Yeah.
Not hit the headwind as the Schuylkill winds its way down.
Oh, and this crew here is really moving. This is a shot of 650. 650 Fordham.
Fordham.
Yes.
Let's go Fordham.
651.
Getting a very good run per stroke here.
No, 651 is Washington College, right?
Yeah. Fordham just passed in front of them.
Yeah.
No, Washington
Oh, that
College
was
looking
Washington
really
College.
beautiful here.
My apologies, that was Washington College.
You talked about, changes in regime, changes in coaches, people got to retire after 25, 30 years on the job, and then you see a program that all of a sudden is just on the move again, and it's exciting, and the alumni get excited, and the parents get excited,
Well, we're excited too, to see all of this depth coming out of American rowing. That makes everybody faster, like every program pushing other programs, pushing us internationally. It's very exciting to see.
And again, like you said, Charlotte, the people coming out of this ACRA program, and I'm hoping we're starting to see more scullers coming out of the ACRA program, because that's the part of U.S. rowing we really need to build.
Well, Kevin Cardno coming out of, University of Alabama, Huntsville.
And Mary Jones Nabel, who's also in the lightweight double, is also from University of Alabama.
This is Stockton we're looking at here, ladies, and on the outside, Stockton's on the inside. A program from
South
Cape
Jersey.
Cod. Yeah, and 65 is George Washington. So George Washington, another A10 school, they'll be going up against LaSalle and
Stockton's
Fordham.
moving.
Yep, George Washington.
Tell you, I expect the Stockton program to build over the next few years because,
this is Mammoth.
The school's
going by
partly
us
on the
now.
beach. Who wouldn't want to go?
2028, we got to get people into Coastal.
Yeah, this is the pool for coastal rowing. These athletes here.
I know Tom Feaster, a longtime Philly oarsman, helps supply all the boats there, John, for that lifeguard group out there.
Yep.
On the Jersey Shore. 56 is going by us now. That's Monmouth College. And then we should be seeing the U.S. Military Academy, West Point, coming up. Yep, here comes the Golden Knights.
Here comes West Point.
Yep. Really exciting. You're going to have West Point Navy football playing at Foxborough up in Massachusetts in December for the Army-Navy game.
Have you been to an Army-Navy game?
It's
a spectacle.
I haven't been to an Army-Navy game, but there's a Navy oarsman that's in his plebe year right now, and I coached him, and I told him I'm going to try to get to Foxborough and take all of his boys to the Lafayette Bar and buy them around.
Hey.
Well, here comes Army right past us. I've been to a number of Army-Navy games because they were held for much of the last 50 years in Philadelphia, and it's a spectacle. It's an enormous show of strength. It's a beautiful
This could be another Fordham
football
boat
game
coming up.
And who has
I think this might be 650. I think this might be Fordham again. Boy, deep program. They got a lot of people out.
And who's the Yellow Blades? They're moving.
That might be, let's see.
What?
651?
51, Washington College.
Washington College. Yeah.
Also
they're a
program.
D3 school, I believe.
Yes, our
down on the Chesapeake.
Mickey Philly, former alumni as well.
Mike Davenport used to coach that program.
61.
Is Emory Riddle Aeronautical.
So this is
Emory Riddle out right in front of us.
Yeah.
They must be moving where they started in front.
You're getting the live adjusted times here on the screen as they're coming through.
50.
And if you want to look at all the results, they're on here now, since we've only got 10 boats
there
coming
again,
in.
talk about things happening quickly, almost instantaneously. This is 660 going by us right now.
Which
Ladies, Thomas Jefferson.
Which means that 661 is past crew 660 here.
Yeah.
Yep.
Which is another exciting part of head racing, the opportunity to pass another crew.
Sometimes pass a bunch of crews.
Yeah. If it's your lucky day.
I'm not picking up this blade design. Let me see who
63, this might be Marietta College.
That is Marietta. Yes. It is your alma mater, John.
Yep. They have nice spacing, but they got a German rig in there.
Yeah, bucket rig.
For those that don't know, a bucket rig is when you have two of the same side either a port and a port following each other, or a starboard and a starboard following each other.
So this might be a younger crew, and their goals might be a little bit different. You know, I mean, their coach might be saying, look, ladies, I don't want you to go any higher than like 30 strokes down the course, and you're going to factor in how you're doing compared to teams, you know, but it's that building process, just like your workout this morning, ladies. 4 times 2K, different ratings.
4 times
moving up.
4K.
4 times 4K.
We're not going to cut anything down here.
Sorry, Charlotte. All right, here in front of us is.
And this was on Mercer?
662,
Yes. How do you get
John.
4K on Mercer? Is it a quick turn?
662 going by us. 662, then
We got
followed
Washington
up
College.
by 664 going by. No, 665 on the outside. Delaware's
Delaware.
going by. So Delaware's passing now. The Coxswain's taking the outside. That's not going to hurt them much on this stretch because they're going right towards Girard.
Where they'll have
so
the
they
inside.
didn't lose too much.
And who's this coming by us?
667.
Is Sacred Heart University?
Sacred
Heart.
And then it looks like it might be another West Point crew.
And as Jim's saying, goals very different crew to crew and very
668.
668 is Villanova, rowing nicely.
Yep.
beautiful.
Only about half a dozen more boats to come here.
Villanova looking really nice right here.
Yeah. They're just upstream. They're up on the upper Schuylkill up there with White Marsh and some of the other clubs. It might be a blessing this time of the year because they've been dredging down here, and I think they've had very little water to row on.
Yeah,
right, John?
About 3,000.
With the
Yeah,
dredging?
the dredging, you know, it was planned 10 years ago. It actually took many, many years to get the funding. It finally it got started 3 years ago, but it was a hiccup. The company that was hired by the Army Corps of Engineers failed. And it got restarted by another company who did a brilliant job downriver in front of Boathouse Row. As an example, Pennsylvania Barge Club, where my high school boys row, last
This is
fall.
69 Union coming up here.
Yeah. We'll get back to that.
Followed by the Yale grads.
Yale grads, yeah, that's interesting.
Oh, we love some alums.
A little anomaly in here.
I mean, that is the great thing about rowing. You can come back to it at any time.
The sisterhood, the brotherhood.
And then Catholic University, 671, we're going to be seeing soon. So this is the, this is Villanova on the screen right now.
Yeah, but Yale's going by us, followed closely by, and I would suggest being overtaken by, what bow number is that?
So we got Catholic.
That's Catholic,
Catholic,
671.
Catholic University, yeah.
Looking great. They've, fielded quite a few men's and women's eights in these races.
So the dredging before they started in front of our boathouse, and most of the boathouses, you had about 6 inches of clearance, and that was it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Now it's 6 feet. Well, it's 10 feet deep, 6 feet from the wall. So they did a spectacular job down in front of Boathouse Row, and now they're on the race course. And one of the things that was in the news recently is that on the Schuylkill upriver, they've picked out so far about 3,000 tires, which
that's incredible.
That's a lot of rubber.
All right, we got yellow blades and a yellow boat
Which is
coming up
too
here,
bad.
John.
That's
gotta
probably
be
Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh, 672.
Yeah.
Pittsburgh kind of rowing along. It's another crew following them. Pittsburgh's got the better line.
Looks like these are really the last few boats.
Yeah,
in the Champ
Pittsburgh's
8
at
heading down.
33, and the crew. Oh, we got a lot of action here coming up.
Yep.
All right, the
It
crew
should be the last 3 crews. I think that's Loyola.
That's Loyola
Yeah.
on the outside at
In the
33,
green.
and coming up on the inside.
Duquesne, maybe? Although
Affiliated. No, that might be Duquesne.
number?
I'm looking for a number. 72.
University of Pittsburgh.
That is
Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh with the yellow, yeah. There they. And this is Duquesne coming up now.
Might be the last.
Incredibly.
Their Duquesne blade design reminds me of the old RAF patches for their squadron.
And just want to give a shout out to all of the crews racing here. It takes incredible guts and bravery just to get out here and lay it all on the line. No matter how long you've been rowing, it's incredible feat to come out and race.
And a lot of these athletes, I was a walk-on in college. This might be 2 to 3 months into them rowing.
Yeah,
and
we were
to go
talking.
and do this head race. It's
we were
it's a lot of
talking.
effort.
And when you don't know what a head race is like, you're thinking to yourself, "Oh my God, is it ever going to end? Can I keep going? Can I keep going?"
it takes an incredible amount of discipline and strength.
Yeah. Well, ladies, I can't keep going, so I'm going to bid you all adieu. I've got to, unfortunately, I got to start driving back to Massachusetts because tomorrow I leave for Italy. I'll be rowing in the Silver Skiff in Turin. When you get old, you can go over to Italy and you can eat really good food, drink a lot of wine, and then row on an 11K race.
Good luck, Jim.
Well, thank you very much.
Oh, it's been an absolute honor. With the legend, Jim Dietz.
I just want to say to all the folks out there, please support our national team. Please join U.S. Rowing, whether you're an athlete or not, because all of that helps support our team. And I know the sponsors here, like John and John Chatsky and the other people that are supporting our team. You know, we really appreciate that. I mean, this is America. We want to see America shine in Paris. And
no, it makes a world of difference, and funding is really important to us getting Olympic medals next year.
Right.
Like, we need all the support we can get.
And we're so grateful. It's a huge thank you to everyone who's already supported. And, you know, Charlotte and I are always happy to talk and chat and also give back to the community. We don't take any of that support for granted.
That's true. Reach out to our team, has an Instagram account, Women in the Boat. If you want to reach out and talk to any of us, we love talking to junior rowers. We talk to parents if they want advice of what to say to their kid. We just, love talking about rowing. We love rowers.
Lastly, I'm going to say thank you to Jen Weston, the executive director of the head of the Schuylkill here. She put on a fabulous event. It's a lot of work, and I know everybody here appreciates it. So, goodbye, ladies. See you all soon.
Good to have you on here.
Ciao.
See you again on a river somewhere.
This guy never lost a seat race. Never lost a seat race. Anytime I put him in a boat, he won.
That's you never retire if you never lose a seat race.
Yeah, you're technically still in the game.
I wish I probably shouldn't have, but actually I was ready to turn the boat, change the chapter, and everything was splendid ever since.
And we're going to go to commercial in a second
Piper.
here as Jim leaves us.
Piper, you might
as
be
the end of that
chaos.
women's club championship event.
Come over here.
Welcome back here to Head of the Schuylkill live racing. We're on the live stream here. I'm Regina Salmons, part of the U.S. Women's National Team with
Charlotte Buck, also on the national team, and
Tom Toland. I am not on the women's national team. I am just very happy to be here with Regina and Charlotte.
well, up next we have the Masters men's eights coming down. First is 27-39, and going up from there.
Yes.
Oh, Bell 678 Fairmount Rowing Association.
And a beautiful day out here on the Schuylkill for that home Philly crew. Can't ask for better weather.
You really can't. It's been a stunning day. We've definitely had some gusty bits in this tailwind by 3 Angels. You can see this is the overhead shot of
Gerard
to Starry Mansion.
Mm-hmm.
Columbia Avenue.
Oh,
yeah.
The other Gerard.
Gerard
Oh, my
behind
goodness.
us now.
Now you see
Yeah.
Gerard behind us.
Oh, see, we're on.
Yeah, I know.
Look at us.
Yes. Hi. Hi, Mom. Yes.
I'm barely on. Jeez.
Here we go. We can
Yeah,
shift
you want to scooch over?
It doesn't matter to me.
But
You know, we got to get that stunning face on camera.
yeah.
You're so sweet.
Yes.
No, so we're so excited for the rest of racing today. It's been great seeing the men's and women's club championship H just came by.
Yep.
Really great rowing from all those crews. Super deep fields, which is really exciting to have that many boats entered.
In the club event. So we also have the championship eights coming later. And so those colleges that are entering 2 eights into the club championships eights, like incredibly, incredibly deep teams and great racing from all crews.
So, Regina, what is your favorite Schuylkill memory? Because Reg is a University of Pennsylvania alum. This is her home turf for college rowing.
You know, I have raced the Head of the Schuylkill in a pair, in a 4, in an 8. And it is such a great race. You gotta love it. Passing crews, getting out first, and just like tearing up the water. I have hit a bridge during this race.
Oh, no.
So, you know, anything can happen. We hit the bridge. We were in first, ended up getting second. Even with the bridge collision, we were passing a crew that didn't yield properly. But it adds just excitement and just total fun to the day, you know?
The amazing part was that bridge was under reconstruction for 2 years after you hit it.
That was the speed. I mean, they were in first. They were.
Yeah. So. Oh, and here we go. We're
We got our
back.
First Masters men's 8 coming down. Fairmont Rowing Association coming around this turn.
We are rooting for Fairmount.
I mean, of course.
Of course.
The home team.
Look at your shirt. I knew it right away.
Tom, a big Fairmount Association guy.
Yeah, that's me.
Look, this is what I said every time I'm on commentary. I'm not impartial. I have teams I'm rooting
Oh,
for.
no, we went through that this morning.
Yeah.
We root for everybody.
But we definitely also
But
root
there-
for our friends.
Yes. We have people we know and adore coming down. But yes, Fairmount. Fairmount's in this event and 2 other 8s, I think.
Amazing. I mean, it's really great to have this many Masters 8s rowing, especially I think the younger age category for Masters. Like, these are people not so long out of college rowing, probably still really enjoying themselves, taking their weekend to come race on the Schuylkill.
Staying fit, staying part of a team atmosphere. Very good strokes here as well.
Yeah, the 8 and the 27 to 39-year-old, the Fairmount rowing, they train like 4 times a week.
That's incredible.
Most of the guys, I think, are former Temple University oarsmen. But yeah, they're just fast guys.
Yeah. And the beautiful thing, too, about rowing is, you know, you're friends for life. This is a sport you don't have to give up after you graduate college, and you can enjoy it for the rest of your life, and your teammates become lifelong friends, which is just so special.
Yeah, they
It
do,
is.
Reg.
Yeah, Charlotte, please validate me.
Ooh, here they come. This is Fairmount.
Looking good.
Bell 678.
Yeah. That coxswain with that great forward body angle. You know, we don't talk about the coxswain's body position a lot, but she has great core support here as she's leaning forward.
Yeah.
Helps with the stability of the
Drive.
boat.
Come on, fellas.
You want to minimize
Drive.
the amount your
Bang.
body is moving and contributing to the check of the boat. She's
I don't
doing a
see
really great
anybody
job.
close to him.
I mean, they might have just blasted off super far away. It does look like this might be an overhead shot of our next crew, Capital Rowing Club, bow 679.
Go Fairmount. Go Fairmount.
And as a reminder, too, we don't know the starting margins of these crews. There's a chance that a crew, started late at the start. They try to leave about 30 seconds of spacing. 30? 15 seconds?
10 to 15.
10 to
yeah.
15 seconds of spacing between crews. But, if a crew starts a little later, that's not deducted from their overall time.
No, it is not. That is correct. But
A lot of time with this much spacing, you do kind of feel like you're racing the clock. And it's on the coxswain to be able to sort of see the boat in front of you, tell you if your margin is shrinking, and that'll give you a better indicator of how you're doing on the next cruise.
yeah, there's nobody in front of Fairmount, and the next crew is Capital here.
And you see this beautiful overshot.
Oh, isn't that good?
You see the rotation of port to starboard here.
This Five Tribes does a magnificent job with the drones.
Huge shout out to Five Tribes giving us this incredible footage today.
Capital
This
Rowing.
is the way to watch rowing. It looks so gorgeous. It hides all the pain.
Can't see the faces. Don't see the spit dripping down your chin.
Well, Jim said it earlier. It's with the drones. It's it's now a spectator sport.
Yep. Capital
Again,
crew here.
Capital Rowing out of DC, followed by theoretically DC Strokes.
Make rowing watched again.
They're a little wobbly. I say that because I want Fairmount to win.
Tell us how you really feel, Tom.
Well, that is the interesting thing about Masters. Like, we don't really know how much these crews are training. It's not like a college program where they're training all the time, very intensely. So there could be a lot of variability between some of these boats.
Yeah, no, Capital has a very, very good Masters program, and they do train hard down there.
And this appears to be crew 681
Argonaut
Rowing Club.
Gotta love some nice green stripes out there.
Yes.
Do you need these?
Oh, yes, I would love if there's a second pair.
Even with my binoculars, I can't see what's going on, so no.
Yep, that is 681.
That is Argonaut.
Followed.
Rowing a little bit lower stroke, but very clean.
Followed by, not yet on the screen, but 683 Atlanta Rowing Club, now on the screen.
Looks like they've rowed through a couple of crews,
Yeah,
assuming they've got going off on time.
Tell some strong guys here in this shell. Being able to do great power per stroke, just really laying on that long length. And also, oh, sorry.
I was just going to say, like, sometimes as Masters rowers, it's a little easier to rate a little lower, just rely on you guys getting your technique together, long-term fitness.
Just muscle memory, knowing exactly where that oar is entering the water and trusting that run of the boat underneath you.
They look nice.
The overhead shot also is great, as we've got parents on the live stream learning about rowing, people maybe this is their first time watching. It's really good to you can see the blades entering, the timing, if it's together, like Regina was saying, the rotation to port or starboard. We've got Potomac Boat Club coming by us with the stars on their blade.
687, yep.
This is the first boat of the men's Masters 8's 40 to 49. So we're getting into our next. They might have passed a few.
Yeah, they walked through some of the younger boats.
In the last event.
They did. This is, and that's 688 right behind them.
A University of Pennsylvania crew, alums, I assume, getting back together.
Yes.
Yeah, there's muscle memory.
I wonder if I know some of those guys in that boat.
That's a starboard stroke.
Oh.
We love a starboard stroke boat.
Oh, it's the best.
You'll see a lot of University of Pennsylvania crew alumni boats out here today.
And who's this? That's Penn on the screen. Who's this coming by us now?
That is
they are
number 680.
So that's
DC Strokes
so they've been passed by a few crews, but
yeah, they're
hanging on there.
I would also like to give a shout out. I think that also might be a mixed crew.
It's possible.
Which, very huge shout out to the women in that boat.
Wow.
And then the Penn crew here on the screen now.
Rowing well.
Yep.
This is fun.
Oh, what a beautiful day for it.
Well, you're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much for
Philly is
having
really
us.
providing.
Listen, I'm here to have a
what'd you
good
do?
time.
Who'd you
know?
pay to get this weather?
Well, and I'm saying that you can't ask for better weather. I cannot remember a single race I have ever had on the Schuylkill where there wasn't some wind. I don't know, Tom.
Oh, I mean,
Early this morning, it was just flat. It was just gorgeous.
All right,
But
all right.
coming towards like 11 o'clock, it got.
That's
okay.
good.
Hopefully.
At one point, there were Whitecaps out here. Believe
man.
it or not.
And then crew 689 here, another University of Pennsylvania crew.
You're
Ages
go-
40 to 49.
Regina's going from binoculars to the cheat sheet without interruption. I mean, nothing's
She's
stopping
a
her.
pro, you know?
This is good. You've done this before.
Hey, Tom, I think you're the pro.
Now I'm blushing. Sure.
And 684 DC Strokes Rowing Club to complete out our men's Masters 827 to 39
Okay.
category. Also a mixed crew here. So,
As we were saying earlier, it's really exciting to have a little more mixed boats on the international stage. We
Yep.
just had the Pan Am Mixed 8 win this week, along with a pretty great medals haul from the whole U.S. team.
This is nice.
And
right through here.
as athletes, like it's incredible to train
Look at
of
this
all
dro-
genders.
This drone shot is just magnificent.
Oh,
And on the right of
absolutely.
your screen, you've got our 3 Angels timing. So we've got a timing mark that you can see how the boats are stacking up as they come by our vantage point here before we get the final finish line timing in
Yes.
just a little bit.
So you can see where they were at this checkpoint or are currently. On the screen, you've got 684 on the left.
It looks,
Again, DC Strokes.
and it looks like we've got maybe White Marsh passing us
Yep.
on our vantage point.
And here on the screen.
692.
692, yes.
So they train up on the upper Schuylkill.
You say Schuylkill like you're from here. That's amazing.
Oh, you rode the Schuylkill a couple times,
It stays with you.
You watch people spell it wrong a couple times, and
Oh.
you say you'll never do that.
Yeah, for those of you who don't know, I'm a University of Pennsylvania grad, so I try not to be too impartial.
Well, it does look like, I think this is our University of Chicago boat going by.
There's
691.
Got a roof in the mid. I have a friend, Stu, who rode for them. My sister went to business school there.
Nice.
Great time out there rowing in Chicago.
Yes.
Good reach. Placing the blades and driving the boat.
Getting that boat to the finish line, where I'm sure these crews will all be celebrating together later tonight.
Yeah. Yeah, I know Fairmount's got 4 beers on tap.
Hey.
Look, Masters rowing, that's the best part. You finish, you have a good time.
Yes.
Looks like we got Riverside Boat Club coming down. This is the men's Masters 8s, 50 to 59 now.
So starting us off strong here in this new category.
About 695.
Maybe they raced last weekend at the Charles, the Masters boat. Taking it out for another spin after all that training.
Yeah, we refer to that regatta as the preliminaries.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
This
The
is
head of
the
screen.
finals.
This is it. America's favorite regatta.
It's one of my favorite regattas. I'll second that.
Riverside is rowing nice.
Yeah.
Relaxed.
They're all quite in time together. You can see how they're all moving together.
And our next cruise here are University of Pennsylvania crews. They're lightweight alums now.
1980.
I think a few of them have got on the back of their shirts the year maybe they graduated. I see an 87 on one of the guys passing us.
How can you see that?
Wow.
Jeez.
That's why they hire us.
Apparently, yeah. That's why I'm a volunteer. I can't see.
This is incredible, too, to be out of college for 30 plus years and just still in that brotherhood, still friends, still hauling on it, still incredible athletes here. This is an incredible athletic performance from these men.
And it's fun.
And
Yeah.
It's a good time out there.
97. This is 697, another University of Pennsylvania 1980s lightweight alumni. So they're gunning down that 696 crew. Those two boats definitely battling
Yeah, you know, the battling for pride never goes away.
No, bragging rights are on the line here, folks. Now we have 698,
which is
passing,
Malta Boat Club,
which is passing 690.
Malta's
Viking
predominantly,
Rowing
they're a
Foundation.
predominantly sculling house.
Look, honestly,
Throw
I
'em
feel
in there.
like people got to do it all.
Yeah.
We had
Do
our
it all.
Scullers 8 last weekend.
No,
At
scull,
our
row port,
preliminary
row
race.
starboard, do what you gotta
Yeah, do it
do.
all. Regina and I have been in singles at Mercer, just having a
Yep.
little fun.
You guys
changing it
have been
up.
in singles. I've been watching that, and it's fun to watch.
You know, everybody was in a single during COVID, so it's good to have friends again in a big boat.
And who's this?
702 here on the screen in the light blue.
And those look like Fairmount blades, don't they?
New Baron?
New Bern?
New Bern?
New Baron? New Baron?
Sorry, we don't know how to pronounce your name.
But we are in awe of your rowing. These are great catches here. You can see a little backsplash on the screen.
Yep.
You can see.
Coming by right here in light blue with Columbia looking blades.
No, that's New Barn.
Oh, is that?
Yeah.
Maybe they're borrowing it from the Columbia men because those are my alma mater's blades.
New Bayham? I don't know who that is.
I wonder if that's just some Columbia alums going undercover.
That's what I'm thinking.
With all that light blue.
Yeah.
Is that an inside joke we are not aware of? Word's hat here showing it how it's done, you know? Look at that catch, sending it. In a wooden shell also? Or is that just the bow deck?
I think that might just be bow deck.
Looked pretty. And now here we have bow 700.
Rock Creek Rowing. Tapping the boat along. Lift your head up, lift your head up.
Yeah. In rowing, it's very important where your head is placed as that directs the weight of the rest of your body. So
I feel like
that was exceptionally well put. I like the way you said that.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's tough to describe.
So for those of you listening, you might hear people say, keep your head in the boat, keep your head in the boat. And we truly mean keep your head forward because that keeps your weight balanced in the boat.
It's part about just trusting your coxswain is you don't need to look around and see the surroundings. Your coxswain is going to tell you everything you know. And then keeping your head supported, like Regina is saying, it keeps your chest up so you can rotate into your side. Your body weight doesn't dip too much to one side or the other.
Oh,
and
this is a race here.
707 on the left in the green, followed by 706 very closely on the inside.
New Haven and Detroit.
707 passing on the outside, New Haven.
Like we said earlier, it's not a terrible place to pass on the outside here. It's going to set you up pretty well for the last turn on the Schuylkill.
You'll be in the inside of that turn.
Right.
And that helps.
You know, give the ports and the starboards a chance to make a turn.
Everybody does it. Yeah.
Exactly. Can't make us all starboards do all the work.
Now, when your coxswain asks you to turn, do they ask you to put more pressure on one side or to ease off pressure?
We talked about this a lot before we raced the 8 at the Charles last weekend. It's not so much that we put more pressure on, but we just had a technical call to have the side that is turning you try to complete the stroke a little more and just have a little more pressure through the whole drive.
I like that.
Because sometimes it can be detrimental to try to wind up and add too much. You're already rowing at full pressure. You can't really, add so much more.
Right. All you're doing is slowing the boat down. Here's Fairmount. There's T. McLaughlin in 2-seat. T in high school was voted most likely to have a receding hairline.
Oh, that's...
I just made $100. They bet me I wouldn't say it. No, I'm teasing. But he does have a receding hairline.
We are betting women, Tom,
Yeah.
so don't try
Do
us.
you want to guess what my senior superlative was?
Go.
Most competitive.
I cannot see
Checks
that
out.
at all.
And we have bow 710 here, Pelham Community Rowing Association.
Yes, let's go, Pelham.
PCRA.
PCRA shares the water with New York Athletic Club. Had a lot of great times out on Pelham Bay with them. It's a really strong club of masters rowers. They're super dedicated to getting out there, before the sun rises in New York. They put in really great work.
So that's to all the masters rowers out there. Charlotte and I are in awe of you, and we appreciate your support. Saints rowing here. Oh, St. Andrews.
St. Andrews.
Yeah, St. Andrews here.
Hold on.
All the way from Scotland.
No.
No?
That
Wrong?
explains the accent right there.
Oh.
Or Delaware.
From St. Andrews to join me at Penn. So who's, winning in these crews as it's going on.
Correct.
Sometimes, it's about basically time efficiency as you get older. You get a little extra help with your time at the end, and really, people of any age can win.
And
being old is not necessarily a handicap.
Exactly.
Oh, our friend Michael here from Bulldog Rowing Club in the lead so far.
You can see that. That's
Rose. As my rowing journey goes on, so does hers.
Yep.
You can just have a nice time. I mean, what better way to enjoy the fall foliage than being out on a beautiful body of water?
Yep.
Make friends, have a great time, stay fit, stay active.
As you get older, lower impact. You're not running and crushing your knees apart. I, for one, will not become a marathoner like a lot of rowing alumnus. But
I will tell you that is how I started rowing. Is I wanted to play a sport that did not involve running. So
it's a good choice.
Yes.
So we've got 3 Angels with New Haven Rowing Club in first, but we're gonna have some time adjustment later based on the age of the crews.
So you'll see that adjusted time at the finish versus this is the Angels checkpoint time as Charlotte.
And doors.
Ooh. Present.
Oh, and now you're seeing a shot we haven't seen the turn coming after 3.
Through the bridge.
Yes.
So, Reg, how important is your line here?
Very, very important because you're setting up to the finish line and you don't want to actually overturn. You want to take a straight shot to the finish line. That way you can maximize the sprint. A lot of crews will.
I could use all the luck I can get. Raced it, and I was happy. I wanted to break 40 minutes. I did 39:50.
Nice.
So I was happy.
This is
7:16.
Capital Rowing Club coming down past us.
So it looks like a boat scratched just from this event. So it's a small event, but small but mighty. These women are really going after it. And they might be competitive with the other Masters events as well, And it's boat speed, putting it all out there. Not the race, feeling like you had anything left.
That's true. Sometimes you just do get a little slower through the race. You're exhausting yourself, but it's about minimizing and keeping up that good technique.
They're popping the boat here. These ladies are doing well.
So this is bow number 721, starting the next flight of 61 of the Women's Masters 8s, ages 40 to 49. Steering You Right, LLC. That seems like a... Yeah, and you can see how quick their catches is. They're really on top of the work, on top of the load.
Dropping the blades right in and going.
Yup.
That's
so you can
nice.
see these times on the side of your screen are the 3 Angels times. They're new to rowing. You're watching your friends race for the first time. It's pretty good conditions. You see that the level is pretty flat. But when you're rowing and practicing out in different locations, you often can have passing boats that cause wakes. That just makes everything more unstable. It's more difficult to row in choppy water. These shells, even with 8 oars, are pretty unstable.
Yep.
So it's all about keeping
more rowing club. Yes, and as Charlotte was saying, the boats also become unstable as they turn. So, this bow pair, these 8.
Yeah, as Reg was saying, each person in the boat sort of has a little specialty that they are helping with. So bow pair, super important for setting. Stern pair, so opposite side of the boat, closest to the coxswain who's steering. They're setting the rhythm for everybody else to follow them. So it's super important that they are very consistent. Everyone else can just walk.
Yeah.
Yep.
And we have a New York Athletic Club boat passing them here on the inside. Yeah, Red. That is my home team.
There
Looking
you go.
Good.
7:55. Really good suspension here. You can see that they're getting good length through the drive before the body opens.
Look at the hang. Ooh. That's what I want to do when I grow up.
Us too, Tom.
Yeah. I'm not worried about you guys.
But this race is great. Of some juniors, you guys are going to race tomorrow. I hope you're watching right now. This is a great educational experience for junior rowers.
Well, you guys will be here tomorrow, correct?
We will not be racing, but we will be around, yes.
Yes.
Are you going to come out and play with me here?
We got to pin
We
down our
hope
exact
so.
schedule, but we think
Yes.
so.
That's, yeah, they're leaving me hanging, folks.
No.
Nah, you're gonna do a great job.
I
We
have
gotta,
feelings.
You know, we've had a big week of volume,
I
so
know-
a
I
little
know
bit of
you
it's
have.
dependent on that.
For those of us just joining, Charlotte and I are part of the U.S. women's national team. So we are full-time training athletes vying for the Paris Olympics.
And, yeah, you folks just qualified the women's 8.
We did. It was pretty
Second
great
place at
getting on the
the
podium at Worlds.
Second place in the Worlds.
Charlotte rowing down a sick rhythm from stroke seat.
Oh my God, and Regina backing me up.
Yes.
And I was watching that and looking, saying, we talked about starboard stroke. And here it is.
And we've got bow number 759 on the screen from Undyne.
So these are now our men's championship lightweight doubles.
All 3 crews hailing from Undyne, so you know that they're going for those bragging rights.
And they probably will have done quite a lot of pieces against each other, so they're hoping to just capitalize on that. Their experience of the Schuylkill here and knowing the course really well is definitely going to matter. As Regina was saying, these coxless boats here, the bow seat is steering. It's super important for he or she to make good calls so that they can get good lines through the bridges.
Head racing, your line is so important. If you add an extra 200 meters, that is a significant amount of time. So these crews are really trying to steer the best line as possible, get close to the buoys here to set themselves up for the next turn.
Those results that were just on your screen were for the women's Masters 8s, 40 to 49. If you need to look up any results, they're on here now.
But also will be with this live stream as well.
A little off on the finish timing here, I think.
Yeah, a little bit different. Stroke seat sort of just coming out of the finish, backed bodies over a little faster. You can see that difference in their blades.
But coming up the slide pretty well together.
Yep.
So they're finding each other again afterwards.
So the drive being the portion of the stroke where the oar is in the water and you are accelerating the boat towards the bow or towards the finish line. And the recovery, the part of the stroke where the oars are out of the water and the body is coming up to the catch.
So these are the light doubles times on the side of your screen from 3 Angels here. It's not finish line timing, so they still have a little more time around the corner to
About
get to their
600-700
final
meters, yeah.
Yeah.
Up next, we have the women's champ doubles. Some of them coming by us right now.
Wow, there's a lot of boats in this.
Yeah, very competitive event, starting up with Gabby Thomas and Emma Tierney, who are not yet on the screen. We are still looking at the Undyne crew as they take this turn. Thank you. Yes, yes.
Undine.
Oh.
When I learned to row it at Undine, it was called Undyne.
To me, that's like one of the biggest debates in Philly rowing is how it's pronounced. I feel like everyone tells me something different. This is not my home. You guys pick.
Jim Barker taught me how to row, and he owned Undyne. Now it's Undine, and I'm confused. And not really. Hey, I'll call it whatever they want.
Same. I'm sorry if I ever. We're sorry, blanket, if we apologize for mispronouncing your crew's name
or your individual name. Honestly, that is through commentating, I have found that is like one of the very challenging things is going through names pretty quickly and.
Yeah, a lot of times I'll just use somebody's first name and not their last name because I don't want to.
This is Christine.
Bang it up and offend them.
So we've got next level rowing composite coming down, including bow seat Christine Cavallo, who just raced at
the Coastal
Worlds.
The Coastal World Championships.
Next level rowing.
Back on flat
Bow
water.
764.
Yes. Which look out for coastal rowing in the LA Olympics.
Who's out all the way out there?
That is bow number 756 being passed by bow number 763.
Okay. Thomas and Tierney. Undine.
Yes.
Here we go under the bridge.
So we got a big mix in the women's champ double field. We have some college crews, some club crews, some women that are competing with us for national team spots. So it's a big mixed field, which is really exciting.
And this is 766 and 765 on the screen. Oh, this is a high school rowing club here. So, 766 being passed by 765, but
Morristown High School.
But that's a high school crew who's out here
Right.
competing against, like Charlotte said, national team, elite hopeful rowers.
Experience.
Yeah. So huge shout out to them for being gutsy and
Oh,
racing
yeah.
here.
No, that's...
That's what makes you better. You
Well,
got
they must have been nervous going to the start line, but they're rowing rather well.
They're
Yeah,
rowing
they are.
beautifully, very
Yeah.
long, very connected
Yep.
together.
Yeah. No, they're getting good coaching.
Yeah.
Regina and I have been there. We've been at the start line when we were racing people when we
Yes.
were younger that we were like, oh my God, who let us do this? But it does make you better.
It does, you know. It makes you faster, hungry. You got to be hungry out there, you know, chasing, racing up. No matter if you're, you know, starting first or starting last, you're just chasing that next boat in front of you, whether it's the next event or the next crew. And 768 here now on the screen.
We got 770 is also coming right past our vantage point. Big shout out to Sophia Lewis and Audrey Borson.
Oh, out of
Sophia,
Whitemarsh,
our
yeah.
U.S. rowing
Women's Athlete of the Year.
Yes.
Hugely inspirational. She came back after having a car accident last year to winning the women's lightweight single at the World Championship this year.
She was in...
silver.
Yeah, she
But
was in rehab for a year or
amazing.
something, wasn't she?
Like, and also just
Yes.
the both of them, great athletes.
Yep.
You know, not choosing to be in the lightweight event, they are just going head to head with all the heavyweights.
Just absolutely
Monsters of rowing, so good. Oh, actually, we
Nice.
just got a text through from Audrey who said that it's not reflected online, but their new teammate Karina actually was racing in
Katrina.
Sophie's place, and she was part of the U23 lightweight double in 2023. So exciting! She just moved here to train with Black Sheep Rowing.
So, huge shout out to that Black Sheep Rowing out of Whitemarsh, building an elite program right there.
Is that what Black Sheep Rowing, Rose?
Yes.
Yes.
Is Whitemarsh? Is it part of Whitemarsh or?
I think they have
or
a
is it-
affiliation.
I
Or is
think,
it-
I mean, they row out of there. I'm not sure exactly what the affiliation line is,
Okay.
but last year when I was here, all the Whitemarsh Masters were rooting for the two of them. So I know that they have a good community network out there.
Yeah. No, I see them on Instagram. I follow you guys on Instagram, and it's just so much fun.
We have a good time.
No, you know, you guys are out in singles. Last week, this week, last week.
Yeah, we have small boats in the fall a lot. So, you know, like a lot of these athletes.
Yeah, but
maybe they're
each of you
contending.
knew how to row a single,
Oh,
which
yeah.
was, which was
Yeah.
you know,
We
you're
do it
not
all.
just you're not just stuck in an 8 or a 4 or a pair, and I've seen you row pairs too.
Mhm. I
But
mean, a lot of these athletes, they do it all. My friends,
Yeah.
Rebecca Gronsall and Claire Anderson, are racing in this event for New York Athletic Club. Rebecca is also the head coach of Fordham. So you really, people here do it all. You coach, you row, you scull, you sweep.
Yep.
There are no boundaries.
And then this is Norwalk River Rowing Association here too,
tapping the boat along.
which I think we said earlier was also a high school crew.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Who's that way out there?
Let's see, they went a little wide. Someone, you know,
Norwalk
as
here in
you're-
a good spot.
As you're coming past our vantage point here at Three Angels, you really want to be relatively close to the buoy line, not hugging it, because that's a little too close for a good line under the next bridge.
Well, that takes you
But-
to the opposite side of the bridge that you want to
Exactly.
be.
But you don't want to be too wide on the river. You're going to have to adjust before you get to the boat, the bridge abutment.
Right before us, we had just seen 767 Manhattan College, but now we're coming up to see some crews farther.
Yeah, we got a big spread up in front of us. A few more crews going a little wide, but you know, hopefully they can correct their course, have a good line to the bridge.
Yeah, make your course correction now and just drive for the bridge. Yeah.
We've got time.
And you know, it's hard too when you have a couple boats across. You're
Here
trying
they
to
come.
manage both the spacing between crews and your correct line.
779.
That's our lightweight double from New York Athletic Club, looking great. So they passed a lot of crews to already be up here
Yeah.
in the open weight field.
I had to turn the page to see who they were.
And you can tell they have a high stroke rating here, doing a very good job of keeping the boat moving and up and out of the water.
Yep.
That bow ball is just slicing through.
Oh, they're good.
Yeah.
Don't tell them I said that.
They'll go back and listen and look later.
Yeah. Or they should. You know, for anybody listening right now, absolutely encourage people to come back and watch this video of their racing.
It's on YouTube forever.
Yeah, it's very helpful. You know, Charlotte and I are always looking at video of our technique, especially during racing, because that's, you know, when it's really put to the test of how well can you hold that technique through trying circumstances.
Jasmine and Alessandra looking great. Yeah, Red. Keep it going.
The AC.
We love the AC here.
We
Look
do.
at this. This is gorgeous.
Beautiful overhead shot. The drones just making everybody look good.
Wow.
So like we said with the big boats earlier on, sometimes in a head race, you don't really have anybody too close to you. And it has to be the internal motivation that gets you down the race course, that maintains your speed. You might not have an indicator of how other people are doing, so you really have to race yourself and push you and your partner to your max capacity.
There we are. Wave.
Oh, yep, that's us there in
out.
that tent, so you can see where our vantage point is from the other side.
That is holy smokes. Who's that all the way on the other shore? I wonder if the referee sees them over there.
Oh, in the orange boat, they seem to have a little bit of a mishap, but they're getting back into it. 774.
Oh, they stopped. Look.
Yeah, we've got one close to our
Straight-
vantage point.
straight-
that's close
straight ahead of you here.
to The referees launch, you know, things go wrong sometimes. I once had a junior crew
They're going behind them.
do this race
Wow.
and break an oar all the way at the start line, and so they had to be escorted back. So sometimes things just happen. Things
Yeah.
go a little awry.
Yes.
That's a shame.
That's Haverford College crew. But, you know, a huge part of racing is learning. And
Do not win every single day. Losing, you know, teaches you really valuable lessons, and, you know,
it's true. It's
You
important.
don't
makes
have
you
to like
motivated.
losing, but you have to learn the lesson.
Yes. And, you know, sometimes things happen, and that's also part of it is like, you know, did you check to make sure your equipment was tightened? A lot of little things, too. Mishaps happen.
you just hope they don't happen on race day.
Exactly. Exactly.
That's what all those hours and hours and hours of practice are for making sure you have your race plan down. Regina and I cannot overstress how much getting over injury and maintenance of your body is super important. Rest is really important. Fueling well for these races is incredibly important, especially ones that are as long as this. You need to make sure that you don't feel like, oh, your stomach is killing you because it's empty halfway through this race.
Right. Boy, they're just motoring.
Yeah, that's
wow.
a very high stroke rating there from the crew on the right of the screen. And they'll be taking that turn very tightly to the finish
Yes.
line. Very tightly.
They just adjusted again.
And in the double, they don't have toe steering, so they are completely steering by pressure, saying, you know, port or more.
Here we go. Turn the boat.
And now they've got to make the turn the other
There.
way.
And yeah, so things are a little different. So in an 8, they've got a rudder that the coxswain has, but in these smaller boats, in the doubles, in our singles that we saw earlier today, you're just doing it on a pressure basis to turn the boat.
And two, communication is huge. But, and we are starting the men's championship 8s.
So this is the big main event for a lot of colleges. They're going to be putting their 1Bs in this. We've got Drexel Dragons kicking it off on their home course.
Oop, I got to turn my page. I'm sorry.
Oh, and they are starting off strong. You can see just the power per stroke here that these boys are putting on the blade.
So
Drexel.
We talked about this earlier on, but one of the most important indicators that you can see super well from these overhead drone shots is clearance of the puddles. So is bow seat's puddle getting past our stern pair before they take the next stroke? You want to have a nice solid wall of water. You don't want to be catching in the sort of ripped up puddle from the last stroke.
That's
because
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh, because the puddle of water isn't as it has wash to it. You can see that white water coming off. You want the clean water that has a good amount of resistance that you can bend against and suspend your body weight off of.
But this is looking pretty long and smooth from Drexel. They look excellent as they're coming down past us.
And now 785 on the screen, Colgate right behind them.
So this is when it's most important that like the coxswain is the only one that can see Drexel in front of them. They're going to be urging their crew on, trying to catch them as they come down into the final section of the race.
And something that Colgate here is doing especially well from this stroke seat especially is drive. His legs are really accelerating through, which is also something we look for in fast crews.
And they're getting pretty nice run, yes.
And Temple now on the screen.
Temple University.
So 2 Temple boats back to back. You know, that 2V, it's going to be coming for the 1V.
This is the 2V on the screen, it looks like. The rowing B boat. 786 had already gone by.
Yeah,
so
they snuck by us.
They snuck by on the screen. This
But
here we are.
But they're rowing
So
really well.
This is
Wow.
the Temple A boat.
Yeah.
But looking very good.
So they
Holy
are still in the
smokes,
same
yeah.
starting order.
Look at the drive. Look at the legs. Bam.
Yeah. And, you know, these-
Hang.
and look at how still their body positions are. Their bodies are very, very still. They're very much in control. You know, rowing all about maximum control pressure. How much can you put on this oar? These guys are putting a lot of pressure on this
They
oar.
certainly are.
Let's see, between the Temple 2V and right behind them, we have LaSalle catching right
788, yup. LaSalle also looking to throw down some very fast times today as their program is doing incredibly well.
up. Behind them, U.S. Naval Academy men's crew. Getting some big cheers to them as they come by the commentary stand.
789.
So we're looking at LaSalle right now on the. I think the ladies had said earlier that LaSalle was nationally ranked last year for the first time.
Yeah, it's
maybe
so exciting
ever.
to have their, you know, move up in the rankings, to have some change. I'm a big fan of, you know, don't keep the same people on top. You gotta have other crews break in there.
You got to be hungry. And speaking of hungry, here come the Penn Quakers.
Let's go.
Absolutely hungry. You know, they were not in this. I don't believe they raced this event last year, but they are out here very, very hungry to show, to, you know, throw down for the Schuylkill.
Bang. Effortless.
Yeah.
You can see that good hang extension through the outside arm. You want to keep the shoulders relaxed as possible. Just keep all that power driving through the legs.
Oh, look at this.
Oh,
through
this
the
what gets us
bridge.
going.
Look at this.
This is how you watch rowing. Look at this beautiful shot.
Again, huge shout out to Five Tribes Rowing. This
Five
is
Tribes. These guys are phenomenal.
This is beautiful.
And they keep asking me back. I can't figure it out.
And Penn again on the screen here.
Wow. Bang. Drive. Nice run.
Yes.
Good set on the boat.
Really
I mean,
good
it's like
hang.
a platform. It's just.
And you can look at both the stern and the bow deck too. You want them to be flat coming out of the water.
Yeah, you don't want the boat to sort of dip down into the water. That adds more drag by having more of the surface area in the water. You want to keep a continuous light platform up above the water.
Drexel.
We got Vesper coming past us. This is Drexel on your screen right now.
So that will be the
Drexel
Drexel B boat.
Yep.
And they're going to be looking to hunt down their 1V along with these other crews.
But they're coming up on this Vesper crew. I'm sure
The
they're.
B boat here is really powerful.
Yeah, I
And
mean,
rowing
they are
beautifully.
definitely gaining every single stroke on this Vesper
They
crew
are.
behind them.
That 7C2 doing a great job of
Yeah.
following the stroke seat. That stern pair working very well together. Oh, and they're
Look at
coming through
this.
here.
Look at this.
Ooh, a beautiful bridge
Look
shot.
at the stroke rate coming up.
This is that Penn boat coming through to the finish. They are driving it home every stroke. They know how
This-
close it is.
They could, oh my heavens.
Now you
right
get a
here
shot.
you got all those cheers were for, it looks like the U.S. Naval Academy men's B crew is passing a crew off to their right, which might have been Marietta College.
Look at these two crews here, side by side pretty much on our screen. They're
Those are the two crews I was just talking about.
Yes, you
Definitely
are.
the Naval Academy
Navy,
coming up,
walking
passing,
through, walking away.
looking very strong. They definitely.
They're
you know,
overstroking the other crew, but walking away
Exactly.
nicely.
So using rate to
No
their
panic.
advantage.
Yeah, no panic. Higher rate, strong. Look at the blade placement. Oh my heavens.
Yes. The oars are going right to the water.
Oh.
You know, that's one of the great things to look at in rowing is it's very obvious when you're out of time. So you want to look as synced up with everybody else. No one wants to be the standout in an 8.
Yes.
No, you're right.
And this is Temple rowing here on the screen. 796.
It's our Temple C boat.
Wow.
They got 3 entries in the Champ 8s.
Very deep team.
Whew.
You know, and any credit of a 1v team's speed in the spring is, you know, you can hugely attribute that to the speed of the 3v in the fall and the winter, pushing those crews up to success. It's, you know, the strength of a team, the heart of a team right here.
And you just don't know who you're going to be in a few years. I definitely, my freshman fall in the 3v, and then you move up. So those athletes are going to become even more important year after year.
These athletes are incredibly important to the strength of the team and absolutely pushing the speed and the just absolute competitiveness of the entire field.
All right, my wife just texted, wants to know how I'm doing. We're going to take a selfie and send it to my wife.
Oh.
We're having a great time in the commentary
You
box.
will see it on Facebook later, probably Instagram too.
These men's championship states here going right to the finish line. They've got about 30 strokes left. 30 strokes, less than a minute.
And we'll have the results up in just a little bit, but you can check out here now also to look at all the results from the whole day. Up next is the women's championship 8s. It'll be so exciting.
The
Who
results
will
are
be your head of the Schuylkill Regatta champions?
First off, we got another Drexel boat leading off the charge, looking to match the performance of their men's crews,
now
doing
two
really
and
well.
2 and 3 seater both port.
Yeah,
And so are 7 and 6. Or 7 and 6 are starboard.
And what would be the purpose of that?
So you got a double bucket, which is pretty intense.
Yeah.
And rare, but they're doing a beautiful job of rowing it.
Sometimes it's just to, you know, help with the rhythm in the stern, especially when you have a bucket. You really maybe want to have both of those starboard athletes up there, setting the rhythm, making the drive really clear. And then sometimes it's just like those two athletes mesh really well, and keeping them closer together is the best option for maximal speed of your boat.
Well,
in college,
I think you just said it. They mesh really well.
Yeah.
Look at
2
this.
and 3 look so good. Such good timing. You can really see having them both having their outside arm extended that is perfectly in time.
And you can see that they're doing the exact same thing, that it's all about mirroring or being exactly in time with the person in front of you.
So on the screen, we have the next crew chasing them, which is from Temple University, another team very familiar with their home course here on the river.
So this is now the women's championship 8.
Yeah, it does look like Temple is gaining on Drexel
It
every
does.
stroke coming past
Yeah.
us. So that's really exciting. I'm sure their coxswain is telling them how the margin is shrinking. This last little bit into the final stretch is going to be so important.
2 links open, and we're closing.
And congrats to those men's championship 8s. The results you just saw pop up into the screen.
Ooh, who won?
I think it was Naval that came, yes,
Nice.
yes, by less than half of a second, beating Penn. You know, in these head races,
LaSalle,
it
third.
comes quick. Half a second over 11 minutes.
You gotta love LaSalle being third.
Yep.
Shout out to my own family. My mother's brother stroked LaSalle to 3 dead whales back in the late 50s.
Oh, wow. And we've got 800 Fordham on the screen now, currently pushing away from the crews behind them.
Let's go Fordham Rams. They've been crushing it, really building the program super well. Good friends with their head coach, Rebecca Gronsdahl, who's come in and rebuilt the program so well. It's been really exciting to see them gain so much speed over the last few years.
There are just so many fast crews, both men and women. It just amazes me how fast everybody's gotten the past few years.
Let's to watch NCAA is more and more competitive year over year,
Yep.
which is just so exciting.
And the technique, everybody's technique's improved.
We got Duquesne coming past our screen right here at 8:01. Another beautiful overhead shot here. On the side of your screen, we've got the preliminary times coming through St. Joe's with the Danish national team. Shout out to them in first.
Yes, who had just competed and gotten third ahead of the Charles Regatta last week. You can hear the cheering behind us for Villanova. And also now 8:03, LaSalle coming on the screen, another Philly hometown.
Yep.
I mean, this is a really special experience to have the Danish national team race here. Many of them raced at Worlds with us. Shout out
Nice.
to the Danish sweethearts.
That's them on the screen here on the inside in the black and the red uniforms passing Sacred Heart University.
But it is probably, for many of these college athletes, the first time they're racing crews with international experience. It is super special to, have that level of competition here in Philly.
Just to be clear, these are Olympic women here in this boat right here. So these...
But some of them raced in the 4 in the Olympics
Yep.
Tokyo when we were there. They're looking to go to Paris next year. So incredible caliber of athletes.
Yes. Charlotte and I raced them last week at Head of the Charles in the Women's Championship 8 events. So this is their Tour de USA.
Mm-hmm. Hopefully they're having a wonderful time here.
Wow. They are strong.
And now another bucket rig here in this crew.
Honestly, the fall, a great time to try out different rigs, try a little different setup in your boat, see if that works better for the athletes that you've had come in this fall.
They're copying you with the starboard stroke.
Look, if it works for us, maybe it works for you guys too.
Yeah, the British, it doesn't have to be like the British stroke side. Stroke can be either side.
Really beautiful timing from this crew
It
here.
is
You
gorgeous.
can just see
Holy
entrance,
smokes.
exit of the water. Nobody's hanging up blades. Very quick, just drop in and go.
Perfectly in time, up the slide, the oars, the whole thing.
Here's your 3 angels. Check in on the timing. It does seem like the Danish national team is still crushing it to be in first, as they should with the caliber of athletes in that boat. It's so exciting to have them here. And Temple is in second, doing a great job.
Yep.
With GW right behind them. So it's going to come down to the last little bit from 3 angels to the finish line.
1 second is nothing over the course of a 4,000-meter race. Every little action adds up here. Tight, competitive racing. 807 GW here, I think.
Yes.
Yep.
It's their B boat in this. So they've got both their 1B and their 2B in this race.
Starting on either side of the Danish national team, so
look at that.
Quite an
very gutsy.
experience.
A little timing issue.
This is
Yeah, you can see on the screen, so you want to
8:10.
get all of your blades very quickly down to the water.
University of Delaware.
That takes time. No one has perfect racing in the fall. It takes a lot of time to mesh as a crew, especially got brand new athletes coming in.
And you're building fitness, you're building technique, you're building team character.
All those things will show up in spring racing. Who puts in the hard work now, it definitely
Exactly.
will show
Oh,
and pay off.
absolutely.
The work in the fall pays off tenfold in the spring or summer. Another Drexel crew here.
Drexel B.
To finish us out strong. These women rowing incredibly well, incredible strength per stroke.
Wow.
Yeah, sometimes that says it all. Just
And
wow.
the wind has died
Yeah,
down
wow.
dramatically, and I mean, the times are just super. This is so much fun.
I know, maybe we got any course records we're breaking today with this wind?
Oh, look at that shot, 811. The Drexel boat to finish us off here. Feathering and catching right in time. Okay, this is the Angels' time now on the screen, so this is coming through exactly where you see them, a little bit before where you see them now.
And you can see, we saw those margins before. The Danish national team still in first, but Temple pushing out their lead in second over the trailing crews. Really making the most of their home course.
Yep.
Wow.
Less than 2 minutes left at this point of the race. You're just putting everything you have left onto that
Just
blade.
driving it out. Driving it out.
Exactly.
The coxswain can see the finish line.
The rowers can taste blood, and they can taste that taste of finishing the race.
Head racing, Regina and I cannot oversell, is so difficult. It is so hard to keep yourself consistent and aggressive through this long a race, and it's really hats off to see crews like this doing so well technically at this point in the race.
Absolutely.
Everything in their body is telling them to stop.
This Drexel crew right here is doing an incredible job of keeping form, timing, technique, while still hanging an incredible amount of power off the oar. You can see how much pressure they're putting on the oar based on the size of their puddle. Their puddle is very good sizing.
Here we go, right into
Going
the bridge.
right through the bridge. Coxon doing an excellent job on this line. We'll see them keep turning a little bit. Like Regina was saying earlier on, you don't want to overdo this turn to the finish line. Just make it enough and quickly so you can have a straight line to the finish.
So you can sprint and
Bolt.
get there.
You want to bolt to the finish.
Yes. So
Yes.
oftentimes, even though this is a head race and it's quite long, crews will bring up the rate at the finish. So they'll try to take more strokes per minute to just get that last little bit of boat speed out.
Yeah, I mean, before the bridges, they started their sprint, I'm sure.
Yeah. Oh, and then
Whoa.
here we are.
We're
Hello.
back. If you're just
Hi.
tuning in,
Well,
I'm
hello.
Charlotte Buck,
I'm Regina Salmons.
I'm Tom Toland.
and we're so happy to be here with you for Head of Schuylkill 2023.
Yes, and a beautiful day out here in Philadelphia.
Let's say hi to Denise. Hi, Denise.
Hi, Denise.
Hey.
We're having fun with Tom.
Yeah.
So we just had men's championship 8s, women's championship 8s. Next up, we're back to the Masters racing. We've got the men's Masters doubles coming down, women's Masters doubles after them, and then some champ quads to finish out the day. I'm sure they're gonna
No,
have
we've got alumni 8s after that as
That's
well. Very, very competitive event, you know, where bragging rights are important.
They really are. These rivalries never go away.
No.
A lot of our friends raced the alumni 8s last weekend at the Charles.
Yes.
You know, it's a great reunion tour, having these alumni 8s. People come back, see their home teams.
Oh, and we're going to go
head
to
off
commercial.
Just a quick break before the doubles head off. We'll see you guys soon.
See you in a second. Great racing to all crews so far.
Here.
We're back here at Head of the Schuylkill 2023. Up next is our men's masters doubles, 27 to 39. It's a beautiful day for it. This is the best racing for masters.
Oh.
Fair weather.
This
yes.
is
A good time.
The wind has died down. It was very windy earlier. Before that, there was no wind. And now it's no wind again. This is just incredible.
Yeah. But, you know, gorgeous. Philly doing the most for us today.
Hey.
Schuylkill, she's loving it. She's having a blast.
How's it feel to be back in your, college hometown?
So good, Charlotte. For those of you just joining, I'm Regina Salmons, Penn alum and current national team athlete with
Charlotte Buck, also current national team athlete, though I'm a New York gal from Columbia University.
And I'm Tom Toland.
And the
Fairmount Rowing Association.
So we've got some Fairmount crews here in this men's masters doubles in both the 27 to 39 category and also in our 40 to 49. But heading off, our first bound number is 814 from Great River Rowing. If you're just tuning in, we're going to have the results on the right side of your screen occasionally. These are the results from the women's champ 8th that just came down. The Danish national team taking that win.
And this is 8:15. Bachelor's Barge Club here on your screen.
This is 8:15.
Yes, Bachelor's Barge Club. In the double, 4 oars here, a sculling boat.
Reg's doing all the, this might be some people's first times tuning in.
Yes.
You might be watching your friends row and you are not familiar with rowing. So the double, 2 people, 2 oars, 1 in each hand. So this is sculling as opposed to sweep rowing with 1 oar. We were explaining before, these scullers don't have steering. There's no cable steering in the boat. So they're going to be navigating these turns by pressure. You can see that bow seat just took a little sneaky glance behind him. He's just checking his line to the bridge. You want to make sure that you're minimizing the distance on your course. You're taking the best line under the bridges to have the best race possible.
And who's this way out there? Bachelor's row throw.
So
that is an assumption.
And a great shot here overhead of all the crews coming through that Columbia Bridge towards us at Three Angels.
So it's a big, big turn there. You're going to have to do a lot of pressure steering to get yourself oriented on the straightaway and then take the most advantage of this straight stretch of water as you can. On your right of the screen, you've got the preliminary times coming through St. Joe's with that Bachelor's Barge Club boat in the lead so far.
And that was before this Columbia Bridge, so.
Fast starts, maybe fast finish.
Yes. And who starts the race doesn't always who finishes the race.
That's right.
In first. It's anybody's game out here on the Schuylkill.
All you can start first or start last and end up last or end up first.
Exactly. Anything can happen. And so in these Masters events category with a variety of ages, there are also age time adjustments later on. So you really don't know who wins until you check the time later on.
We also want to give a shout out to rowing to the dock right now in Sacred Heart University, our teammate Sage Harper, who is a part of the Paralympic para-national team for this summer in Serbia, who took home silver. So huge shout out to her.
Super great crew. They're looking to, head off to the Paralympics next year and beat up on those Brits and get a gold.
We forgot to give her a shout out during racing, but huge, huge, incredible efforts.
We're biased. We love seeing our teammates out here.
And here we have
820 Fairmount.
There you go.
Let's go.
Kevin Montenegro and Steven Krajewski.
On the outside with Pittsburgh here on the inside, 819.
Both are Montenegro and Steve Krajewski, both very tough. Both very good scullers except for hitting that buoy.
Hey, look, sometimes that's the fastest line and you just got to stay calm and go through it.
Recover quickly. I've hit a couple buoys.
Just walking through.
Yep.
Nice and relaxed. Go Fairmount.
Very high stroke rating here, do we?
I don't.
We don't have the stroke rating on this crew, but very good.
Last year, we had that app on my phone,
Oh, yeah.
and I couldn't figure it out. But you seem to have figured it out last year.
Yes, let's see if we can get a...
I never took it off.
We got bow number 822 coming past our vantage
Crescent Boat Club, right next door to Fairmount.
Oh, and preliminary times here coming from where we are, where you're seeing this on the screen here at Angels.
And then 825 behind them. This is already into our next category of men's masters doubles, 40 to 49. That was our Fairmount rowing composite.
That's
Henwood.
Fancy Ooh.
No, the second one, Henwood and Wisniewski.
Oh, Matt Henwood. I did not see this. I'm sorry.
Blasted by. You missed him.
Hey, I can't do it all. I guess I could.
Wow, great racing here. Both crews really just going after it.
Matt
So
Henwood.
really, in a race this long, you feed off the crews that are around you. You got to get that motivation of you can sort of sense someone is near you. Take advantage of that and keep pushing down the course.
Can you be hungry, chasing the crew in front of you while also staying composed as the crew's in front of you? You can see them in that margin as well.
Who's this?
829 here.
Moving up a
Coquin Boat Club.
Occoquan.
Thank you. And again, apologies if we pronounce your name or your crew incorrectly. We are in awe of everyone out here competing today.
So I'm assuming bow 824 passed us by?
I think they did. I think we might have missed them. They snuck by. There was a
Vinci
few.
Ivanov and Ross Anderson.
So fast. Also was, yes.
They were a blur.
Yeah.
Man, they were fast.
We've got an Argonaut crew passing us right now.
Which, if we can get a bow number on.
826. Should be 826.
Because we have a couple Argonaut rowing clubs in this event and the next event.
You know, it's great to have a big squad of teammates as masters come down. Have those people push you every morning, get up before work, still enjoy our amazing sport of rowing.
You know, and really dedicated. They don't have to be out here. They are just giving themselves to the sport and to each other and really just pushing the determination of the human spirit here. And beautifully, look at this.
This is gorgeous.
This is art in motion.
Yep.
You're like, this timing, so beautiful.
4.
You can tell the crews that actually spend time together in the boat.
Yes, and this is...
you can tell the crews that, you know, hey, let's race on Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, it's everyone's game, too.
It is.
Sometimes, yeah, it's just about the love of the sport. Sometimes it's not about winning, but sometimes it is.
Yeah. And this is 834 here, Undine Barge Club of Philadelphia.
Undine.
Undine. Oh, this is...
They should change the name.
They really should.
I apologize.
I like the way we pronounce it better.
We can't be wrong all the time.
I'm never wrong.
Yeah.
Another Undine crew here, 833.
That's the sort of thing I would say. I'm never wrong.
Look, it's that stroke seat mentality,
Right,
right?
that's it.
Yeah, you can tell I'm in bow.
You follow me. I don't follow you.
Yeah. I'm not always a stroke, though. I don't always act
No,
like
I
a
know you
dictator,
don't.
you know?
I'm teasing. I'm
A
teasing.
leader.
Sure, just a leader.
And then we have 835 here on the screen. Malta Composite.
Greg Doyle.
Putting some good last end little push there off the oar. Some final send. Oh, and we've got Angels Times here on the right. Fairmount leading us off so far.
Let's go.
Fancy, yeah, we missed them. Fancy and Ross. Both very, very good scholars.
Yes.
Showing out today in their results.
Yep, nice people.
And you know, it's something special too when you find your doubles partner. That's a really special relationship of being able to completely match the person in front of you.
Yep.
You know, we were saying art in motion, poetry in motion. This is absolutely beautiful watching these guys out here. They might have been together, you know, for 10, 20, 30 years even rowing these same lineups.
And it's about like communication in that relationship and working through something with someone else. It really is very special to have that bond. And deep time commitment to each other.
Yeah. All for the love of the sport.
That's it.
What do you feel like you look for in a great pair partner, Regina? You give advice to these people.
You know, communication and positivity. Every practice isn't going to be great, and you want someone who is willing to learn, adapt with you, and just try hard. You know, at the end of the day, that's what all of these competitors are doing as well. They're just giving their best of whatever their best is that day out there.
Making the effort.
Yes. What about you, Charlotte?
I would say similar things, Reg. Like, it's about finding somebody that matches your energy. If you're out here to do this recreationally, great. You're going to find a friend that is going to be in it for that with you. If you're maybe trying to hang out with me and Regina, you're going all in. You're being very intense. But I agree. Positivity is super important. You need to know how to critique people, but not in a negative way, to work through things together.
And also accept critique as well.
Yes, that is the flip side of it.
Look at this.
No one in any of these crews is ever going to be perfect. And so, you have to work through it with someone else.
And now on the screen, we have 8:41 starting out the next flight of the men's veteran doubles, passing this crew here from the previous event, so starting the next event off strong.
Chuck Windekinek and Mark Damon.
Yes. You can tell that they have great communication there.
Both very, very good scholars.
Yeah, look at this competitive field here. Everyone's starting to bunch up as the times get closer and closer.
And you got these alum 8s coming up on the inside of your picture. Those are heading up to the start line, staying very clear of our doubles here.
And 45, that's Detroit Boat Club crew here. You know, crews coming from all across the country and the world. You know, we've got the Danish and the Canadians and crews from Canada and Vancouver here as well.
And then, some Floridian crews all over.
Yeah. So huge welcome to all of our competitors from around the country and around the world.
Thank you for making the effort to be here with us in Philadelphia.
It's a fun regatta.
It's a great regatta.
America's favorite.
Mm-hmm. This is still Detroit Boat Club here on the screen.
Tapping the boat along.
Yes.
You can see nicely in sync, getting quickly out of their catch position together. That's what you want.
And now on the screen, coming around this turn, we have 8:42.
If you hadn't guessed, we have binoculars here. It's an
Malta.
outdoor sport. We're not super close to
Rick
everybody.
Stellick and Chuck Patterson.
Yes.
Looking good.
Yes.
Looking great, Malta. And 46 now on the screen. An
Occoquan.
composite.
So you can see, for people who aren't familiar with it, and maybe are new to watching rowing, you're just checking this out. These are our doubles racing down the course. Men's veteran categories. So they're 60 plus. They could be, in their 70s as well. There's going to be time adjustment based on their age. So you got to go check in our results to see the finish order.
One person could be in their 50s.
That is.
Yes, or someone could be younger.
Average it out.
Yeah, it's an average age.
So one person could be 58 and another 63, so that your boat average would still be over 60.
Yep.
So.
I raced the double Navy Day 2 weeks ago.
How'd it go?
With Ross Anderson, who just raced with Vensy Ivanov. Ross is one of the strongest people I've ever rowed with.
It's nice. You make somebody else do the work, right?
He's also 40 years old.
And the youthfulness,
Swan Creek rowing here on the screen right now. Every pair partner brings a different strength to the boat.
It's just about finding, like Regina was saying, the communication that works well between the two of you. What is the perfect stroke for the two of you? If you watch even racing on the international level, nobody races and rows exactly the same. And it's what's figuring out what works for your crew, your body type, whatever your strengths are, and playing into those. We got some tight racing here right in front of us.
We do.
that they're probably going to pan back to in a second. We got these doubles right next to each other.
Whoa.
Coming by three angels. I lost an angel there for a second.
We're missing an angel.
Yeah. And you can see the 3 angels. We keep calling it 3 angels. The statue there to the right of the tent, there are 3 angels that are dancing on those pillars, which gives you the idea of where that timing mark is coming from.
So you can see the one crew is way overstroking the other, but that's why they're walking through. The timing's very good.
So that
the
might just
releases are
be
great.
related to the amount of time they've rowed together, or just what suits them a little bit better than the other crew.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, when I rode the double a couple weeks ago, I wish we had, we actually rode once 2 weeks before that. But I think if we had rode once or twice more, we'd have done better than third. We wouldn't have won
third is
because
pretty good.
the crew that won was just phenomenal.
Yes, huge congratulations, too, to all crews that have raced and won today as well.
Yeah.
And a special shout out to everyone who has rowed multiple times.
Yes.
Especially in the fall racing, coaches are prioritizing the fitness that these athletes are getting, and they're going to put them out to experience as many challenges as possible.
And get that experience from every race. Something you learned in the first race, you might be applying in the second and the third race as well.
That's just walking away.
Pushing that boat.
Every single stroke. Nice.
That's what you want. Every stroke matters. Every stroke is effective in getting you to the finish line.
Maximum efficiency per stroke. Getting the most speed.
Gina, maybe we'll end up in a Masters double together.
Oh my God, Charlotte, I would love to. Folks, you're seeing it at the beginning.
All right,
here.
I'm just going to go for broke. How about a mixed quad?
Ooh, yeah, I like it. Okay, we'll get somebody else in this and make it work.
I bring your age average way up.
Hey, that works.
Charlotte, what about a mixed Masters 8 of an alumni?
Yeah, hey, anybody in
See, I just got cut.
No,
oh my
got
God.
added. Anybody in Flight 85 that needs some ringers? The 3 of us are ready to go in.
8:54 now on the screen. Notre Dame Rowing Club, Welland. But we are available.
It's serious.
We are serious.
Hope all these girls are having a great time out here. It's just a wonderful experience to be out on a day like this and row with people that you love, who love the sport as much as you. Great competitors in the whole field.
And at whatever level you're at, just pushing yourself and seeing what your fitness, what your mental fortitude, all of these athletes just out here pushing themselves and so in awe of all of these efforts.
Here come the women.
8:59, starting us off in the women's Masters doubles, 27-39.
That's Camilla Oxley, former Fairmount rower.
In the bow seat there.
In the bow seat, and she is one of the cleanest, strongest rowers I've ever seen.
And she's making that 8:54 bow yield to her as they're passing the men.
Yep.
So if you're just tuning in and you're not familiar with head racing, yielding means that the boat who's being overtaken needs to move out of the way of the faster crew. So you have to give up your better line on turns to a boat if they're
one way or the other. Yeah, you have to turn one way or the
other.
other.
Have to
get out of the way.
Get out of the way very quickly.
And you have to be careful how you say that.
Yes.
I found out the hard way.
Oh, yes.
I did not say, excuse me.
Please.
We do not condone bad language here on the Schuylkill.
It was worse than bad.
Tom, I've been in a boat here on the Schuylkill where I've been passing a boat and they did not yield the correct way, and we've had a collision. So that is an important part here of racing.
Safety is very important.
Safety is very important.
But yeah, I was kind of naughty that day.
I understand. The will to win.
So we got
but we all laughed heartily afterwards.
Oh,
that's good. As long as you can leave here happy still.
Yes.
All in one piece.
Happy and healthy. 8:62 now on the screen.
Our Rocky Mountain Rowing Club boat coming through.
Is that all the way from Colorado, Charlotte?
Must be.
Seems like it must be.
Wow. Looking
Super
strong to
glad
do
have
it.
Yeah, I don't think it's the Poconos.
Yeah, thank you for making the way out here.
Reg and I know that altitude training, it really helps with your speed.
It
and when you come
does.
back down here to sea level, you feel the advantage. The national team, we went out to altitude training last year in Colorado Springs, and we're headed back this January. So, Makes things tougher, that thin air up there, but it's definitely worth it.
In January, does it freeze over in January?
Well, we don't row.
Oh,
we do
you're
some indoor training there.
You're doing the erg.
Erging, running, some hiking.
Okay.
Vesper Boat Club here on the screen too, leading us off in the women's masters doubles 40 to 49. Absolutely throwing down some sick times.
Oh, Ellen
I
St.
think
Clair.
that's
She's
Veronica.
a machine.
Yes, and
Ellen St. Clair just goes and goes and goes.
And
She's amazing.
And with her is Veronica Jones, who is actually captain of the University of Pennsylvania crew. While I was there, she's class of 2015.
There you go.
Also an absolute legend. However, she is not 40 years old, so
doing a little averaging there.
Yes.
Ellen is closer to my age.
So their average age is in 40s, but incredible partnership there. You can see how absolutely beastly they are. They're absolutely incredible.
This is giving me an idea. I could just row a masters event with my mom, and this would be great.
You could.
We could just row something.
Mother-daughter, or
daughter. Been rowing for the same amount of time. She also started in 2014. So.
You haven't been rowing for 10 years?
No, I haven't been rowing for 10 years. I'm trying to go to my second Olympics on my 10-year anniversary, basically.
My gosh.
Like
God
we said,
bless
it's
ya.
anybody's sport. It's anybody's sport.
And I'm friends with these guys.
Yes, and we can be your friend too. Little plug for our Instagram.
Yes.
Charlotte and mostly Charlotte. Charlotte runs. I sometimes help with Women in the Boat on Instagram. So give us a shout. We love talking to the community, connecting with everybody. This is such a community support. And, you know, on the national team, we're so grateful for everyone's support here.
Now, your posts, the Women in the Boat, and you do some of the same posts, Regina.
Oh, we like to repost, yeah.
And I mean, some of that stuff is just awesome.
Yeah, Charlotte does an incredible job putting that together.
And when I say some of it, I'm not saying that there was a bad post ever, but some of it's just magnificent.
We got 870 coming by. It's our last boat
Vesper.
for women's master doubles 40 to 49. Looking very good here.
Very clean.
We love connecting with the rowing community. That's what today is all about.
It is.
Going, experiencing what we have to offer as a community to each other. High level of competition, high excitement about being here.
Nice.
Just all about making each other the best we can be.
Absolutely.
Squeeze.
And absolute respect too for the other competitors. You know, you're out here doing the same thing that they're doing, putting yourselves in the pain cave, absolutely pushing yourself.
So that's when we were talking about yielding. I think respect to me is a big part of that. Is like, you're sharing the river. If someone is cupping up on you, we're all about fair play here.
Yes.
We're gonna make it
St.
best.
Clair.
Yeah, we got this.
First place right here.
Our Vesper friends
With
coming
a
in.
I
pretty
mean,
big
at this
lead.
point, not the
That's true.
finish.
At 3 Angels. So we've got.
Don't read too much into my comments.
We have timings coming up at St. Joe's and at 3 Angels, so you can sort of check in on how your crew is doing if you're watching, and then we'll have the final time, and it's adjusted at the finish line.
Now, let
That
me ask
adjustment
you
coming in for the H times again.
your opinion on oars. Are you big on these skinny comps?
Yes.
Or croakers, or
We're big skinny Concept 2 girls.
We are, and huge thank you to Concept 2. Absolute incredible support from them.
yes.
And great bend on those oars. I'm impartial, I
would
gotta say.
Also, our main point of controversy at the training center is what handles are the best handles.
Yes.
So,
But
it's very important.
It should be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So-
but you don't all have the same handles.
So we
do
don't all
you?
have the same handles because we all have different preferences, which
Right.
is totally fine. You'll see in these sculling boats, when I row with my Concept 2s for sculling, I really like the little orange grips. I think they're so comfortable. Some people on the team hate them.
Yeah.
So, big change up, I would say, for sweep rowing, we mostly use the black felt, which I think is pretty good. But we got some.
But there's still the comps.
And this is 875 coming up on the screen now. Philadelphia Girls Rowing Club to really start off this women's masters doubles 50 to 59 category strong.
So as we were saying before, some of these athletes could be rowing together for their whole rowing career and come back and race master doubles with friends of theirs that they have made when they were junior rowers, college rowers, still row in the same place. But also some of these masters rowers could be hopping in a boat with somebody for like the second day ever. And they're just out here to have a good time, race hard, see what they can do. So really beautiful technique passing us by. here at Three Angels. You can
Who
just
is this?
See.
This is still 875, Philadelphia Girls Rowing Club.
Okay. Did 873 go by us and we didn't see them?
Not yet. This is the first boat that we've seen coming out of this field, I believe.
Out of the 50 to 59?
Yes.
Yeah, that 873 would be Shannon Kaplan. And
S-
she is also a machine.
Yes.
Now,
Oh,
the
maybe
singles,
we did miss them. Here.
the singles that you raced or were rowing last week, what brand were those?
Well, I own my own Flippy. So I have
Nice.
my Flippy. We absolutely adore our Flippies. It's been a great partnership with the team. So Regina was also rowing one, but that's one of our team boats.
Yes.
Big shout out. We love the F50 hull. That's what my hull is.
Nice.
But I've been rowing in a Flippy since I started sculling, basically. This is my second Flippy. I bought one and sold one, then bought a new one.
They're nice boats.
They're nice boats. We love the 8. We love the Flippy pairs we have at the training center.
Good.
Really
Such a
good
good
send.
And
Really
great
good send. You can really
support.
feel the boat.
Alex and
underneath you.
Fabio are probably down by Boathouse Row here helping out with their Flippy rentals. A stunning, superb support for them at any regatta that we go
No,
to.
we have all sorts of boats, but I think the send on a Filippi is magnificent.
Yeah.
We have a Wintech. I think the send on that and the quad, magnificent.
Absolutely.
But it's a black boat and nobody wants to row it. If it was white or yellow, they'd be all over it.
You can't be like that. You gotta
It
try
just
whatever
amazes
works
You can
for
see the
you.
scratches more in the black boat. You know, it's on the coxswains not to scratch that.
It's true.
But yeah, it's weird what's in people's head.
We've got 884 coming by us, a women's veteran double from Bachelor's Barge Club Composite. So getting into our
That's
last set of women's veteran doubles, 60 plus, could be slightly older, could be younger with our age adjustment. But these are our last Masters rowers in doubles for the day.
Finishing us off strong here.
Little on the low side, stroke-wise.
If you've been watching along for a while, you will see the college 8s. Those are probably going to have the highest stroke rates. They're
Yep.
looking to race in the spring, sort of 36 to 38 range. But these Masters rowers, you're going to do whatever is best for you, for your fitness. Probably rate a little lower.
And really maximize the effectiveness of that stroke. You know, if you rate lower, you'd be able to get a little bit more hang on it, a little bit more strength per stroke. Rely a little bit more on power versus fitness sometimes.
Looking at Washington Rowing School, composite, tapping the boat along nicely.
You can see these Masters, great timing, all 4 blades dropping quickly in together at the front end.
Maximizing that efficiency by rowing in time.
Oh, Ellen St. Clair won.
They did slip by a. Oh, nope, we did see them. We did see
Yeah,
them.
we did.
It was the other event that we
The
slipped
Kaplan,
by.
yeah. I
So
apologize, folks. I did not.
Vesper won too.
I did
Yeah.
not see.
Vesper absolutely dominating out here.
Look, home turf, you got to defend.
It's
home
true.
team advantage. From all our Boathouse Row friends.
Yes.
But no, I agree with you, folks, on the comps. I think they're awesome.
They're good blades.
They are very good blades.
So we got a nice Filippi out in this shot here. Looking gorgeous coming down past Three Angels.
That blue stripe on the bow deck.
And the customer service for the comp or the. What am I trying to say?
For the boats? And
No, the comp blades.
Oh, for
Concept
Concept
2.
two.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Unparalleled.
Yeah.
But you know, a good rower can row any boat, any equipment.
That's true.
As you know, just to be the impartial commentator here.
Though, you know,
It is.
sometimes if things are going wrong in the boat, it is easy to blame the equipment.
You know, I will say that it is always better to blame the equipment than your pair partner. I do
That is
agree.
true. And sometimes.
I know people that have never lost a race. They just didn't win because of their partners.
Exactly.
Oh,
You know,
no,
that's-
no.
not that. I
No,
thought you
no,
were
we
saying
do not
because of the
agree.
boat. No,
Because
no.
of the boat, we
And
can agree
no,
with,
I'm-
not
I'm-
because of their partners.
No, I'm saying I know people that have done that numerous times. I didn't lose that race. So-and-so didn't row hard.
Oh, we do not support
Oh.
that.
Regina and I can't overstate how much, like, even this summer on the national team for our 8, The boat dynamic matters so much. The way
Yes.
you relate to your teammates,
Yep.
your ability to work with other people is why rowing is such a difficult but rewarding sport that teaches you all these life skills. You have to work well with other people. You cannot go it alone unless
Yes.
you're going on the single by yourself. But even then, you are feeding off the people that you train with. It is not a solo pursuit.
No, you win together and you lose together.
Yep.
Once you're in that boat, it is one boat.
We had a big thing this summer. We liked saying we're just one of 9.
Yes.
That no one is more important than anyone else in the boat. It is about the experience together. You cannot do it if a single person is lacking.
And they got dealy boppers on their
I
head.
know, this is so cute. I hope they're a little Halloween themed. I think they might be little pumpkin ones from 889.
Bachelor's Barge Club.
Looking adorable.
One of 2, absolutely in time together.
A happy Halloween weekend to everybody. I hope everybody's dressing up. Regina and I are big Halloween fans. You gotta always go in costume.
Absolutely celebrate. You gotta have fun when you can. You know, work hard and also enjoy it too.
I asked my 11-year-old granddaughter what she was going to be for Halloween. It was a couple weeks ago, and I forgot what she said, but she came back with, Pop, what are you going to be with that high forehead of yours?
You're like, something special. Write something on your forehead.
She loves me.
Oh.
You know, teasing is a sign of love. I do agree.
My grandkids adore me.
Oh.
But I thought that was just hilarious.
That is.
So this is one of our last Masters doubles coming down. Up next, we got Women's Championship quads. We've definitely got some people doubling up, seeing some familiar names in there.
Penn going upriver.
Yeah, we got some alumni eights heading back up. Josie in that boat.
Yeah, Josie Konopka's dropped. Not yet on the screen.
Marcia.
Oh, and we have the championship quads coming down now.
I assume.
Oh, these are going to be fast.
White Marsh boat in the lead.
No, Penn AC 892.
I turned the page too quickly.
No, yes, we've got one entry here, presumably stroked by Webb Thompson.
Let's go, Webb.
Penn AC coached by Bill Manning.
Oh no, we have 2 more entries. We got 2 Undine.
2 Undine boats, and Bill's a great
Quads.
guy. I like Bill a lot.
He has been a great coach.
No, this is 892. This is Penn AC on the screen right now.
Turn the page.
Oh,
there's 2 other boats entered.
But on the screen.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. I was.
Nice.
Looking good here. So these athletes, you know, going for national team boats, probably their second race of the day. Looking really strong and smooth here. You can see great grip on the front end of the water. Really nice wide stretch at the catch. That's what you want. Just extension of those arms, really opening the chest at the front end, not letting your shoulders roll in, impinging on, you know, shoulder flexibility, shoulder extension out at front. Oh,
That's
gorgeous
really
shot of the skyline in the
That
background.
is pretty, yes.
Visit Philadelphia.
Yeah, it's so special to get to race here, experience the city from the water.
Here comes Undine.
Yes, 892 still on the screen though.
And you can see those preliminary times from St. Joe's just a little bit into the race. It is that Penn AC boat we just saw in the lead at the moment, but we shall see what their finish line time is.
You know, this men's quad might be comparable to some of the men's 8s as well. A very fast boat here indeed.
Can you see what stroke rate they're at? Oh.
I can.
Well, yeah.
33 to 34 strokes a minute here in this quad. So very high, very strong. Maybe perhaps more on the 32, 33 side.
But beautiful run as boat. Same as we were talking about the 8s, you can just see the puddles send far off the stern deck as they're heading down into this last turn.
This is very far send per puddles. You see there's a lot of difference between the sets of puddles.
I think, are we supposed to go to commercial, folks?
Oh, nope, we're good. This is very much, yes, 8:06 now. coming from Angels, and they've got about 20 strokes, though, now to the finish line. 8:94 here now on the screen coming past us. The Angels being, you know, about 3/4 almost through the race. And they're looking to start pushing here to the finish.
These champ quads looking really good. Definitely seeing some familiar faces from the doubles earlier today. So these men have got to be hurting by this point in the day.
An incredible feat of fitness to race multiple times in a day. You know, it is painful out there. You know, they might have some good poker faces on right now, but it is painful through the legs and your lungs are just burning.
Oh.
Luckily, the wind has calmed down. It's pretty great conditions out here.
Oh, it's magnificent out here.
Anything better.
Here we go.
Oh,
and now we have our women's champ quads coming by. We've got our White Marsh crew, 2 of our doubles from Black Sheep Racing in this boat, looking absolutely gorgeous coming down.
Not yet on the screen, but soon to be. Audrey Borson in stroke seat.
What a killer. She is a great athlete, great friend.
Great teammate.
Absolutely great teammate.
Absolutely someone you want in your boat. Absolutely someone you want stroking. This is them here, right here now on the screen from White Marsh.
Beautiful, just gorgeous.
Beautiful timing. Really can't beat a quad that is
No.
rowing well. Super relaxed at the front end, very quick in that first third of the drive. That's who you want. Just lock on and get those legs pushed to the deck together.
Everything just moving perfectly in time.
And this is what we say. It's, you know, they look effortless, but they're, you know, they're gasping.
Yes.
At this point in the race, it's about minimizing the degradation of your technique. You're going to be really tired, but putting all your focus into maintaining good, stable platform, good rhythm with your teammates still. And it does look like this White Marsh crew is in the lead at the timing marker at St. Joe's. As they come by 3 Angels, just a little bit left in the race course for them. Like we said earlier today, these boats, sometimes you've got no one else around you. They are racing themselves. They don't know what the margin is while you're racing. So you need to make sure you keep pushing all the way to the finish line.
And also to give these women a shout out that you might not know this, but these athletes are also lightweight women. So they're racing in an open weight category right now.
And winning it.
And winning, but they are on average much lighter than their competitors. Incredible efficiency per stroke. Now we've got these 2 crews here. $900 on the inside.
That
and
would
$899
be
on the outside.
Washington College is 900.
Is $899. So Washington
and
College
900.
coming on this inside, closer to the buoy line, pushing past. This moment, you know, you can see the distance you're gaining on the crew next to you every stroke, and that crew that's trailing, they're going to be trying to hang on and make it as hard as possible for the passing crew, keeping them all tight together. This is what head racing is all about, keeping it as close as possible when you get in contact with other crews.
Nice pop out of the leading boat here. I like the way the bow person is looking over her shoulder when the blades are in the water.
Yeah, so she's looking, when the blades are in, the boat is the most stable. So sometimes you're like, that is a better time to look because everything is secure. You know that you can just keep your drive in time.
Yes, and again, it's the bow person's job in these blind boats or a boat without a coxswain to control the line or to let the other rowers know which way they need to steer the boat in order to maintain the fastest course.
We just had the results from the men's championship quads come up on the right side of your screen. Shout out to Penn AC taking the win in that event.
They did look strong, didn't they?
They looked very good coming by.
Those men are elite rowers trying to compete at the highest level, really giving their all every day out here on the river training.
Big cheers from our fans here on the side of the Schuylkill River. It's late in the day. Some of the crews are probably packing up their team trailers. Give people a shout as they come by. Keep them motivated as we head into the last few races of the day.
Absolutely hyped for all the crews out here racing today as we have a sunset race coming through.
Nice.
898 here now passing at the bottom right of your screen.
Duville, and right behind them, Argonaut Rowing Club.
898 is Undine.
Stroked by Gabby Thomas.
Undine.
Schuylkill Beach here also on your right.
What a gorgeous day to be at the beach.
Tomorrow's going to be a little chilly.
It is. Definitely, if you're coming back out to watch racing tomorrow, pack a few extra layers.
And if you're cheering from home, we can hear you screaming too. All these rowers really appreciate your support here, tuning into the live stream. You know, Charlotte and I have been racing, and it means so much to have, you know, someone say, hey, we watched your race. Like, you looked amazing. So for everyone tuning in now, I know your athletes really appreciate the support.
Yeah, it really means the world to us. You know, rowing, we don't get that many spectators some of the time. Reach out to your friends that you watch race. Tell them they did a great job. It means a lot to us to have our cheering squad. You know, they're a part of our team too. They make it possible.
Yeah.
Follow on Instagram.
That's true. You can follow us. We're
a lot of hearts on Instagram.
Regina
it's just
and I are part of the women's national team. You can follow us at Women in the Boat.
Yes.
So you can see these quads take slightly different lines down the course to the next bridge. It's okay to be slightly off the line here. It's not as impactful when you're going on this straightaway, as long as you're lined up towards the bridge and have a good line on our last turn.
Absolutely. And you know, these quads are moving so incredibly quickly that the time it takes to turn is very sensitive. You don't want to turn too quickly or too slowly. It's a fine balance between taking the proper course and maintaining maximum boat speed.
And that's a decision the bow person makes. You know, when to start the turn, when to finish the turn.
It's all about trust.
Look at this. This is perfect.
It really is.
This is perfect.
You want to do that. You want to sort of hug the side of the turn with the arch sometimes.
Yep.
Be really close. Minimize the amount of time you have to pressure steer and then get back to the straightaway.
And then on that straight line, taking advantage of that straight line and taking as much speed as you can there.
It's just kick it up.
Looking back up the course, we've got the men's alumni 8s heading down. So the rivalries from college still continue. Temple with bow 904 was heading it off. Let's see if that's them coming down around this turn.
And I also, let's see who this is.
Those results on the side of your, or the time from Three Angels on the side of your screen from those women's champ quads.
I also would love to give a special shout out to the entry 905, the University of Pennsylvania crew, stroked by Adam Ballo and coxed by John Chatsky, one of our huge national team supporters. With an average age of 64, they are the second oldest boat in the race and will benefit from a large time handicap. Reminder that these boats do get time handicaps based on their ages. And the boat includes graduates from 1972 through 86, and there are 4 athletes in the boat who won at least one or more IRA and or Eastern Sprints championships. And again, coxed by Olympian John Chatsky. So you can see them right here now on the screen. This is them.
Yep.
Super big supporter of U.S. rowing. He really does the most for us at the training center.
I apologize. This isn't.
Maybe Holy Cross coming up.
Sorry, that was bow number 907.
Which is Georgetown.
Georgetown. Then followed by 905. There's John Chatsky following. Nope.
Not on your screen yet.
Not on the
coming
screen.
Past us here at Three Angels. Looking good here on the screen, though.
Fordham.
Fordham University.
Alums,
809.
Apologies. Sometimes the crews we see coming by us are not the same you see on our screen, so thank you for bearing with us.
We've got a lot of angles here. Some gorgeous shots from 5 tribes. doing the most to provide excellent coverage of head of the Schuylkill.
Seeing every single angle possible here. Look at this overhead shot.
Oh.
And you can see some of these crews, you've got really big margins. Some of them are coming up on each other. You got to have that motivation of passing crews that helps spur you on to the finish line.
.908 here, passing crew number 904.
So Christian Brothers Academy passing Temple University rowing. Like that Penn crew, you might have big age ranges in these alumni 8s. They're not kids straight out of college. This could be any age range. They're going to have time adjustment based on the average age in their crew.
So for the younger crews, they have to make up large, sometimes 30 seconds to a minute handicaps.
Passing us right now at 3 Angels, it's Drexel looking good.
It's Colin Stewart.
Oh, from
look,
5 Tribes
Colin.
Rowing. Let's go, Colin.
You know, he does it all.
He strokes. He runs amazing cameras. That's him in stroke seat right there.
Yeah.
Look, putting down a technical expertise in the boat, behind the camera.
And to all of his high school rowers, an amazing coach. Look, amazing technique as well.
Oh, the guy's out everywhere, isn't he?
Yes, look at that hang.
And he's always just so happy.
Yes. Positivity helps move boats.
Absolutely. Drive.
That really good
Nice.
team cohesion. Even though these rowers might not row all the time anymore, excellent time from
Yeah, the
these Drexel
timing
rowers.
is magnificent,
Yes.
but he's not rushing it either. He's, you know, he's allowing everybody to hang with him.
Composed.
That's phenomenal.
Rowing is really a balancing act of all of those different elements. The, you know, aggression, but also relaxation, perfect timing, you know, doing everything right when you need to.
Controlled aggression.
LaSalle here on the screen. 914. Yes, maximum control pressure. How much can you hang and just totally send off of it while being in control of the boat?
I like that. That looks good.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
I know, these alum crews, I don't know, they might have to compare their time to those Tramp and Club 8 events, see how they would have stacked up against the college kids.
Seriously,
Yeah,
this is very
really
competitive. Showing us how it's done here in the Alumni 8s.
I will also say, as a person who didn't win a lot in college, it is fun to come back in Alumni 8 and beat some teams that you did not beat in college.
Yes.
It is a good return to the boat and show, hey, you know, we might not have won now, but we are still fitter.
Yeah, today's race counted.
It counted.
It does.
Yep.
It's the last result that's the most important.
Yeah.
It is.
You may have won 10 years ago,
But,
but not today.
We've got 9, 10 coming past our vantage point right now.
And now on your screen.
That's Georgetown University. It is really great to see multiple entries from alumni of programs. That they have that many alums that are super interested in rowing, supportive of the program. I'm sure that they are.
Some of these guys
cheering it on.
rode for Tony Johnson at Georgetown.
Yeah, absolute domination of an era.
Olympic silver medalist in the pair, I believe. 1968. Went on to coach Georgetown for like 1,000 years.
It's good building the program up.
Oh,
Yeah.
he has a phenomenal.
Georgetown had a
follow.
record in the 80s and 90s.
Yeah,
Yeah.
phenomenal record, or phenomenal following. I'm sorry.
Oop, and we are super speed now to the next event.
We got some mixed alumni 8. Sounds fun.
Bula Bula starting us off first.
So
Bula
Yale crushing it down there.
Stroked, I think, by Jim Millar, also a huge Nationals team supporter. So absolutely big shout out to him. A guy from Princeton and in Princeton, New Jersey, where we train. So huge shout out to that crew.
Yeah, we're super thankful of all of our supporters. You guys make it happen. We would not be able to do what we do on senior national team without a large support group from the whole rowing community.
Straight down.
Yeah,
There you go.
Excellent textbook turns through this last stretch.
Just walking. Here
and
we
that
go.
second coxswain following the line of the first coxswain very beautifully, taking every second they can.
Yep. Boola boola.
Some bulldogs coming down.
Look at this drone shot.
Big dogs
This
got to
is-
eat.
All right, I got sunshine in my eyes here.
I know, apologies if we don't, snag your bow number. We're staring straight into the sun to see these athletes coming down the course. But
This is not the cushy job you think it is.
But we are so happy to be here.
Yes, we are. I enjoy this.
look at these mixed alumni eights. It's just so fun having men's and women's athletes getting back together,
Sit up,
all
sit up.
supporting one program.
919 here, University of Chicago. And while they were in college too, it's huge to have support between teams. One team, one boathouse between these men's and women's programs.
Because you can have those lifelong friendships that you have between athletes in your own team. For us, our men's teams, they do the same thing as us. You should cultivate
Absolutely.
the same relationships with everyone in your boathouse. Everyone is putting in the same level of effort, and that demands a high level of respect and camaraderie from everyone that you come in
Who
contact
do we
with.
have here?
We
Boola
got
boola.
917 coming past us
Boola
right
boola.
here of Yale Bula Bula.
There's two
Boat
Boola
Club.
Boolas.
Oh, there's
I
two
know,
Yale
that's
clubs.
amazing.
Absolutely deep program on all fronts.
Obviously, both legendary men's and women's and lightweight crews out of there.
So many national championships. You can see on their bow, even the boat is named 19. Can you see what national champions?
They're chatting in the boat. Look. 4 seats chatting with 3.
Oh, no.
I hope he is.
Look, but we were talking about it before. You got to keep your head in the boat. Just got to follow down the line.
But they've got the fastest time so far with the adjustment, I believe.
Boola boola.
Because, again, you have to remember that the age...
At St. Joe's, 3:38.
Well, the age, too, of the crews matter as well.
And that time will be adjusted at the finish.
After the finish.
We have 921 coming by us, St. Mary's College of Maryland. With that bright neon hat on stroke seat, looking really good and strong there.
Oh, yeah, look at that length.
I know, great timing. Sometimes getting in a mixed boat is really difficult. Men and women do row a little differently based on our proportions often. So it's great to see a crew like this. The blade work is super clean. They're figured out how to be well in time with each other.
Yes.
We got 920 passing us from our vantage point, the second Bula Bula Boat Club. Go Bulldogs from Yale. Followed up by
They're pretty long, too.
923, our first of our women's alumni eights, Mount St. Joseph Academy.
From here in the Schuylkill, Philadelphia. And I think I know that 3 seat. Is that Elena Hunt in 3 seat? Oh, if that is, go Elena.
We're just here spectating for our friends.
Honestly, we are. Go everyone.
All those years in rowing, you make really, really great friends. We got 918 passing us, Franklin and Marshall College, our mixed alum 8. On the bottom of your screen, you can see that's the Mount St. Joseph's Academy boat just about to run off your screen, storming down the course. It does look like a University of Pennsylvania crew has won the adjusted men's alumni 8. But big shout out to Colin and the Drexel crew coming in 4th, crushing it.
Nice.
And at University of Pennsylvania B boat as well.
Mount St. Joseph Academy with May Kennedy and her coaching staff year after year after year. One of the best women's high school crews in the country.
Absolutely.
Definitely had teammates
I'm
from there.
just
at
so well
Columbia.
coached.
Great, great athletes. Well, we're winding it down for the day. We've got these women's alumni 8s coming down, and then one last event of the mixed masters 8s after them. Passing us is 925, University of Delaware women's rowing, and on your screen
Is 924 and dames.
So So we think those are the Notre Dame's alums?
We would take a guess.
We've had some great Notre Dame alums on the national team. Big shout out to Molly Bruggeman, who's on the team with us right now.
And 2016 Olympian Amanda Polk, and our current physical therapist, Katie
Yes.
Jackson. So
Big Notre Dame fans.
huge Notre Dame fans. For God and for country.
Is that their motto?
It is their motto. Sorry, for those of you not listening. Sorry.
That's not very Regina-y.
This is a non-secular commentating section. I was just repeating their collegiate motto.
Fair.
That was awesome. And they're rowing rather well.
Yeah, they look really good out there. Look, making the most of this beautiful weather out here. What else could you want out of a sunset on Schuylkill? Absolutely gorgeous. Good racing, good competitors. We got these men's eights coming, or mixed eights coming up, cheering on their other crews in the water. That's what you want.
Supporting each other out here is hugely important.
We got 9:28 Loyola University rowing passing us, and on your screen 9:26 Georgetown University. Their men just came into the dock cheering for their women, like Reg was saying. Great support in the whole boathouse.
One team, one boathouse. Even when you've graduated from the boathouse, it lives on. A strong rowing community.
These women's alum eights finishing it off here. Look, it's been a long, great day of racing. I hope everybody has really enjoyed watching all their friends and family and loved ones racing, having a great time here on the Schuylkill. We've certainly enjoyed all the racing we've seen.
It has been a fun day.
It's been a great time.
And huge congratulations to all the crews who have raced and won, all the crews who have, raced for the first time, and all the crews who have just gone out and thrown down an incredible performance.
So our last few women's alum eights are coming down.
Just through Columbia here in this shot.
I wonder also, we might get some of the mixed masters eights catching some of the alum eights. Might see some overlap here.
We are rooting for Fairmount.
Oh, that is what is happening currently on the inside. That is bow number ending
Here
in
comes
3.
Fairmount. There's Fairmount now.
LaSalle. We
So
got Fairmount next to us.
And it looks like Erin Horvat is stroking. Her daughter just
Kate.
was in, won
Kate
the
just
Pan Am
stroked
Games in the quad.
to win. It was awesome.
And she's
Yes.
Whole family.
Yeah.
Wow.
also, yes, incredible performance.
There's Moselle in the bow seat. I rode with her for the first time a couple days ago in a quad.
Wow.
She's tiny and she's long, along with Mary Cassidy. I don't know that Mary's in that. Yeah, I'm sure she's in that boat. Maybe she's in 7th seat.
And that goes to show it doesn't matter. If any height,
height is not everything.
No.
tenacity, hunger,
but they
just
both
absolute drive.
They both rode so well that the boat just picked up by itself, and people just don't understand that.
And this is 929 Washington College alumni here in this women's alumni 8 on the screen.
Fairmount looks good. Go Fairmount.
Our last three crews coming down for the women's alum 8 with some overlap with the mixed men's masters 8 or mixed masters 8. Nice shot back up the course. On the right of your screen, you've got those results from the mixed alum 8s. It does look like those Yale boats came 1-2. So nice job.
With a 3 seconds
3
in between
seconds.
them.
Wow.
Look, maybe they were mixed 8s and mixed lineups. Like, that's pretty close.
That's very tight racing here, folks. And
3 seconds over 4,000 meters is a
that's nothing. That just to give you a perspective that's very, very tight racing. And this is Cortland Community Rowing Association on your screen currently. And the mixed masters 8. And you can see here they have 2 women in bow and then stroked by a woman. Incredible.
That's mixed eights. It's super interesting. You can, do a lot of different things with the lineup because you're going to have probably a lot more variation in body size, and all of these eights you're going to see, they probably chose very different orientations for where to put men and women.
Oh, they're breathing hard. They are breathing hard. Look at that.
They're working real hard there.
Oh, my heavens.
You can see how hard they're trying,
Nice.
folks.
That's determination. You got to love it.
Absolutely.
Big cheers from the side of the race course here. Give big shout to these last few crews as they're coming down, closing out the first day of racing here for Head of Schuylkill.
And what a day it is.
It's a beautiful day today at America's favorite regatta.
That's why we got all these alums coming back and mixed masters. Everybody wants to be here on the Schuylkill.
Who doesn't?
And we just want to
people.
So huge congratulations to all of the competitors today. And we want to thank to everyone out here volunteering, everybody out in the launch. You can see these safety launches here, making sure that all of the competitors stay safe as well.
All the launches are coming down.
Yes.
And thank you so much to all of our sponsors. It really would not be possible with every single level of support that we get from individuals, families, and companies that support Head of Schuylkill and make this whole endeavor possible.
Yeah, Jen Weston puts on a heck of a regatta.
Absolutely.
Just enjoyable.
So grateful for everyone out here to put this together.
But to get everybody off on time, to get all the crews up there and, launched, and look at all the, it's a flotilla of motorboats coming down with referees and spotters.
This is closing out. This is a shot of our last crew of the day, closing out this Mixed Masters 8, doing an excellent job to shut down this race course for the day.
Absolutely.
You can see these are our preliminary times from Angels of the Mixed Masters 8s with New Haven Rowing Club in first position at 3 Angels, just a little bit to go.
Fairmount in second.
But again, these are the raw times currently, and so in this event, we will have to wait until the final to even get any sense of the final standings, as they will be adjusted based on the crew's average age times.
We'd like to thank NSM Insurance as our presenting sponsor of today, our volunteer outfitter, Philly's own Boathouse Sport, and one of our gold banner sponsors, Visit Philly. I hope everybody's had a fantastic day on the Schuylkill today. We sure have.
And even if you couldn't be here with us today in person, we appreciate your support. And hello. And everyone out here really appreciates you listening in, tuning in, watching their racing, making rowing the community that it is. And we're so grateful to everyone supporting.
And so much, we're so thankful to Five Tribes for setting up this whole production, making it possible to, see rowing in the excellence it is, those drone shots, all the footage here on the banks. It really showcases the best that rowing has to offer.
Absolutely.
This
is rowing, baby. This is rowing.
But we'll be back with you tomorrow. Tune in for all of our junior racing tomorrow. Thank you so much for having us.
Yeah, tomorrow's going to be fun to watch.
Yes.
It's going to be
some first-time racers, some experienced juniors. Anything could happen.
Anything can happen.
No, it'll be enjoyable.
And again, I'm Regina Salmons.
I'm Charlotte Buck.
I'm Tom Toland.
And we're signing off for the day.
From the Head of the Schuylkill Regatta.
Thank you so much for having us.
Are we signing off?